I wanted to share with you my novel Zone. It's kind of a science fiction idea, except it's not a lot of tech science fiction. It really is about decisions that we make as individuals when we're presented with a new situation, and really about, adoption. So take, for instance, the internet. Remember the first time, if you were old enough, you remember hearing about something called the internet, right? You probably didn't know what it was, or what a website was, or what www meant and all that. Yet, look at how that changed our lives. And same thing with iPhone. Remember the iPhones came out? Well, it's too much money for an iPhone. Why would you spend that much money on a phone when you can buy a flip phone for, half the price, right? And then now everybody has smartphones. And now we're talking about the metaverse, right? And most people don't even know what that means right now. Yet, in 5-10 years from now, we literally all could be living in the metaverse, whether we like it or not. And that's really what the Zone is about. It's about these black kind of gateways that look a lot like an iPhone turned off, that start popping up, all over the world. And people aren't sure what they mean or what happens. And at the beginning, nobody knows much about these things. And slowly people start to actually go in them. And the book is about when people make the decision to actually go into a zone. Now, the first 4 chapters, if you're listening to this and you don't like any of these characters, or you say, well, I don't want to spend time with these characters, they don't stick around very long. Every character in the first 4 chapters is only in the first 4 chapters. Okay, so give it a chance. And the reason that was purposely done, so after that, you're never sure if a character is going to stick around or not, whether they're going to go in the zone or not. So that was the intent of that. And I only say that just so if you get off it and a bad start with the book, you're like, I don't know if I like these characters, or I don't want to spend all this time with them. Give it a chance. Give it at least 5-6 chapters to see if you really like it. But all I'm saying is, if one of the characters in the beginning that you don't like, don't worry, they don't stick around. So give it a chance. I'm glad I finally get to share this with people. And really, the question I want you to ask as you listen to this book is, when would you go in a zone? Zone, a novel by Russell Corey, read by the author. For more information, visit russellcorey.com or search amazon.com for more books by Russell Corey, like Tweets from Tattooing and Hashtags from Hoth, both unofficial parodies of Star Wars told in snarky tweets. Chapter 1, Zone 1. Don't destroy it, please. My phone is my life, Dustin begs the homeless woman, who is holding his iPhone hostage high in the air. Wait, he didn't know she was homeless. That was way too presumptuous, but she was obviously dealing with some sort of mental illness, hence her overboard reaction to seeing the phone and her subsequent larceny of it. Squeezed tightly in her clenched fist, she's ready to smash the sleek device down on the sidewalk below that divides the Green City Park. Well, you should have thought of that before you took my damn picture, the defiant African-American woman shouts back at Dustin. I wasn't taking your picture, honest, Dustin pleads, his slightly overweight frame poised to pounce on the ground in order to save the phone in case she hurls it downward. The phone is wrapped in a Wonka bar case that makes it look like the enraged woman is holding a partially unwrapped bar of chocolate, complete with one of Wonka's coveted golden tickets poking out. There were cooler, hipper phone cases that offered so much more protection and convenience, but the sight of the Wonka bar always made the people Dustin was taking photos of smile that much more. Who didn't, at some point in their life, desire to win one of Willy Wonka's exclusive golden tickets and get a peek inside the mysterious chocolate factory? But the Wonka bar case didn't make the irate woman smile in this instance. Quite the opposite. Dustin only hoped the campy case would offer some sort of protection should she slam the phone down on the coarse pavement below, which was looking more and more likely by the second. Don't lie, you had your phone pointed right damn at me. Mark, Dustin's balding and trim partner, steps in to attempt to cool things down. Mark, older than Dustin by 10 years, was used to being the adult in the room, and the role suited him. Listen, we don't care what you were doing out here. We're not going to tell anybody. We just want the phone back, and we'll be gone. Never see us again. Hold up. What was I doing out here exactly? The woman inquires, gaming for a fight. I don't know, and I don't care. That's my point. Mark explains, trying to keep his emotions in check to avoid further escalation. Was I selling drugs? Is that what I was doing out here? No, of course not. Mark senses this is not going well. So a black woman can't be in the park unless she's selling drugs. The infuriated woman thrusts a determined hand inside her layers of clothes and pulls out her own cell phone and points it squarely at them. I'm putting this racist bullshit on YouTube. Seeing the second phone come out and knowing the power of a social justice viral clip, Mark quickly reaches inside his pants pocket and retrieves his own phone, lifting it up with the camera recording in self-defense. The woman is undeterred by Mark's counteraction. Keep taking my picture. See what I do. Mark tries once more to reason with the woman. We're not racist. We respect you as a human being. We respect your right to be here. This is a public park open to everyone. We just want our phone back. That's all. That's all we're asking for here. Dustin jumps back into the fray by waving his hands wildly in the air. Hang on. Everyone, just put the phones down. Put them down before someone gets hurt. What's your name, ma'am? You want to see my ID? I ain't got to show you shit. Dustin lowers his undulating arms and then takes on the unflappable, charming demeanor of a new neighbor meeting the cheerful family that moved in next door for the first time. My name is Dustin, and this is my husband, Mark. If you'll let me, I will show you the pictures on my phone, and you will see there are no photos of you on there. And if there are any, I promise I will delete them immediately. Unless I look skinny in the picture, then I'm just cropping you out. Dustin calmly offers up his open palm in a complete show of deference. Mark and I are in the process of adopting a daughter from Guatemala, and the photos of our first meeting with Blanca are on my phone and nowhere else. I understand now why I was freaking out a little bit. Okay, a lot of it. Dustin's change of posture and tone relaxes the feisty woman, who gradually lets her defiance slip away. My name's Retrice, and I just don't want no one taking my picture. You don't know me. Well, now we do. Nice to meet you, Retrice. With a sigh, the tentatively trusting Retrice reluctantly places the phone back in Mark's freshly manicured hand. Mark then uses his thumbprint to gain access to his photos. He tilts the screen toward Retrice for her inspection. See? No photos of you. Dustin swipes past the pictures that were taken in the park that day and is now well into a road trip to the beach. Damn, you guys got a Tesla? Well, that's our other baby. This was our kite surfing expedition. My idea. I'm the adventurous one. Here, let me show you Blanca, Dustin says. Dustin quickly searches the photos and shows Retrice a few snaps of him and Mark meeting with Blanca, the 5-year-old Guatemalan orphan confined to a wheelchair, who seems to warm up to the two men as each photo slides by. Dustin glows at seeing the photos again, bragging that she's going to be the first Latina president. Retrice just shakes her head at the proclamation. Yeah, you watch. They're going to shoot homeboy. You know that's coming. Despite their heartwarming nature, or because of it, Retrice quickly grows tired of the pictures and is ready to move on to the next adventure in her life. So why did you have your phone out pointed at me? Mark takes the lead in trying to explain it. We were engaged in an activity that utilized the phone's augmented reality feature in conjunction with the phone's camera. You were doing what? We were playing Pokemon Go. He's just too embarrassed to admit it, Dustin tells the woman. Here, watch. Dustin activates the Pokemon Go app and shows Retrice the screen that as he scans the phone around the park. Augmented reality uses your phone's camera and it adds objects to the picture as if they were really there. Just keep watching. Retrice is clearly done with the two men and just eager to move on. I'm cool, y'all. She steps away, but Dustin keeps the phone in front of her. No, seriously, I know you think this is geeky and stupid, and it is, but watch, it's really neat. She doesn't care, Dustin. Just let her go. An animated cartoon turtle jumps on the phone screen and moves with the camera's motions, as if Dustin was pointing the camera right at it. Whoa, what's that shit? That's the Pokemon? That is Squirtle. Come here, you little bugger. Dustin slides his fingers on the screen, shooting out a red and white Pokemon ball at Squirtle. The Pokeball opens up and captures Squirtle in a bright beam of light. Gotcha. Look at that shit. It's like it's really there. You should use the IKEA AR app. You can see what any piece of furniture IKEA sells looks like in your home just by taking its picture of whatever room you're furnishing. Can I try? Sure, just be careful. I won't break it. Dustin passes her the phone while Mark rolls his eyes and gives his partner an exasperated look, as if saying, dumbass, we just got the stupid phone back from her. Just hold it up like this, Dustin says, instructing Retrice on how to position the phone for the best effect. Retrice is not impressed. There's nothing there now. Well, you have to walk around a little bit. Keep scanning. That's what we were doing when we bumped into you. Didn't even know you were there, to be honest. Mark shakes his head, quietly muttering, "Yeah, not until you came up and stole our phone." Retrice misses the snide comment from Mark, as she is now totally lost in the phone. "So what happens when I see a Squirtle turtle?" Just use your finger to toss a Pokeball at it." Just then, a black rectangle appears on the screen, while Retrice scans the phone to the right. She halts immediately on the black rectangle standing tall. "Oh shit, I got one!" Retrice swipes her finger on the screen, but no balls fly forward. "Hey, it ain't working," Retrice protests. The sight of the mysterious black rectangle on the phone puzzles both Dustin and Mark. "I'm not sure what that is. Do you know, Mark?" "Mark, looks like a door. Do you go in, or does something come out?" ponders Mark. Dustin motions to Retrice to hand back the phone. "Let me see my phone. I'll check the Pokemon forum, see what we're supposed to do." Retrice hands the phone back to Dustin, and when she looks up, she's stunned. "Yo, that shit's for real!" Dustin and Mark also look up from the phone and see that the black rectangle is standing before them in real life. It's as if someone had cut a hole out of reality, and in its place was just this black zone of nothingness. Complete darkness. "That wasn't there before," notes Mark. "Is it projection? A hologram?" wonders Dustin. They look around. There's no one else in this corner of the park, and there are no signs of the technology that could possibly project such an image, if such technology even existed. Projected from where? There's no one here but us. Retrice is unnerved that Dustin and Mark don't know what this mysterious black rectangle is. "You guys seriously don't know what the hell that is?" "No." Retrice pricks up a stick and tries to touch the black rectangle. "I don't know if I do that," Mark tepidly warns her. The tip of the branch disappears through the front of the black rectangle. She then swings the stick side to side freely. "Man, there's nothing there," Retrice exclaims. "But it is there. I see it. We all do." Dustin tries to reason. Sensing no imminent threat, Mark and Dustin join Retrice in front of the rectangle. Dustin reaches out with the tips of his fingers and grazes the surface of the black shape in front of them. "Oh my God!" Dustin shrieks as his round face lights up and his eyes go wide. Mark pulls his partner's hand away. "Don't touch it. Are you crazy?" Dustin stares back at Mark and Retrice with a stunned look. "Are you hurt?" Mark inquires. Dustin's stunned look gives way to an amazed smile. "That felt awesome." Dustin reaches back out, this time sticking his whole hand. "Whoa, what a rush." Mark reaches out himself and touches the black rectangle briefly. "Holy crap, that goes right to your brain. I mean, it just lights it up. I'm still feeling it." Intrigued, Retrice reaches out her hand in the blackness of the rectangle too. "God damn, I could sell this shit all day." Dustin smiles back at her knowingly, "And I'd buy it all damn day. This is like taking E in the 90s. Dustin and Retrice slap a high five with their free hands. Mark tries to tug Dustin away. "We shouldn't be doing this. We have no idea what this thing is." Dustin pulls away from Mark and continues to feel inside the rectangle, plunging his arm in deeper until the darkness is up to his elbow. "Stop, both of you. This thing could kill us for all we know." Mark grabs both of them and forcibly pulls them away from the dark shape. Their faces go blank for a second, slightly stunned, as if they were electrical devices that somehow got unplugged from their socket. The two slowly come down from the buzz they got by making contact with the black rectangle. "Sorry, but you both had this crazed look on your faces." Retrice shakes her head, feeling more alive than ever before. "What is this thing?" "No idea," Dustin states as he begins to take pictures of the rectangle with his phone. "It looks like the monolith from 2001, Mark tries to reason. "Yeah, but the monolith was solid. But this, you can't even feel. I mean, you feel something, but it's not solid. It's like the opening to a zone. I think it's a doorway," Dustin concludes as he takes a selfie with the rectangle. "A doorway to where?" Retrice asks. "I don't know, but I want to find out," Dustin declares. "No, stay back. Don't touch it again," Mark warns. "I just want to put my foot inside. I mean, see if it's possible to walk around in there," Dustin replies. "Dustin," Mark shoots Dustin a "don't you even think about it" look. "Just my foot," Dustin negotiates, as if the two were only trying to come to agreement on whether or not to venture into a used bookstore during an afternoon of window shopping that's run long, making them late for a lunch date. Dustin creeps back over to the black rectangle and sticks his foot in the darkness, and, to his surprise, sets it down on something solid. There's something there. I mean, it's stable. It feels like a floor. I'm pretty sure you can stand in it.
That's great. Now come back out, Mark pleads. I just want to see inside for a second. Dustin turns around and looks back at Mark. I mean, nothing that feels this good could be that bad. Dustin faces the rectangle again and sticks his head in the blackness, leaving only half his body sticking outside. Dustin, come back out now. Dustin steps all the way through, as if he saw something he just had to explore on the other side. There's nothing violent or forced about Dustin's actions. It was as if he is walking across a dentist's waiting room to pick up the only out-of-date magazine he had any interest in reading. Dustin, get out, now! Dustin dashes over to the rectangle and sticks his hand in the zone and feels around. I can't feel him. Retrice picks up the branch she used to probe the black rectangle with earlier. Here, try this. Mark grabs the branch from her and thrusts it in the zone of darkness. Grab the stick, Dustin. He ain't there? I mean, you can't feel him for real? Retrice questions. No, nothing. Here, grab my hand and don't let go. Mark instructs Retrice. Retrice holds Mark's hand and pulls back on it as Mark steps inside the zone. All Retrice can see now is Mark's hand in hers and his one foot sticking outside of the black rectangle, rooted firmly on the ground on their side of the zone. Seconds later, the rest of Mark emerges from the darkness with a panicked look on his face. There's nothing in there. It's just black. Well, where'd he go then? Mark looks around the park. We need a longer stick or a rope. Or maybe he'll come out when he's ready. I mean, it does feel pretty good in there. Well, that's what I'm afraid of. Here, just stay here. I'm going to go try and find some rope. As Mark steps away, Retrice cries out in fear. It's going away! The black rectangle fades away as if it was melting into thin air. Mark dashes straight towards the evaporating shape that is quickly losing its form. Dustin! Mark reaches the spot where the black rectangle was, but there's nothing left of it. It's gone. He's gone, Mark laments. Mark looks back to Retrice, but she has departed too. Mark spots her running off in the distance and gives chase. Retrice, come back! You're the only other witness. The police won't believe me. You think they're going to believe me? Retrice shouts back. Please, stop. Man, I got warrants. The pursuit runs through a more populated section of the park, full of families, friends, and couples enjoying the sunny summer day without a care in the world. Mark finally gives up on catching the surprisingly speedy Retrice and stops to catch his breath. He collapses to his knees near a Filipino family celebrating a child's birthday party at a picnic table. The concerned mother of the family brings the coughing and out-of-breath Mark a bottle of water, even twisting the plastic cap off for him. Here, drink this. Mark graciously takes the water and chugs it down. Thank you. I saw you chasing her. What'd she steal? Mark looks up from the bottle at the Filipino mother and asks, Did you see a large black rectangle in the park today? About the size of a door? The mother is sympathetic to Mark, but only to a point. She understands the words Mark is saying, but has no comprehension of his question and why he would be asking it. I'm sorry, a black rectangle what? Like a door to a different zone. I mean, a place you can just disappear into. My husband literally walked into a black rectangle 5 minutes ago and just disappeared. I don't know where he went, but I mean, now he's gone. Now the mother understands. Perfectly so. She steps back cautiously with the steely look of a protective mother on her face. Take the water and go. We have children here. If you stay, I'll call the police. Mark looks back to where he ran from, hoping to see that the black rectangle had returned. It hadn't. Mark looks as if the weight of the world has fallen on his shoulders, as if a great, ominous secret was just whispered in his ear by the universe, telling him the world, as he knew it, was going to end. The mother pulls out her phone from her pocket and waves the black rectangle in front of Mark's distraught face. I mean it. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling 911. Lady, be my guest. Chapter 2. You believe me, right? Detective Doug Haynes stared back at the pale-faced Kyler Stennis in the tiny windowless interrogation room. How should he handle this? Just outright disbelief and risk the cocky kid shutting down, or play along with this bizarre fantasy like you believe him, and keep the 24-year-old numbnuts talking, even if it was complete horseshit? Keep him talking. That was the smart play. He'd normally offer the suspect another breakfast bar, but the kid never touched the first one he gave him. Hadn't even taken one sip of water or coffee that was sitting right in front of him either. Throw him some more softballs, something he doesn't have to lie about.
Get the truth flowing again. I mean, come on. This was a simpleton redneck making up this ridiculous story. Certainly there was a clue to where the body was hidden in all this baloney. Just make him think you believe him. Keep him talking. You'll solve this damn thing. Yep, that would be the smart play. Just pretend you believe him. Nope, no can do. Thank you, Kyler, for your statement, but how about you do that again? This time with truth, facts, and reality. Because truthfully, the fact is you have a missing man's blood on your shirt, and the reality is I need to know how it got there. I told you, he slammed into the back of my truck. The airbag must have busted his nose. The blood got on my shirt as I helped him out of the car to make sure he was okay. It ain't that complicated. It is when there's no blood on the airbag or anywhere else in the interior of the car. The only place we found blood was smeared on your shirt, like there had been a struggle. Was there a struggle? The kid's hesitation spoke volumes, and the detective went right after him. I know you want to tell me the truth. I see it in your eyes. Just tell me. I'm here to listen. Kyler finally exhales and shrugs. Okay, fine, I hit him. Guy was in my face. He wanted to fight. He got to fight. So we're talking about self-defense here? Is that how I understand it? Tell me more. Well, there was an accident. The guy wanted to fight. That's it. Except the stuff that happened afterward. Oh, yeah, I got all that right here. The detective holds up a piece of paper with some notes written on it. You know what else I have? A witness report from a group of cyclists that you passed that morning. You want to tell me about them now? The revelation surprises Kyler as he is taken aback, worried. You didn't tell me you talked to them. I'm not legally required to tell you what's in their statement, and my boss won't like it, but I will, because I care about you, Kyler. I mean, you're not that much older than my own son, you know. Well, anyway, the statement we got from the cyclists was that you slowed down as you passed their group this morning and the Prius that was following behind them. Then you smoked them all out with your excess diesel exhaust and sped off. The cyclists then reported they saw the driver of the Prius chase after you. Man, I passed them by because they were going so slow, taking up the whole damn road practically, too. Truck lets off a little exhaust, so what? I mean, is the idiot occupying the White House going to pay for me to get an electric truck like he pays for everybody else's bullshit? We inspected your rig. We saw you'd remove the particulate filter. That's one way to produce more Prius repellent, isn't it? Hey, I bought it used. Maybe the previous owner made some adjustments. Look, I just drive the thing, man. It ain't against the law. Tampering with an emissions control device? Yes, it is. Well, fine. Book me on that. Rolling coal on some gay-ass bikers in a hybrid. But don't be saying I killed anyone. Don't forget, I called you, all right? I reported this whole thing to 911. I mean, that's a hell of a way to try and get away with murder. Kyler, my friend, and I do want to be your friend here, there are ways to deal with this other than murder charges. I mean, there's involuntary manslaughter, negligent homicide, but you have to help us get there. I mean, tell me what really happened. I told you what happened. You didn't tell me that you hit him before or about the cyclist. What else didn't you tell me? Yes, I punched him once, probably broke his nose, but he wasn't going to bleed to death from it. In fact, after I showed him why I slammed on the brake so fast, that guy was so thankful I did what I did and how I did it. Trust me. I mean, he was so excited when he saw that thing. He forgot all about the fact that I hit him in the nose. I mean, he acted like I was his best damn friend. Detective Haynes rolls his chair closer to Kyler, practically right on him. Look, I know this is hard, kid, but we're making progress here. I mean, at least now you admit to hitting him in your fantasy. The detective shuffles through some pictures on the desk until he finds the one he wants. Funny that you should mention hitting him, because the internal computer on his car is going to tell us exactly when he hit the back of your truck. The detective holds up the photo of the truck at the accident scene and points to the skid marks. Now, eyeballing it, your truck's skid marks still matched up perfectly to their tires. There didn't seem to be any evidence of his blood on the inside or outside of your truck, so I don't think your vehicle ever left the scene of the accident with or without his body. So you believe me that I never left the scene? No, I believe your truck never left the scene. I mean, it really must have pissed you off something awful. I mean, the nerve of this guy to chase after you in his little pussy Prius, didn't it, right? I mean, it would piss me off. Look, I mean, let's just forget about the fact that you belched all that diesel exhaust on them. I mean, like you said, could have been an accident, not your fault. But this guy thinks it is, and he comes at you strong. I mean, you're a man. I get it. He's challenging you. We all would have a reaction to that. I know I would. So you slammed on the brakes to make your stand, and that caused the accident. He got out, confronted you, a fight ensued, and things got out of hand. I mean, maybe you even felt your life was in danger. But before you know it, you have a dead man lying in the middle of the street and a scared kid who probably wants someone he can talk to right about now. I'm that guy, Kyler. I'm the one that can help you. But I have to know what really happened. I mean, road rage gone wrong, unfortunately, happens all the time, as opposed to what you described to me here, which has never happened ever. But I'll give you credit. You don't exactly strike me as the creative type, so either you have wonderfully exceeded your abilities, or you're plagiarizing some science fiction movie you saw on Netflix last night, which isn't exactly illegal, but it is frowned upon. So, how'd I do? Kyler dismissively shakes his head and looks away. I want a lawyer. Demanding legal counsel. I'd say I probably did pretty good. You told me when I came in here I had the right to remain silent and the right to a lawyer. You know how expensive lawyers are? I mean, a case like this could be hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe $1 million if you actually want to win. But you know how much the truth cost? Nothing. It's free. I want a lawyer. I want a body. Tell me where he is so I can tell his wife, so she can tell her kids, so they don't have to go to bed tonight thinking their dad's corpse is lying face down in some muddy country ditch somewhere. Either get me a lawyer or let me go. Look, we're past all this now, aren't we, Kyler? I mean, we're going to find the body regardless of your cooperation. Yeah, good luck with that. We don't need your luck. We know where and when the crash happened. We know when you called 911. We know your truck never left the scene of the accident. We can figure out how far a man of your size carrying a man of his size can walk, and then get back in time to make the 911 call that pinged off that cell phone tower. The detective illustrates this on a piece of paper, drawing an X and then a wide circle around the X. We then create a perimeter, and we walk every inch of that circle until we find the shallow grave you buried him in. Haynes shades in the circle until it's almost full. Then he makes another X in it where they find the hidden body. Haynes lifts up the drawing of the circle for Kyler's inspection. A circle? Kyler scoffs. A circle ain't the shape you gotta worry about. The door to the interrogation room opens, and inside steps the chief of police, Ryan Clark, and a casually dressed blonde woman with a not-so-casual air about her. She's attractive with the body of a fitness freak. Detective Haynes, you want to step out here with me for a minute? Haynes immediately stands in deference to the chief's unexpected presence. Chief Clark, hello, sir. This is my main person of interest here in today's disappearance and possible homicide. The woman, in her late 30s, impatiently clears her throat, and the chief takes the hint. Please, detective, in the hall. Who's she? I'm from the government, and I'm here to help, the woman says in a deadpan manner. If the Ronald Reagan fans, they'll get the joke about the 9 most terrifying words you'll ever hear. If not, who gives a flip? Just get your butt out of here, Barney, because this is my room now. Chief Clark doesn't get the joke, but he does know how important it is for them to vacate the room without revealing too much about his unannounced guest's role there. Look, this is federal jurisdiction now. Let's go, Doug. The feds for a road rage incident? Haynes smirks and looks down at Kyler. Geez, kid, who the hell did you kill? Kyler vehemently shakes his head. Clearly the presence of a federal agent, no matter how she was dressed, has him spooked. I didn't kill anyone, Kyler contends. Haynes sighs and steps away from the table, as if he had just hooked a big game fish, but then had to watch as a hungry shark swims along and snatches the hooked fish right off the line. Doesn't dress like FBI, Haynes notes with irritation. I'm not, the woman replies in a couldn't-care-less tone. Detective Haynes makes eye contact with her as he heads for the door. Well, whatever DC alphabet soup you are, good luck with him. He's crazier than a shithouse rat. The chief puts his hands on the detective's shoulder and guides him out of the room. Kyler looks up at the woman, who stares blankly back at him. She hasn't moved an inch since the 2 men left. She just stares patiently at him, waiting for him to react first. Kyler senses this and shakes his head as he turns away. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't ask. Kyler looks back at the woman. There's no accusation in her voice, no mind games bullshit behind her cool blue eyes. She knows he's no killer. Who are you? I mean, what part of the government are you with? She sits down with Kyler. I'll tell you, but I can't tell you. Understand? No. Kyler, do you know anyone that works for the CIA? No. That's right. You don't. We good? Kyler puts it together in his head and nods. I get it, yeah. So, this is serious, right? What I saw today? Serious enough to interrupt my family vacation and have me come in here and talk to you. I was the closest operative in any intelligence branch near here, hence my casual dress. I hope you don't mind. No, I don't care. She turns over the piece of paper the detective had been taking notes on, so that the blank side is now facing up. She slides the paper and pen over to Kyler. Can you draw me a picture of what you saw today? I can't draw. Well, just do the best you can. Anything, really. Kyler takes the pen and draws a rectangle and shades it in black. That's about it. A black rectangle. She studies the picture. What's the scale? Can you draw a person near it? Kyler draws a stick figure next to the rectangle. It was about the size of a door. How close did you get to it? As close as you are to me. Did you touch it? I didn't, but the other guy did. Dumb fucker. I don't think profanity is warranted here. Sorry. Did it hurt him? No, he said it felt good. Made his pain go away. Pain? From the accident. It felt so good putting his hand in the rectangle, he kept putting more and more of his body in until he just went all the way in. Then he never came back out. The whole rectangle just disappeared. Dude was gone. I didn't know what the hell to do, so I called the cops. I could have just driven away, but I didn't. And now they want to pin a murder rap on me. You believe that? Was the rectangle already there when you got to the scene? No, it just popped up in the middle of the road as I was driving. That's why I slammed on the brakes so fast and got rear-ended. You said it popped up. Did it come up from the ground? No, just out of thin air. It's like it started as a misty shadow, and a second later it got really dark really quick. So dark you couldn't see through it. But it wasn't solid. How do you know it wasn't solid? You said you didn't touch it. I didn't. No, I stayed the hell back when I saw that thing. I know what evil looks like, and that thing was evil. I tried to tell the other guy that. At first he didn't want to listen to me about anything. He only wanted to fight because of the accident. So I punched him in the nose, grabbed him in a bear hug, and carried him over so he could see the black rectangle for himself. And I put the hook in him. It calmed him down right away, so I let go of him. Tried to tell him not to go near the thing, but he just kept getting closer and closer. Then he touched it. His hand disappeared in the blackness, but he pulled it right back out. Wiggled his fingers, made sure everything worked, and then he stuck it right back in again. Over and over he kept doing this, each time sticking his arm in a little further. How many times did he put his arm in? I don't know, a dozen. Wanted me to do it and see how good it felt. No way. That's just how evil works. Evil always feels good. Look what it did to him. By the end, he was putting damn near his whole body in, but he always left something outside, a hand, a foot, something. But the last time, he went all the way in, and he was gone. Then the damn thing just went away. How did it go away? Describe it. It just faded away like a black smoke dissipating, just a lot quicker. How quick? About a second or two, if that. So you witnessed the whole event from beginning to end. From beginning to end, about 10 minutes, if that. Damnedest thing I've ever seen. And nothing came out of it. No objects, people. Nope. What noise did it make? Nothing that I can recall. Did you hear anyone talking through it? Russian, Chinese, Arabic, any other strange or unfamiliar languages? Just silence. I didn't even hear the other guy after he went in all the way. I yelled for him too. If he could have heard me, he would have heard me, believe it. Any music? No. Did you feel anything like a pulse or a beat? You know how some people have really loud car stereos and you can feel the bass hitting your chest? Mexicans. I'm sorry. Mexican gangbangers. They have those fucking cars. Sorry, I didn't mean to say the F word. Did you feel anything like that? From the gangbangers or this thing? This thing. Kyler scoffs and chides her. I told you, lady, it was silent. No noise. I understand these questions are repetitive. They have to be. You have experienced something very rare, and we need to learn all we can about it. We are trying to determine if America is under attack by a foreign power. Please, just bear with me, because every little detail, no matter how small or how seemingly insignificant, helps. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a jerk. What's your name, anyway? You can call me Agent Lopez. Kyler is thrown by the name. She didn't look like no Lopez, but, well, whatever. Oh, okay. Did it smell like anything? I don't think so. I don't remember anything, so I'm going to say no. What about heat or coldness? Could you feel a temperature difference the closer you got to it? No, nothing. Did you feel sick afterwards, like it had done something to you? Scared the shit out of me. I mean, still does. Did you feel nauseated, dizzy, experience any headaches? No, I just have some nerves from everything that happened. I mean, I was pretty messed up, but that's the way you should feel when you come face to face with evil. How do you feel now? Well, talking to you helps. Makes me feel better finally being listened to. Thank you. I mean, physically, how do you feel? Well, just normal outside of being scared. Have you taken any drugs, legally prescribed or over the counter in 24 hours? No. What about illegal drugs? You won't be charged. No drugs, no drinking. They did a blood test already. You can check it out. I did. You were clean. So why'd you ask me the question? I wanted to hear your answer. You could have also taken something after you took the drug test. I didn't. Very good. Well, I think we have everything I need for now. She takes a picture of Kyler's drawing and sends it to someone over her phone. She then stands and prepares to leave. Kyler, I'd like you to stay in custody with the local police for now. You're not under arrest and you have every right to leave. However, in the next few days, we may need immediate access to you. If there are any health risks from the exposure to what you witnessed today, then fast access to you could be the difference between life and death. Understand? Yeah, okay, but I'm okay for now. As far as we know, yes. We'd like you not to talk about this with anyone, especially the press. I never would. Bunch of liars, all they are. And I would advise you to turn off your phone and refrain from using any social media. She nods her appreciation and heads for the door. So you believe me, right? I mean, what do you think about all this, Agent Lopez? She stops and turns back to him. I'll tell you what I think, but I can't tell you what I think. Understand? Yeah. I think you're crazier than a shithouse rat. Now keep your fucking phone turned the fuck off.
Chapter 3, 2001. We got another one, Agent Arjun Bitra announced as he added another photograph to the wall of images. Most of the images were hand-drawn, usually from a simple ballpoint pen in either blue or black ink. There was a full-color sketch by someone with some obvious artistic ability, and there was even one drawn in crayon that a child had done. The others were actual photographs taken with cell phones or stills captured from black and white surveillance videos. The one thing all the dozens of images had in common was an ominous black rectangle anchored in the center. Agent Bitra continues to put up more of the pictures after the first in the conference room that was commandeered as a makeshift war room. The analysts that weren't studying the zone pictures on the wall were seated behind their laptops at a conference room table. Arjun continued, "We actually have 4 new ones, all photographs. This one was taken by a work-from-home mom. The object appeared in the front yard of her house in Grover's Mill, New Jersey. This next one was captured in the woods by hikers in Burkittsville, Maryland, and this third one was taken by a rancher in southeastern New Mexico. See any connections?" Bitra asked his fellow FBI analysts. They were a young group, late 20s, early 30s, and more diverse than other parts of the Bureau. They were led by Executive Assistant Director for the FBI Science and Technology Branch, Noah Godfrey. Godfrey, in his 50s, had seen a lot in his career at the FBI, but he was perplexed by the black rectangles as the rest of his staff was. Godfrey shook his head and offered, "They all seem typical of what we've been getting in all morning, completely random." Kate Roush studied the 3 photos that Arjun had just put up and then turned to him and asked, "I thought you said there were 4 new ones." "Oh, right." Agent Brinder remembered as he lifted up the remaining 4th photo in his hand and taped it to the wall. This 4th one was reported by a couple of horseback riders in Bluff Creek State Park in Northern California. It's particularly interesting because it captures an unknown object right before it walks into one of the black rectangles. The 4th photo is a still from the famous 1967 Bigfoot film, the one which has the lumbering Sasquatch glancing backward at the photographer before continuing on its merry way. The black rectangle has been placed right in front of Bigfoot as if the behemoth was going to step right into the zone. Assistant Director Godfrey and Agent Roush are not amused. "You think this is a joke, Agent Bitra?" Godfrey chides him. Arjun stands his ground. He had a purpose to what he was doing. "Look, if there's a joke here, I don't want it to be on us. I was able to fake all of these photos in less than 10 minutes just using Google Images and PowerPoint on my laptop. I mean, come on. Not one of you could figure this out before I put Sasquatch up there? Grover's Mill, New Jersey, Burkittsville, Maryland, southeastern New Mexico, War of the Worlds, the Blair Witch Project, Roswell. Godfrey motions to all the photos on the wall. I take it you think all this is a hoax. Yes, and if you're asking me to prove one of two things, you tell me which is more likely. All of a sudden, these doorways to another dimension of time and space are suddenly popping up randomly, or there's a group of individuals trying to pull off a hoax on the hashtag hungry conspiracy-loving public. I mean, maybe they have a book or a movie they want to promote, or maybe they're just doing this for fun, but I don't want the intelligence community to come out looking ridiculous. I mean, look at the effort that's been put into this so far already today. I think before this leaks out that we're taking these reports seriously, we have to think about the credibility of the intelligent community as a whole. Because the next time we try to stop a rogue nation or a bad actor, people are going to throw this right back at our faces. Black rectangles are going to be the new WMD. Godfrey contemplates Bitra's argument for a second, and then he shrugs. Well, maybe. Godfrey goes back to studying the wall of Zone photos. But you know what I think when I look at all these pictures? 2001. Kate uses this cue to jump into the discussion with her boss and Arjun. The Monolith. I actually checked with Warner Brothers to see if they were promoting a special release of the film for an anniversary. They reported no plans. I also checked 2001 fan sites. No chatter or grassroots efforts to try and bring attention to the movie either. Well, nothing out of the ordinary. But if you look at it, she points at several of the Zone photos. The corners on these rectangles are rounded. The ones on the monolith were sharp. Also, the monolith was solid. I mean, no one walked into a monolith. Thank you, Kate, for that, but I wasn't talking about the movie 2001. The book? Kate asks. No, not the book either, answers Godfrey. The year 2001. More specifically, September 11th, 2001. You don't know how much that day changed us, the intelligence community. These reports are coming in from all over the spectrum. NSA, Army, Navy, local, state. I mean, this one over here from Alabama was sent in by a CIA agent. What the hell is the CIA doing in Alabama? Arjun asked Godfrey. Field agent was on vacation and was called in to do the interview. Said the witness was credible and the odds of them making the story up were highly unlikely. In the old days, the CIA never would have shared anything with anybody, and honestly, neither would we. We were all siloed off, which made it hard to connect dots that were from Saudi Arabia and were taking flying lessons, dots that while learning how to take off and fly planes, didn't seem all that interested in actually landing them. So, after 9/11, when a bunch of dots start popping up on someone's radar screen, we share that information to see if maybe those dots are popping up on someone else's screen, no matter how weird or strange. Agents, these black rectangles are our dots. We have to connect them. I mean, maybe it's a joke or a hoax. And if I had to bet money, that's where I'd bet it, 100%. But until we know, we don't know. And we have to take this seriously. Lee Kingsley stands up energetically from behind her laptop at the table, like Eggo waffles popping up from a toaster to announce, I've completed a basic analysis of the 48 incidents that have been reported. Well, let's hear it, Godfrey says. Lee uses her hands when she speaks, almost as if she was conducting an invisible orchestra. For the 48 incidents, 17 have involved people actually making contact with the object. Of the 17 incidents where contact was made, there was a disappearance reported in all 17. Kate jumps in. So these things are traps? I mean, you touch it and it sucks you in? Well, yes and no, Lee continues. The reports are that people that disappeared into the zones went in on their own free will. Every single one. However, the reports also state that contact with the black rectangle produces a good feeling. Some even describe it as a euphoric high on par with taking an opiate. So while there's no physical constraint forcing people into these things, you could argue that the euphoric high works as a lure to get people to walk in on their own accord. Arjun interrupts. How do we know what it makes people feel like if all the people have disappeared inside these things? Lee explains. There were other witnesses at the 17 incidents. They heard the description of what it felt like, and some even touched it themselves, but the rectangle disappeared before they could either go in, or they got spooked enough seeing the other people disappear that they kept their distance until it went away. Godfrey asks, so what happens if one of these things pops up and there's no one around? I mean, no other witnesses, and that person goes in and disappears. Lee shrugs. It would probably go unreported until people start noticing that person isn't around anymore and figure out they're missing. Godfrey gestures to the wall of photos. So these 48 incidents are just a fraction of what could have occurred so far. Yes, that's accurate, Lee responds. Kate suggests, I think we should be monitoring any recent reports of missing persons, see if there are any unusual rises in the normal disappearance rate. Arjun, taking the rectangles much more seriously now, asks Godfrey, is this us? I mean, some black ops project run amok and gone off the reservation? Godfrey shakes his head. Homeland Security and the Pentagon both say no. Arjun then asks, well, if this isn't us, then who else could do this? Godfrey responds, the chatter we've been intercepting from the Russians, Chinese, North Koreans, and Iranians all think we're the ones doing it. But that could be a cover because they know we're most likely listening. Arjun asks, what's the Air Force say? Has anyone sent up any birds recently? Kate has this covered. Strategic Air Command says no. Last covert satellite launch was by the Chinese 14 months ago. Everything else has been public knowledge. Arjun keeps pushing. Okay, well, what about a tech company? I mean, is this something Apple or Google could have done on their own? Lee takes this one. Maybe, but it's doubtful. I mean, we have sources on the inside of all the industry leaders, and we know most everything they're working on. Unless this is some guy in his garage who got lucky splitting the new atom, we would have gotten wind of it. Arjun feels renewed in his confidence in his original pronouncement. So, it is a hoax. I mean, what else could explain this? Kate offers, maybe it's a naturally occurring phenomenon. I mean, what do you think early man thought of when he saw lightning for the first time, or a tornado, or a rainbow? Arjun contends. Then how come these rectangles have never been reported before? Ever? I mean, what's changed in recent days? Lee adds, maybe it's climate change related. Godfrey takes control again of the discussion, as no clear answers seem in sight. At this point, it's as unlikely or likely as anything. The reality is, we're not going to get any real answers until we are on scene with one of these objects. We need a rapid deployment force set up all over the country, a joint military science operation, get CDC on board. We need to be able to be anywhere in the country in 30 minutes or less. If Domino's can do it, so can we. Kate counters, great, let's get tens of thousands involved. That'll keep things secret for about 15 seconds. Lee comments, well, once Joe iPhone puts one of these objects on Facebook or Instagram, the secret's going to be out anyway. Godfrey turns to Lee. How long would it take for this to go viral? Lee thinks for a second. No, something like this. It's weird. So maybe a few days, being shared amongst friends with average social network circles. Then it would probably bounce to an influence maker and, who knows, right link on the right website. It could be a #1 trend in 24 hours. Maybe 12 if it's a slow news day. Even then, you'd probably need the mainstream media to legitimize it, and we could always get help in that arena if we need it from our own people on the planet on the inside. They can always slow it down and diffuse it as much as they can. Godfrey steps to the head of the conference room to address them all. There's another director-level conference call in 2 hours. We need our best assessment by then. I want every witness background analyzed. Find any links you can with them. Everyone that has disappeared, I want them checked out. See if there's any electric footprint after their disappearance, ATM withdrawal, cell phone ping, social media activity, anything. If this is a hoax, we can find that out. And if it's not, we need to give our best take on the situation in 120 minutes. Because the same conversation we're having is happening all over the globe in Russian, Chinese, and Farsi. And whoever figures out these black rectangles first may end up with a leg up on the rest of humanity. And God help us if that first place trophy goes to some mullah in Tehran. In the meantime, I'm going to make an immediate recommendation for a rapid deployment force. Special forces only. We need people that can keep secrets. I mean, maybe we can't be everywhere, but if we can get 10, 20 teams together, they can cover a hell of a lot of ground with helos and Osprey. Lee warns, well, you may want to take the SR-71 out of retirement because these incidents average about 3 to 8 minutes. I mean, the longest one we have on record is 12 minutes. I mean, by the time someone reports it and that report hits our screens, it'll probably be long gone by the time we get someone on scene. Godfrey is adamant. We have to try. If 9/11 taught us anything, it's that. We have to try to connect these dots. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. Who's to say one of these rectangles won't pop up in the middle of Fort Bragg with a bunch of Green Berets, or on Coronado with SEAL Team 6? I mean, imagine those hardcore bastards coming in hot through one of these babies. Chapter 4. Black Hole. I fell off the space station, Heather cries out as she runs to Miss Nancy, who is sitting on a bench monitoring the playground at the daycare center. There was barely a scratch on the 4-year-old's knee, but Miss Nancy put down her daily report she was filling out and took Heather's boo-boo as seriously as if she was working the ER. Here, let me see. Where does it hurt? Heather pointed her tiny finger at her kneecap, the pain so intolerable the poor child was unable to produce words. Miss Nancy grabs a wipe and cleans off Heather's scraped kneecap. Will a space Band-Aid make it feel better? Heather nods her head. Perhaps there was hope after all. What was your space mission? Miss Nancy asks as she applies the Band-Aid. Heather inspects the newly administered space Band-Aid and finally decides that she will live. We were exploring the black hole. Oh, that sounds exciting. Tell me about it. It's big and black, and what else? It's shaped like a rectangle. A rectangle? That's right. Well, I think a black hole is supposed to look more like a circle or a whirlpool. Do you ever watch the water going down the drain when you take a tubby? Yes, it goes like this. Heather twirls her finger around and downward as if the water was disappearing down the drain. That's right. So that's what a black hole would look like. Well, this one's a rectangle. It looks like a door. That's why Ryan and Thomas went in. But I'm scared to go in. Why? Because it's dark. Well, you can't go through life being scared. You can't let boys be the only space explorers. You show them what you can do too. Will you go with me? I'll be over in a minute. I'm just finishing up my reports. Will it hurt when I go in? No. Here, I'll give you a special spacesuit that'll protect you from the black hole. Miss Nancy pretends to put a spacesuit on Heather. And here's your helmet, Miss Nancy declares as she places the imaginary spherical helmet on Heather's head. Go on, show those boys what you can do. Okay. Heather runs back over behind the play structure, and Miss Nancy goes back to the reports. Each report was handwritten, but they basically all said the same thing. Every time a new teacher started at the daycare center, they always asked the same thing. Why don't we just photocopy the daily reports and handwrite a few specific notes for each child? Well, that just wasn't how it was done. Each one was written by hand. It let the parents know there was a real person watching their child that day. Not a copying machine, not an email, not a text, a living, breathing, caring human being. Nancy had managed to complete 3 more reports after Heather's interruption, but then she heard it, or didn't hear it more appropriately. There was silence. Complete silence on the playground. Silence on the playground was never a good thing. It usually meant that someone got hurt or the kids had discovered another garter snake or a praying mantis. As Nancy stood up from the bench she had been sitting on, she kept waiting for the inevitable cries for her to attend to a bumped head or another scraped knee. But the silence continued. 10 kids are not this quiet, ever. Where were they? They were usually all running around. Sometimes they would be clustered in group play together, or if someone was hurt, they would naturally form a support circle around that injured child. But there was always at least one frightened kiddo that would run to her for help. Not this time, though. Miss Nancy finally walked around the play structure, and before her stood one of the black rectangles. Only one child was in plain view. Little Michael Connor stood near the black rectangle. Michael, where is everyone? Michael pointed to the black rectangle. They all went in the black hole. What was this thing? At first she thought it could have been an art project one of the other teachers had been working on and left outside, but this wasn't anything any of them could have produced. It was as if someone cut a hole out of reality, and it was just an unreal sight, and she just had trouble processing it, especially with the onsetting panic of knowing that where 9 of the children entrusted in her care were. What was Michael saying? How could the children have gone in this thing? There was no depth to it. As she walked behind the black rectangle, it appeared to be no thicker than an inch or so. Kids, where are you? She cried out as she looked around the fenced-in playground in a panic. The fence gate was locked, so she would have heard 9 kids climbing over the chain-linked fence. Heck, she would have heard one kid clanking and rattling their way over the fence as they tried to make their escape. Kids, come out here right now. I'll get them for you, Miss Nancy, Michael volunteered as he ran toward the black rectangle. No, stay away from it, Michael. She reached for him, but it was too late. Always eager to help, Michael ran swiftly into the black rectangle and disappeared into the darkness. "Michael, no! Come back! All of you, come back out of there!" Miss Nancy reached her hand in the black rectangle. She felt a warm buzz go up her arm and feed into her brain. Surprisingly, it felt good. So good, she almost forgot about the children for an instant. She yanked her arm back out when she didn't feel any of the kids. She had no idea what she was facing in this blackness before her. She could run into it after the kids, but if she disappeared, who would be left behind to say what had happened? No, she had to call 911. She had no idea what this thing was, but let the emergency workers figure that out and how best to get the children out of there. "Kids, I'm calling the police and rescue workers. They'll get you out." She looked down to dial her phone, but when she looked back up, the rectangle was gone. What? No. The phone was ringing, waiting for someone to answer on the other end. She felt the air. There was nothing there. No blackness, no warm, inviting feeling. Only the cold reality of nothing. "No, no, no." The phone finally answered. 911, what's your emergency?
Chapter 5, Barn Find. Sheriff Buck Harper's Dodge Charger pulled onto the Tolan farm slowly, mostly to avoid small animals that might be scurrying about, but it was also just better to go in slowly on calls. Be ready for anything. Out to greet the sheriff was Jake Tolan. In a past life, Jake had been a rock and roll wannabe, but he gave up his dreams of stardom when his father died and left him the family farm. In the 90s, Jake had reinvented the farm as an all-organic, free-range, cruelty-free endeavor that seemed to appeal to the growing conscious consumer the small town had been attracting over the years. Jake didn't look too happy to see the officer, which was odd because Jake had been the one to call him out there in the first place. Then again, Jake was never a big fan of the police, suspicious to the core of authority and the government in general. "Sheriff? Jake? Just you? Where's Rob?" He got a domestic. In the fall, Jake would put on a rock and roll pumpkin patch. He'd sell pumpkins and put on a rock and roll show with his band. It was fairly popular with the locals, who would come out to the show dressed in costumes. Jake would hire Deputy Rob Sebastian on his off-duty hours to work as a safety and security officer for the event. The two had developed, if not a friendship, at least an understanding. "I said to send Rob." "Well, you got me. What'd they take?" "Nothing." "They broke in and they didn't take anything. Didn't you catch them in the act?" "Nobody broke in. God damn it, I really wanted them to send Rob." "Did I just waste my time driving out here? Do you know it's a crime to knowingly falsify a police report?" "It isn't fake. So what's the crime if it isn't a robbery?" "No crime exactly. Maybe kidnapping. It's about those kids that disappeared out of that daycare center." "In Oregon? I might know something about that, but just send Rob and I'll show him." "How would you know anything about those missing kids?" "I'll tell Rob. You'll tell me." "All right, but you gotta promise you and I are the only ones that are gonna take care of this. Don't tell anyone else. I don't want a lot of people snooping around my property going through all my stuff." "Like on your computer? A lot of missing kids turn up on child porn. Is that how you know about those missing kids?" Jake twisted his face in anger and disgust. "How the hell can you ask me a question like that? See, this is why I wanted Rob out here. I mean, I want to help, but I don't want to be asked a bunch of crazy questions like that. And I don't want a government over here coming in and taking over my farm." "Tell me what you know about those kids, Jake, or I'll call the FBI and you can tell them instead of me." "That teacher they arrested. She said she saw a weird black rectangle take the kids." "Teacher's crazy." "Maybe not. I've seen one of those rectangles." "Where?" "On my farm, near the barn." "That's funny, considering those are fake as hell. I've seen the photos debunked on the news." "No, they're real. At least this one is." "Jake, what angle are you trying to play here, man? You want to set up another rock and roll pumpkin patch show or something? You think you can file a false police report and get a bunch of tourists out here to the farm investigating? All the while, all those gullible suckers are out here, you're just happening to sell them some overpriced cucumbers and summer squash? It ain't a false report, Sheriff." "Okay, let's do this. When did you first notice one of these rectangles?" "I saw it about 3 days ago." "How long did it stay before it disappeared?" "It hasn't. It's there right now." Sheriff Harper looked up. "Bullshit.
You want bullshit? Grab a shovel. I got a pen you can clean out. You want one of those rectangles? It's right there behind the barn. Show me. This way, but be careful. Don't get too close. They turned the corner, and there, beside the barn, is a black rectangle. That's just, well, you could have done that with how are you doing this? I'm not doing it. What the hell is that thing? Been asking that for 3 days straight now. I was hoping it would just go away like it came in and no one would know about it. But then I heard this story about those kids. I yelled in it for the missing kids to come out, but nothing happened. I'm going to have to call for backup. No, don't. I told you, I want you and I to handle this. Look, FBI put out an alert to notify them of anything related to this case, no matter what, even if it was one of these phony rectangle reports. Don't do it. They're going to take over my farm. I know how this works. Look, we don't know what they're going to do, but I have to report this. My hands are tied. Well, I got a problem here. I grow a lot of pot out here, okay? I just don't want to get arrested. Look, if this thing provides any clues on how we can get those kids back, I don't think you have to worry about being arrested for a little bit of marijuana. Do I have your word on that? Because it might be more than a little bit. Look, I'll do what I can. That's all I can promise. But for crying out loud, pot is legal to buy here now. Why are you growing it on your own? Because I live on a freaking farm. Chapter 6, 87. Sheriff Buck Harper's report was the 87th recorded domestic incident involving the black rectangles. The 69th report had been the most infamous so far. That was the missing children at the daycare center. No one believed the daycare worker's story about the black rectangles. No one except for the intelligence agencies that had also taken her into custody to assist with the investigation. The missing kids had put pressure on the government and the intel community to get to the bottom of what was going on. The black rectangle reports were just starting to show up on conspiracy websites, mostly because of the publicity involving the daycare workers' initial 9/11 call. However, a cover story of the teacher being admitted into a mental health facility helped steer the story toward the direction of the rantings of an insane lunatic who, under their watch, 10 kids had suddenly gone missing. Amongst the skeptical general public, there was no great clamoring for answers on the black rectangles. If anything, there were calls to torture the poor teacher until she confessed to what really happened to the children. That was another reason she was taken into custody, for her own safety. Soon all the first-person witnesses of all 87 events were rounded up for safekeeping in federal custody. They were told their help was needed in trying to rescue the 10 children that had gone missing, as well as rescue the other people that had disappeared into the black rectangles. Since most of the witnesses had lost someone they knew or loved to the zones, they were more than willing to cooperate. But there were a few that were a little nervous about being sequestered by the feds. By containing the witnesses, the government was able to keep some control over the news of the zones, which bought them some time to try and get a better understanding of the black rectangles, especially now that they had one in their control. Within 8 minutes of getting the alert of the active zone, the Black Hawk with the SEALs on board was wheels up and headed to the farm. Jake's initiative fears of a government seizure of his farm turned out to be prescient. A whole federal village would soon be mobilized to take control of the farm, but it started with the lone bird of special operators. The Black Hawk landed 27 minutes after the first report came in, and the SEALs had the immediate area secured. Jake was taken into custody, the fields of the marijuana providing enough of an excuse for Jake's arrest and subsequent federal occupation of the farm. Local law enforcement was used to block all roads leading to the farm. They wanted local faces to be the first contact the public would make if they ventured too close to the farm now. Anyone that got past the local cops were greeted by a roving patrols of Army Rangers assigned to protect the perimeter of the farm. The immediate airspace over the farm was quarantined, and snipers were on the lookout for aerial drones that might be sent in by desperate people eager for a peek. As the area was secured, the necessary science teams were brought in to evaluate the zone. News of a major drug bust spread throughout town. It helped explain the constant helicopter traffic, unusual for this area.
The helicopters were all painted with bright yellow DEA initials on their underbellies and sides to keep rumors of the mission being anything other than a drug enforcement agency pop bust to a minimum. Mobile trailers, too, were marked DEA so that anyone seeing them being hauled to the farm wouldn't be too curious about what was going on. There were 6 levels to Zone Site 1. The first was the public zone, which was basically the rest of the world outside of the farm. The government was in overdrive to try and dampen the black rectangle story in the public zone. Stories were planted that the daycare worker had searched crazy fringe websites, and that's how she came up with her excuse for the missing children. Of course, the fringe websites were all run by the government, just for these types of purposes and disinformation assignments. The second zone, the barrier zone, was for local law enforcement. The local cops and state police were only told what they needed to know to keep the public out of the immediate area. The third zone was the security zone. Troops, security forces, and support staff were brought in to keep the secret mission fed, housed in intense and temporary structures. There were 1,200 soldiers stationed in the security zone, just in case something hostile actually came out of the zone. The 1,200 soldiers were affectionately called the speed bump, knowing they would probably do nothing to stop the advancing menace that might emerge from the zone, but perhaps they could at least slow it down just for a bit. At nearby Fort McDill, another 15,000 troops were being mobilized on a drill, but told nothing about the black rectangles. If you were in the security zone, you weren't supposed to talk about why you were in the third level zone. You were there, you kept your mouth shut, and you awaited orders. And the fourth zone, the classified zone, that's all you talked about. The classified zone was packed with the science, military, and intelligence teams tasked with trying to figure out the nature of the zone. They had talked a lot, but had figured out little. The fifth zone was called the quarantine zone. It was a heavily patrolled buffer zone to make sure no one or nothing went to or from the final zone that wasn't supposed to. The final zone was the zone itself, the zone zone. It supplied access to the black rectangle. A security fence was erected around the zone, but scientists cautioned against having it fully contained, as it might cause the zone to disappear like the others. Instead, it was covered with a high-tech shielded canopy to give protection from the weather and elements, as well as passing satellites and drones. The SEALs that initially took control of the zone were still providing the immediate security in the zone. If something hostile came out, whatever it was, they would be greeted warmly by the SEALs and their safeties-off M4 rifles. The scientists had placed some monitoring equipment in the immediate area, but the equipment's readings all came back normal, as if the zone wasn't even there at all. No one knew how long the zone would be there, so there was a real debate on how aggressive the investigation should be. Some wanted to be cautious as possible, taking baby steps. Others wanted to storm the SEALs in immediately, knowing they might only have one chance to rescue the 10 kids and any other people who had disappeared into the zone. The zone had stayed constant through all the activity. No outward change in its appearance was detected. It was just there, silent, still, challenging all to a staring contest in which it refused to blink. It was decided a series of probes would be inserted into the zone to get as much information as possible, but it was as if they were inserting the probes into thin air. There were no measurable changes from the outside of the zone to the inside of the zone. Then they found no matter what the length of the probe they stuck in the zone, there was never any end to it. 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. The probes never hit any walls, and there were no changes in temperature, air quality, radiation, or moisture in the zone. One strange thing that did happen was when they sent cameras in, there was no audio or video. It was just pitch black and complete silence. No matter the lens or filter, infrared, heat, night vision, nothing was visible. A complete void. Something was there, but then again, it wasn't. They couldn't take a sample of the zone because there wasn't anything to take a sample of. It was like trying to take a sample of a shadow. They sent animals in, but they came right out after being forced in. They didn't seem to be in any kind of pain once they went in the zone, just sort of bored. The animals' brains didn't trigger the same dopamine release that the human brains did. When it came to the human test, they decided to go with a scientist rather than a civilian test patient. A scientist would better understand what was happening to the body on a scientific level, and it also provided less of a security risk than a civilian volunteer.
The human tests were restricted to only partial zone entries, no full immersions. Dr. Roger Collins volunteered himself to be the first test subject. He had the least seniority on the team, so he knew his impact in his regular role would be limited. By being the test subject, he would have a much higher profile on the team. But it did carry some risks and drawbacks. For example, Roger was barred from any classified information from that point forward, for fear that his mind could be read by whoever was controlling the zones. And of course, there was the clause on the agreement that he had to sign with the government in order to become the test subject that he would not hold the government responsible for his death if the zone caused it, or hold them responsible for any ill effects to his health caused by the zone. Roger would sign anything at that point to touch the zone. It was his date with destiny. Do this right, and he could guarantee at least a footnote in American history. Do it really right, and he could save the lives of 10 scared kids trapped in the zone. Roger's fit body was fastened with every sort of monitoring device you could imagine. At first, the tests were a series of brief touches with his hand. Just like the witness accounts, Roger reported the euphoric high of contact. This was backed up by test results that showed his brain was activating and releasing increasing levels of dopamine. It was curious, the same dopamine release was not detected in the brains of the animal test subjects, only the human brains. Therefore, it stood to reason the zone knew the difference between the types of brains and was only interested in the brains of the humans. Roger was always fitted with a restraining harness to prevent him from going all the way in the zone and disappearing for good. But after a few days of not making any new progress or discoveries, Roger felt the restraining harness was holding their research back from any new breakthroughs. The cold, hard reality was that they needed to do more than just touch the zone, much more. "Let me go all the way in," Roger asked the Zone Site 1 science team leader, Dr. Martin Brandt. "No, out of the question," the gray-bearded Dr. Brandt replied without a moment's hesitation. Roger pressed his case. "Dr. Brandt, we don't know how long the zone will be here. We have to take this chance." "Roger, no, you're too valuable to the team to lose you for good. Believe me, it was discussed and dismissed to a person. I wasn't brought in on these discussions. My opinion is I go. I'm sorry, but we can't consider your opinion in this matter." "Oh, is this an Ivy League thing?" "It's an ethical thing. But I'm volunteering for it." "That doesn't matter. You've been compromised." "How so?" "You've experienced the zone. It's like asking a heroin user if he wants to volunteer to keep taking heroin." "I'm not addicted," protested Roger. "And that's just what an addict would say. Listen, no one has ever come out of a full immersion of a zone. As far as we can tell, there's nothing in there, a complete void. Sending someone in there, with what we know at this point, would be murder. Someone at this point has to go in. I know that. The team knows that. We've been discussing candidates." "Who?" "We did a search for terminally ill patients in the VA system. We have 17 potentials, but we have someone we think is our prime choice." Dr. Brandt pulled a file from his desk in the mobile unit and handed it to Roger. Roger opened the file, which started with the service photo of an African-American Army captain. He was diagnosed with an aggressive pancreatic cancer. Retired Army captain, divorced, no children, given 3 months to live. He recently attempted suicide with an overdose of sleeping pills, but was discovered in time to be revived. He's currently under VA psychiatric care. Roger nods affirmatively. "Well, he checks off a lot of boxes." "You're right. Sounds like our guy. You think we can recruit him?" Dr. Brandt looks up at Roger with a hopeful stare. "Well, I certainly know you'll try your best." Chapter 7. Our Guy. The door to Captain John Murphy's room opened, and Murphy, frail and ill, looked up from his tray of food to see Roger in a jacket and tie standing there. At first, Roger thought he had entered the wrong room. Roger had studied the picture of Captain Murphy from the peak of his Army service. His handsome African-American features in the photo were brought out even stronger by his crisp officer's uniform. His chest was pumped out proudly in the photo, decorated with service ribbons to spare. This was a photo of a man not to be taken lightly. The man that turned to look at Roger in the hospital looked tired and scared. Murphy had lost so much weight and was dressed in a t-shirt and warm-up pants. His unshaven, gaunt face was almost unrecognizable from the service photo. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your meal, Captain Murphy." Murphy waved him into the room. "You ain't interrupted much. Come on in. They told me you were coming today."
Murphy reached out and offered a weak handshake, the energy having left his body weeks ago. Roger took a seat in a nearby chair. So you don't mind if we talk while you eat? Who's eating? Murphy replied as he put the untouched tray of food aside. Look, I respect what you do, but you're wasting your time here. How so? Roger asked. I ain't crazy, and I'm not suicidal. I'm a pragmatist. I did what I did because it was the best option. Look at me as yourself. Let's say you were stuck in a room and you couldn't get out, and this room just happened to be on fire with no way of extinguishing it. Now, beside you, on the table, is a Glock 9, loaded, ready to go. What would you do? Sit there and slowly burn to death, or end it quick with one shot? I'd kill myself with the gun, Roger freely admitted. Great. So, do you see any reason why we both have to waste our afternoons doing this pointless psych eval? No, I don't, but I'm not a psychologist. That was a cover to get me in your room. Who are you, then? I'm with the Defense Intelligence Agency. A spook? Hardly. I'm a scientist. What's DI want with me? I have a mission for you. This a joke? You part of some fairy tale land technique to try and get me to want to live again? No, this fairy tale is for real. And it ain't the Disney version. This is the old school, European fairy tale time, where there is no happy ending. You know the story out of Oregon where those daycare kids went missing? Sure, daycare worker went crazy and killed them or something. No, she didn't. Well, they find those kids? Are they alive? No, they're still missing. How are you feeling physically? Not good, but you can walk around. Hey, what is this about? Would you want to try and find those missing kids? Of course, who wouldn't? What the hell am I going to do for you? It's classified. I'd have to brief you in a secure location. I have a mobile skiff outside if you want to talk further. I just need to know if you're really interested and if you honestly want to die. Look, I don't want to die. Who does? But if I'm going to die, I'm going to go out on my terms. If I could fight this thing, I would, but I can't. I've lived my life. I've made peace with the world, and no one needs me anymore. I need you, your country needs you, and those kids need you. I can't guarantee you anything. We want to send you somewhere no one has returned from, and it could be 1,000 times more painful than what you're going through right now. I just don't know. Look at me. I can barely eat a meal. Jacked up on OxyContin most of the day, exhausted because I can't sleep at night. Right now, all I need is someone that can walk through a door. After that, I have no idea. You could die that instant, or you could be the hero that helps save the lives of those kids and about 20 other lost souls. Murphy shakes his head. This guy is too much. Friend, I think you're the one that needs the psych evaluation. Roger shrugs. Oh, so it's a no? Look, I have a plan, okay? I think I'll stick to that. Understood. Thank you for your time and your service, soldier. Godspeed, Captain. There were 16 other candidates behind Murphy. Roger had no time to play the reluctant hero game with anyone. Roger got up and left the room, leaving Captain Murphy to face his unappetizing tray of food alone. Roger was halfway down the hallway when he heard the captain shout from the open door. For the first time, Roger felt as if he was hearing the strong, forceful captain he had studied in Murphy's profile folder. Hey, Doc! He looked back and saw Captain Murphy supporting himself in the doorway. Murphy removed his hands from the frame and walked through the doorway. There was a hint of a fatigued grimace of pain, but it was overshadowed by pride and a sense of duty. How was that? Asked Murphy. Perfect. All right, then. Let's kill me. A short while later, the two new friends were in the back of a black SUV headed towards Zone Site 1. Captain Murphy was back in uniform and staring at top-secret photos of the zone. What do you want to eat? Roger asks him. Not hungry, really, Murphy responds. I feel like you should be entitled to a last meal. Anything you want. I'll do what I can to make it happen. Filet mignon and a loaded baked potato. But small portions. No sense in letting it go to waste. How do you like your steak cooked? Medium rare. All right, we're on it. Will I have to pay for it if I back out at the last second? No. Good. Then throw a lobster tail in there, too. Are you having second thoughts? Murphy looked down at the photos of the zone they had provided him with. I just get a funny feeling I'm walking into a human bug zapper. Well, you may be. We just don't know. But if it's any comfort, I've touched the zone and lived. How'd it feel? Honestly, amazing. Direct contact with the zone triggers a massive dopamine release in the brain. We think it's a possible lure to entice people to go all the way in the zone, like the way a pitcher plant uses nectar to lure in bugs. Bug thinks it's getting a treat, then falls down into a pool of liquid inside the plant where it's dissolved and absorbed. So you're saying I could be going into this thing and getting eaten alive? Look, I've been upfront with you the whole time. We don't know what happens when someone goes in, all the way in. We just know they don't come out. So what's the mission plan from here going forward? Well, things are going to be a bit of a rush. There's going to be some legal papers you're going to need to sign, talk to some lawyers. Once all that's done, you're an official member of the team. We're going to rig you up with monitors, and we'll track your vital signs as we slowly introduce you to the zone. We'll start with brief touches so you can get a feel for it, but then move forward to full immersion. Can you breathe in there? I was able to, but I wasn't fully immersed either. Here are the pictures and profiles of the 32 victims that have gone into the zone and have not come back. The kids are the most high-profile ones. Look, I know you don't have much time, but try and remember some of their names and faces. You can take the folder in with you in your backpack, but again, we don't know what kind of environment you'll be operating in, so the more you have in your head, the better. Well, what happens if I go in there and I never come out? Am I just going to be lost in some classified government file stored in a warehouse for things that never happen? If you don't have any other burial plans, we'd like to give you full honors at Arlington, even if there's no body. As far as I'm concerned, what you're doing now is as meritorious as any Medal of Honor winner. I'll do my best to make sure that this is recognized. Well, they only give out Medal of Honors when we're at war. Well, who says we're not? Well, then again, I could make it out of there alive, right? You could. Yeah, but what the hell good would that do to me now? I just need to know one thing, and be honest with me. This paperwork, is there a lot of it? It's going to be brutal. The U.S. government is essentially sending you to your death. They want to cross their T's and dot their I's on this one. Speaking of, anybody you want to say goodbye to, we can't exactly broadcast what you're doing, but we can connect you for any final farewells, so to speak. Nah, there's no one. Maybe my landlord. She's going to want to know where the rent is. Well, you can thank her for having me here today. Little Vietnamese lady, feisty as all get out. Nosy, too. I didn't want to make a mess of the apartment with a gun, so I used pills. A lot of good that did me. She's the one that found me. Wanted to complain why the trash cans didn't get taken back off the street. If you do think of someone you want to say goodbye to or leave a message for, let me know. Things are going to move pretty fast once they process your paperwork. The zone could go away at any second, so we want to make sure we get you in there ASAP. Fine by me. It's amazing how nice people treat you when they want you to kill yourselves for them. The looks of admiration, the pats on the back, the handshakes, even a few autographs. The paperwork was still a pain in the ass, but the few bites he could muster of his last meal were tasty. Next, the medical staff got to have their fun. A bunch of rushed exams to get Murphy's most up-to-date stats before 0 hour. Some of the staff was concerned about his rapid heart rate caused by the cancer, but there wasn't much they could do about that now. Then the monitoring systems were attached. A wireless chip system was implanted beneath his skin. It would monitor and transmit everything, breathing, heart rate, whatever they could monitor, they did. He was equipped with a body cam, not that they'd had much luck getting any audio or video transmitted out of the zone. It all reminded Captain Murphy of seeing the video of astronauts being prepared by NASA for liftoff. It had always been a dream of Captain Murphy to be an astronaut. He didn't have the right stuff to get in the program when he was young, and now he didn't have the cash to hop on one of the private sector space tourist flights to catch a little bit of black sky in 0G. But now, for all he knew, he was going into space. He was certainly going into an unknown darkness, and what the hell was space if it wasn't that? After all the prep was finished, Captain Murphy was finally reunited with Roger. He had only known the man for a few hours, but it was like seeing an old friend again after years apart. So much had happened. But now was when the fun was really going to start. Roger was there to escort Captain Murphy from the classified zone through the quarantine zone to the top-level zone, which was now nicknamed ZZ Top. As they waited at the final gate in the quarantine zone, Roger held the captain up. "This is it, friend. Your last private moment before we go on stage. Once we go through these doors, everything on ZZ Top is recorded and broadcast on closed circuit to intel groups across the world. This is the last chance for any privacy you're going to get. Do you have anything you want to say or write or listen to?" They let me listen to Marvin, Marley, and Michael while they prepped me. Not a bad way to go out. Well, if you're good, we can go. Roger started to move, but Murphy reached out and held Roger back now. "Hey, listen. I did the best I could. I should have done better, but I didn't. But I could have done a hell of a lot worse." Roger nodded sincerely at Murphy's final thoughts. "Understood. Do you want me to tell someone that for you?" "No, just to tree falling in the woods, wanting to be heard one last time. Well, it was heard. Now, I do have something I want to tell you before we go in there. Murphy waves him off. I don't want to hear any hero bullshit. It's not. I know they're going to give you your official communication protocols and codes, but I want to have a secret signal just between you and me. Something simple yet distinctive so it won't be missed. Like a code word? Well, code letter. I don't know how hard it will be for you to communicate from the other side. So far, no one else has been able to. It may be impossible, but if there's a way for you to send a signal, send a X if you're in trouble, if it's really bad in there. But if you're safe, in a good place, but you just can't get out, send back a Z. X if it's bad, Z if it's good. Well, that could be up to some interpretation, my friend. Well, bottom line is this. If I look up on my fogged up bathroom mirror or on my computer screen, and suddenly I see the letter Z has mysteriously appeared for no reason at all, that means, all things considered, it would be okay for me to enter a zone. I may not be able to get out, but I'd like what I'd find in there. If I don't come out of this thing, I hope I'm sending you that Z real soon. The two get moving again. Oh, and Murphy, another thing. You are that hero bullshit. Own it when we go in there. A lot of good people are going to feel like they killed a man today. Make it easy for them. I'll try, but just remind them, you can't kill a dead man. Roger swipes his ID and the gates open, giving them access to the zone. The two then walk through the security and staff gathered there to see Captain Murphy off. There wasn't the handshaking and backslapping as there had been before in previous zones. No, these select few were there with a job to do. They also had in their work area the constant reminder of why they were there in the first place, the zone. Roger motioned to the zone, as if it wasn't obvious to Murphy the second he passed through the security gate. Black, rectangular, curved corners, silent, still. Normally Murphy thought black was beautiful. Not in this instance. The zone truly looked like a doorway to death, and soon he would be stepping through it. It wasn't scary in an over-the-top horror movie kind of way. No, the zone had a cold indifference to it. Stay the hell away or come right in and die. I don't really care what you do. Captain Murphy had seen death staring back at him before. There were 3 times he should have been killed in the army and lived to tell about it. Lived for what? So 10 years later he could be shown the MRI images of the tumors in his pancreas, so embedded in his vital organs that there was no hope for him? He had survived 3 encounters with death by the skin of his teeth, only to have his own body turn around and say, "Screw you, I'm taking your ass out." His own damn body. How do you like that for loyalty? The first series of tests conducted were duplicates of what Roger had done. Initially, just the fingers and hand were inserted into the zone, and then gradually more and more of Captain Murphy's body until it was near complete insertion. Murphy had the same reaction as everyone else, a euphoric high that in this case was even more dramatic, as he reported that it so greatly reduced his pain. More effective than the OxyContin that he had been prescribed. Much more. Additionally, there was also a strange side effect from him making contact with the zone. "I'm hungry," Captain Murphy remarked. The operations team wasn't sure what to make of Murphy's declaration. They hadn't had any kind of food prepared for him, and there was no time allotted in the schedule for a meal break. They looked to Site Leader Dr. Brandt and Mission Lead Roger for the direction, neither of which were real keen on pausing the program at this point. Dr. Brandt lowered the iPad he was following the mission progress on and gave Murphy his full attention, then spoke. "The next test we have will be the full insertion," Roger added. "Yeah, Murphy, do you have to eat right now?" Murphy smiled and shook his head in slight amusement, replying, "You don't get it. I haven't been hungry in weeks." Dr. Brandt nodded. "Let's note that. His appetite has returned with contact with the zone." The young communication officer, Lieutenant Terry Cole, lifted a zone-perfect nutrition bar off his workstation. He was keeping it there more as an inside joke than an actual snack. Lieutenant Cole offered it to Murphy. "I have a zone bar if it's okay for you to eat it." All eyes went to Dr. Brandt and Roger. Brandt glanced at the medical officer. The medical officer nodded that it was okay for him to eat it. "It's fine. Eat it if you want, Captain Murphy. You might need all the energy you can get in there," Dr. Brandt concluded. Murphy grabbed the bar and tore the package open and wolfed it down as quickly as he could, so not as to cause too much of a delay in the mission. He handed the empty wrapper back. "Thanks, I'm ready." Roger nodded and took control of the mission again. "Okay, team, this is it. Full body insertion number 1. Captain Murphy, You go in, but then try to come right back out immediately. If you can't come out, start your recon and rescue mission to the best of your ability. Good luck, Captain." There was an impromptu round of applause. Murphy acknowledged it with a wave and a nod. "Well, hopefully I'll be seeing you in a couple of seconds, but if not, I'm going to do my best to find those kids and get us all back home another way." He then pointed at the zone with a determined finger and spoke. "We're going to beat this thing. We always have, and we always will." With that, he turned and began his walk into the zone. He started his inner monologue to keep himself going. "I'm not stopping. Don't you hesitate. You go. You don't stop. Do it. Do it. It's okay. You're going to be okay. Just go. Go." Everyone kept waiting for Captain Murphy to bail at the last second. They were watching a man jump out of an airplane with no parachute into the great unknown. But Murphy didn't hesitate. He didn't miss a step. Captain John C. Murphy, Jr. marched right into the zone like a good soldier on drill duty. The communications officer repeatedly tried to contact him, but there was no response after he slipped into the darkness. "Are we getting any kind of audio or video back?" "Nothing, just like the drones." "Time?" "He's been in 30 seconds. Is there a GPS reading?" "Last GPS readings place him right here. No movement since he stepped all the way in." "Send in the extraction officer." A suited-up soldier with a tether attached to him goes almost all the way in the zone, but then comes back out empty-handed. "There's nothing there. He's gone," the soldier reports. The team deflates with the disappointing but not wholly unexpected results. All except for the medical officer monitoring the life support readings. "Actually, I have a heartbeat. He's still alive, theoretically," the medical officer informs the team. They all rush over and gather around his medical screens. "Are you sure that's him?" asks Roger. "It's him. See how rapid his heartbeat is?" "This isn't a delayed signal?" asks Dr. Brandt. "No, it's real time," confirms the medical officer. "So we can't communicate with him, but he's not dead," Dr. Brandt observes. "We got a heartbeat, that's what I can tell you." "Well, what about the zone? Is it still stable?" "They've been known to disappear after they take someone," Dr. Brandt asks. "Well, zones go even if they don't take someone. Hopefully we have a super zone here that's stabilized somehow," Roger offers. "What's our time at?" Dr. Brandt asks. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. "I'm going to assemble an emergency briefing. Let them know our immediate findings. We're going to need downlinks to Dr. Angrist at MIT and Dr. Ockney at Harvard to assist with our initial analysis." Lieutenant Cole calls out from the communication screen. "Dr. Brandt, sir, you need to see this." "Are you getting him?" Dr. Brandt asks excitedly. "No, there's a Facebook live feed with another active zone," Lieutenant Cole reports. "Jesus, no. Where?" Roger asks. "South Carolina. Get it on a monitor. Someone call Facebook and have it shut down immediately," orders Dr. Brandt. The Facebook live feed is piped through a monitor for the whole staff to see. The video is being captured on a cell phone. A white suburban wannabe homie poses with the zone, making sure to display his fly tats. "Yo, bitches, Rogdar is fucking famous now. Bam, look at that shit. This is the Twilight Zone right here in Myrtle Beach, SC, y'all. This shit will get you high as a motherfuck, too. You see one of these black bitches? Hit that shit up." Raw Dog sticks his tattooed hand in and shakes his head in amazement. "Damn, that's good. So, yo, check it. That dude that was the first man to walk on the moon? Nah, dog. I'm going to be the first person to walk into one of these motherfucks. Live from the MBSC. Nah, man, don't do it. You crazy, homie," the voice behind the cell phone calls out. "Watch this shit," Raw Dog boasts. Raw Dog struts into the zone and disappears from sight. "Damn, man, you gone, bro. Come on out of that shit. Yo, seriously, get your cracker ass out of there." Then the zone disappears. "Oh shit, where'd it go?" The cell phone turns in all directions looking for the absent zone. "Chris, where you at, man? Come on out, man." The Zone Site 1 staff is completely deflated as they turn away from the monitor that had the Facebook live feed on it. "How many people were watching that?" Dr. Brandt asks. "About 500,000 by the end," Lieutenant Cole tells him, then adds while holding up a phone. "There's an incoming call for you, Dr. Brandt." "Who is it?" Dr. Brandt asks. You'll recognize the voice. Dr. Brandt takes the phone from Lieutenant Cole. "This is Brandt." He listens for a beat. "Hello, Mr. President." "Yes, sir, I did see it." Chapter 8. The Resolute Desk. There were 2 men that really mattered that night in the Oval Office, Tony Perez and John Whittier. One was going to count down from 5 and then point to the other man, whose job it was to address the nation and the world as President of the United States. Tony's parents had come across the border illegally from Mexico, but managed to stay as their children were born in the United States. In 1986, they both became U.S. citizens under President Ronald Reagan's amnesty program. Tony was educated in rough California border town public schools, but managed to go to college after serving in the Marines, including 2 tours in Afghanistan. He would graduate with a degree in political science and began a career as a political consultant, proving to be especially useful to candidates trying to make inroads in the Latino community. He worked on 4 winning state elections in a row with a very skilled hand at crafting TV spots that cut through the political clutter. The big boys called up the promising upstart to join them in the major leagues in the national political scene, where he continued his ascent. John Whittier had attended Harvard, just as his father and grandfather had before him. He had never served his country in the armed forces or in any other capacity. He had inherited a trust fund and used that to do the type of work he wanted to do rather than to do what he had to do in order to support a family. His family had always been involved in politics one way or another, so after he graduated from college, he moved to D.C. to try and learn the family business. He'd pass by the White House almost every day and swore one day he'd work there. Because of his family's money and connections, he was never afraid to fail, so he did, quite often. His first marriage, his first 3 businesses, his sobriety, all failures. He then met his second wife, who helped turn things around for him in a big way. He always knew there would be second and third chances for him. It was just the way it was. And even though it took him most of his adult life, he did finally achieve his goal of working in the White House. It was his, John S. Whittier III's, honor on this momentous day in our nation's history to count down from 5 and point to the President of the United States, Antonio Perez. My fellow Americans and citizens of the world, today, like so many of you, I witnessed a video from South Carolina of something the world has never seen before. But just because something is new and unexplored to us, that does not make it a threat to be feared. Tonight, I want to assure you that the full intelligence, military, and scientific assets of the United States are busy at work trying to gain an understanding of what is going on. We have actually been aware of these unusual events for the past 10 days. We have tried to keep the initial discovery of these occurrences a secret until we could give you a fuller understanding of what was happening. But the events of today make that impossible now. So tonight, I am prepared to share with you what we know. But before I do, I want to reassure you that we are safe. There is no reason to panic. There is no reason to fear an invasion from a foreign entity. And no, despite the wild speculation, there is no sign that these events are caused by extraterrestrial, spiritual, or religious forces. In a show of faux disclosure, I'd like to share with you some of the photographic evidence of these objects that we are currently referring to as zones. A zone is a black rectangular shape with rounded corners, which stands at 8 feet tall and 4 feet wide. They have been appearing randomly around the globe for the past 10 days. If you see one of these zones, you are warned to stay away from it. Under no circumstances should you make contact with the zone, and never go in one. Contact with the zone has led to the disappearance of 32 individuals in America, including the tragic loss of 10 children from a daycare center in Oregon. But there is hope for these lost souls. We have conducted a test of a brave volunteer, a patriot and hero, Army Captain John Murphy, who, when stricken with a terminal cancer diagnosis, accepted the call of his nation to enter a zone. While we have lost communications with Captain Murphy, he was fitted with a monitoring system. That system is still receiving his heartbeat. That has led us to conclude that while the whereabouts of these individuals that have entered zones is unknown, we believe that they are still alive. Henceforth, we are committed to the safe return of all those that have been lost into these zones. With that in mind, it is crucial that not anyone else disappear into one of these zones. The education of the American public begins tonight. All zones are to be reported immediately to government officials. And while we do not believe there is any immediate threat from these zones, their benevolent nature is always subject to change. If you see a zone, please report it. We have established a government web zone, zonefacts.gov, that you can learn all the facts we have on these zones. If you see a zone, you will be able to report it on this website. If you feel a person is missing and is a possible victim of a zone entry, you can also report that on this website. You can also download the free app Zone Facts for your mobile device with all the same features as the zonefacts.gov website. In the meantime, despite the call to vigilance, We also ask you to go on about your normal business. Live your life without fear, but with caution instead. We will continue to offer updates on any new understanding we have of the zones and on the rescue efforts to retrieve those that have disappeared. So please, remember to go to the website zonefacts.gov and download the free app Zone Facts. Facts, not fear, will get us through this challenge, just as we have gotten through any number of challenges this country has faced in the past. It is very simple. If you see a zone, report it and never go in. If you could do that, you'll be fine. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Chapter 9. Welcome to the zone, bitch. The phone buzzes with an incoming instant message. You there? Any excuse to stop studying trig on a sunny Saturday afternoon was good enough for Stan, even if it was just Darren looking for another ride somewhere. Stan types back, yes. Zone party. No way. Yes way. Where? Can't say, because secret. Can't say, because bullshit. Fine, I'll find someone else to drive. Good, tired of being your Uber, so you can get laid while I wait in the car. Karen is going to be there. She has a boyfriend. Not anymore. No shit, no boyfriend? Boyfriend was shit. LOL. So pick me up. We have to get there fast before the zone goes away. My mom won't let me out of the house. Why? Zones. Just try. Say you're going to the movies. Won't work, but I'll try. Stan bounces down the stairs in a casual way, not wanting to seem too excited. He finds his mom where she always was, planted on the couch with her iPad on her lap, iPhone by her side, and catching up on her DVR on the wall-mounted big screen. Hey, Mom. Hey, what's up? She responds, but her eyes never leave the screens. Can I go to the movies with Darren? The request jolts her to look up at her son. Honey, no, we've talked about this. Come on, Mom, I'm tired of being inside. Not with those things out there, no. Mom, there's no zones around here now. I just checked the app. There have been 3 sightings this week. She opens the Zone Facts app on her iPad and shows him the map of in their town where 3 zones were reported. Those are all days old and all long gone. I don't care. Mom, I'm not going to go into a zone, okay? Seriously, as soon as one pops up, someone reports it and the cops are there like immediately. You could just be walking down the street and one could pop up right in front of you. Did you see the clip of the lady walking and talking on her cell phone? She wasn't paying any attention and she walked right into a zone. Oh my God, Mom, that clip was so fake. Even if it was fake, it could happen. Mom, a zone could pop up in my room upstairs, or right here. I'm as safe in a movie theater as I am anywhere. I said no. How long is this going to go on for? As long as those things are out there. Am I going to be able to go to college after next year? They have online programs now. Mom, seriously, we don't know what those things are. Yes, we do. They're big black rectangles that dumb people disappear into if they're stupid enough to go in. I'm not stupid, Mom. I know you can't get back out if you go in a zone. If I see a zone, I promise I'll stay away and call the cops. Can't you wait till the movie is available on demand? No, I'm afraid to even look at my phone now because of spoilers. Mom, you have to trust me. Look, I get it. The first few days, we were all scared. There wasn't enough money in the world you could pay me to get me to go outside when the zone started. He walks over and opens the window curtains to see cars passing by in the street. But now, everything is back to normal, mostly. People are going about their business. You just have to be careful. You can't stop living. The president even said so himself. That illegal Mexican idiot doesn't know anything. He wasn't even born here. He was too, Mom. Come on. You know what some people say? God sent those things as punishment for electing him. Mom, you can't say that stuff anymore. Yes, I can. He hasn't set up his PC dictatorship yet. This is still a free country. Well, if it's so free, why can't I go to the movies? She sighs and relents. Promise me you'll keep the Zone Facts app on. If there's a zone anywhere near you, you need to stay at least a mile away. Okay, I will. And text me when you get to the theater. I will. I love you, Mom. I love you too. Stan bends down and gives his mom a hug. She embraces her son warmly and then goes back to her screens. Darren practically jumps through the window of Stan's car when he pulls up in front of his house. Dude, we're going to a zone party. This is going to be fucking awesome. If it's still there. It's there. Well, where is it? Go out on 99 South about 20 miles. There's nothing out there. Yeah, no shit. That's why no one's reported the zone yet. Danny Johnson and his brother found it deer hunting in the woods this morning. Those fucking assholes. This is going to be a jock party. Mike, Tom, and Scott are there. It's going to be cool. And Karen's going to be there? Yeah, man. I told Patty that you were coming, and Karen was super excited. Really? Yeah. Why do you lie to me? I'm already driving you, and you're still going to lie to me. I mean, I'm sure she's super excited. That's the feeling I got talking to Patty. Dude, I talk you up every time I'm around Karen. Tell her you're this boss guy and shit. Why do you think she broke up with her boyfriend? Because he's a dick? Yeah, right. Then she hears all this good stuff about you from me. So, just be cool when we get there. You're in, bro. I'm telling you, you're in. Okay, we'll see. Cool, so look, because all this shit is out in the woods, do you think we could use your car? Man, I gotta drive this thing. No. Dude, it might not even happen. Just in case, right? Maybe. Cool, so just leave it unlocked when we get there. I can't leave it unlocked. People are gonna steal all my stuff. Well, let me hold the keys then when we get there. No. Man, I can't be trying to track you down and shit when it's time to go. I gotta just be ready to do this shit. You know, jump in the vehicle and get busy, bro. Fine. Sweet. So, dude, man, we're gonna see a fucking zone. That's cool, right? Yeah. Are you gonna touch it? No way. Are you? Fuck yeah, I'm gonna finger that shit. Why would you go to a zone party if you're not gonna get some Z? I want to see Karen. That's all I'm going for. Look, dude, we get there and you start pussying out when you see the zone. What do you think Karen's going to think? That I'm smart enough not to touch a zone? She's going to think you're a pussy. You're seriously going to touch it. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. You've seen all those challenges on YouTube. Look, you just don't go all the way in. As long as one finger is sticking out of a zone, you're totally cool, totally safe. Don't do it. Seriously, it messes with your mind. Turns you into like a zombie. Then all you think about afterwards is just wanting to touch a zone again. I heard a guy talking about it on the news, said he was totally addicted now, ignores his wife, kids, and just drives around all day looking to touch zones. Dude, some people drink a few beers, and turn into alcoholics. Other people drink a few beers and nothing. It's all brain chemistry. We have good brain chemistry. Look, we smoke pot. Are we hooked on reefer? No. Right, we both drink, but we don't have to drink. Look, this is different. Zones, no one knows what they are. I mean, are they good, evil? No one knows how they work. Dude, you think way too much. How does a car fucking work? What do you mean? You turn a car on and you just go. You don't know how every part of the car works, right? You just drive it. Fucking iPhone. How does it do half the crap it does? I don't know. I just use it. Look, zones aren't good or evil. You just use them. Like you use me for rides. Dude, did or did I not get you laid? A smile creeps up on Stan's face. Yeah, I see that smile. You'd still be a virgin if I hadn't gotten you hooked up. Just then they are passed by 3 cars. A Camaro, BMW, and a Tesla. Oh shit, the word's out. Everyone's gonna be there now. We better hurry before the cops show. Go faster, dude. All right, I will. Just chill. There was a line of cars all parked on the side of the country road. Kids were just jumping out and heading into the woods. Stan parked and he and Darren jumped out as well. They did some last-minute primping and then headed into the forest, following the other kids through the woods. They had to hike for about a mile, following a trail of spray-painted trees marked with the letter Z. Then they heard the chants and cheering and followed them the rest of the way. Finger, 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 the crowd would chant until it roared its approval with cheers and whistles. Stan and Darren broke through the tree line, and there it was, a zone surrounded by a ring of high school kids and other revelers. Most were holding beers or red Solo cups. A few passed around a joint. A reluctant kid was pushed out of the circle of kids and stood alone in front of the zone. Then the crowd started chanting again. Finger, finger. The guy shook his head no and pushed his way back behind the ring of kids, wanting no part of the zone. A moan of disappointment traveled through the crowd, along with some shouts of pussy and you suck. Next, an energetic party girl jumped out. The crowd roared again, feeding off her unbridled enthusiasm. She handed off her red Solo cup to a friend and faced the zone one-on-one. She put her hand in the zone and reacted with a surprised smile. Oh shit, that feels good. The crowd roared, emboldening her to go further in. Then the chanting started. Finger, finger. She took a deep breath and then stuck her head and half her body into the zone. Finger, finger. The girl then kept going in the zone until all that was left sticking out was her hand. She flipped the crowd the bird and then sunk her hand in until only her middle finger was sticking out. The crowd roared and the girl emerged from the zone and raised her arms in triumph. Darren saw Patty and Karen in the crowd cheering and cut over to them. Patty wrapped her arms around Darren and gave him a big kiss. "What took you so long?" Patty asked. "We got here as fast as we could," Darren replies. Stan gives Karen a warm smile. "Hi, Karen." She smiles back. "Hi. Is this crazy or what?" Karen remarks at the frenetic scene. Darren was pumped. "It's insane. Look at this thing. It's like a movie or something." Stan asked, "Have you two touched it yet?" Patty shook her head. "No, I'm not going to touch it." Darren agreed strongly. "Me neither. Hey, I forgot my cell phone in the car. Go back with me to get it." "Okay. Karen, you cool here to stay with Stan?" Karen nods. "That's fine." Patty replies, "Cool." Darren and Patty headed off to the car, giggling and flirting as they go. Karen and Stan ignore each other for an awkward moment, taking in the sight of the zone and the wild scene around it. Then Stan breaks the ice. "You want me to get you a drink?" Karen keeps her eyes fixed on the mysterious black rectangle. "I want to touch that thing." "You do?" "Yeah, but I'm afraid. The crowd starts chanting and stuff, and I don't want to do the whole finger challenge thing. I just want to touch it real quick." "So weird to see one in person." Karen asks him, "Are you going to touch it?" "I can. I mean, we can go up together so you're not alone. Would you?" "Yeah, sure. When did you want to do it?" "Well, these things go away with no warning, right? So we should probably do it like now." "Yeah, that would be the smart thing. I just don't want to wait and watch it disappear." "I don't want to miss my chance either." As they both step forward, she grabs his hand for moral support against the rabid crowd. The crowd reacts as they step out, but Stan raises his hand and motions for the crowd to calm down. "Settle down, we're just going to touch it real quick." The crowd calms with a few boos, and again the "you suck" guy lets his displeasure be known to all. Stan and Karen now stand in front of the zone, holding hands. Karen has her phone out and snaps a few pictures of the zone. "I'm afraid," she tells Stan. "Don't be." Stan reaches out and touches the zone first. He breaks out in a smile. "God, that's so cool." "Really? Here, we'll touch it together." Stan takes her hand and intertwines her fingers with his and sticks them both in. "Oh, wow. It's cool, right? How does it do that?" "I don't know, but I like it." "It's amazing. Thank you." "You're welcome." The two stare into each other's eyes. "Kiss her," someone shouts from the crowd. Karen turns away with a blushing smile and starts to tap away on her iPhone. The crowd starts to chant, "Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her." Karen looks back up at Stan. "Sorry I made you do this. I didn't mean to embarrass you." "I'm not embarrassed." She holds his hand tighter, trying to give him the signal. "Kiss her, kiss her." The chants get louder. Stan wanted to kiss her, but the last thing he wanted to do was go in for a kiss and then get rejected in front of everyone. Seriously, she was bored with him already, and she was busy tapping away on her phone now. Stan felt the buzz go off in his pocket. He thought it might be Darren telling him something was wrong with his car, or maybe it was his mom trying to check up on him again. Stan takes his phone out and checks the text. "Kiss me," it reads. Stan looks over at Karen, who shows him her iPhone screen, which displays the text that she just sent him. Suddenly, a love to text appears on her screen as Stan types in his response to her. They lower their phones and move in closer to each other as the crowd roars its approval. Stan blocks it all out and focuses solely on Karen as he leans in to kiss her, but instead of feeling her warm lips, he feels instead a powerful shove in his chest and tumbles backwards. Karen looks on in horror as their grip breaks and Stan falls backwards into the zone and disappears into the darkness, his hands reaching out helplessly as he goes. "Fuck you, asshole," shouts Randy, a big lout of a guy that now stands where Stan had been, his tight fist pumped and ready to fight. Karen is shocked at the sudden turn of events. Tom, one of Stan's friends, jumps out and confronts Randy at the zone. "Dude, why did you do that? Fucker was going to kiss my girl. Fuck him." "I'm not your girlfriend anymore, Randy," Karen protests. Tom shouts out to the stunned crowd, "Someone call 911. The crowd starts to disperse, knowing the police will be making an appearance soon. Tom looks at Randy, who still doesn't seem to grasp the magnitude of what he's done. "Dude, he can't come out of there." Randy nods. "Damn right, I'll fucking kick his ass." Tom tries to explain it once more to the thick-headed Randy. "No, man, he's stuck in that thing. You killed him." Randy rolls his eyes. "No, I didn't. Dude, get your pussy ass out of there. Seriously, everyone just quit freaking out, alright? I didn't do shit. I just pushed him. That's all I did. It's no big deal, man. Did you hear me, bitch? Get out of there." Come on, man, stop fucking around. Just get out. Chapter 10, Spitballing. Look, kids are dumb. You tell them not to touch something, what are they going to do? Touch it. To hear a 20-year-old declare that kids were dumb gave the older staffers at the ad agency pause. What did a 20-year-old know from kids? You're the kid. Still, the campaign they had been asked to pitch for by May's Mothers Against Zone Entry was going to skew younger, so they needed a youth in the room. So the pronouncement had been made to tolerate, if not encourage, the young staffer. Deborah Bell, the owner of the small boutique ad agency that specialized in nonprofits, had asked Kimber Colfax, who was interning with them, to sit in on the Blue Sky session to see if your youthful vantage point could be put to some use in helping steer them to a winning pitch for the account. Deborah smiled and nodded. Well, we all agree with that, so... Kimber concluded, so I say we have a campaign telling kids to touch zones, like, go ahead, touch a zone, we dare you. We get these really entitled douchebag guys or queen bee bitches and have them be like, why don't you just go into a zone? Just go. It'll be one less person I have to compete against to get in my med school. Or go into a zone because I know your boyfriend really wants to be with me. Deborah breathes in and then offers some constructive criticism to the young intern. I get it, but Mays won't. I know we're just brainstorming here, but I think it's a non-starter. Andrew Miller, who mostly did graphic design for the agency, but was still a good resource for ideas in these early stages, made his pitch next. I say we go old school, bring back John Rosalis and the frying pan and the egg. This time the frying pan is shaped like a black rectangle. John says, this is a zone. This is you. This is you in a zone. Then he drops the egg into the zone frying pan, and the egg just disappears. Any questions? He asks. Is that guy still alive? Deborah asked. I heard he OD'd, Zelda interjected. Zelda was their hipster office weekend comedian. They had all been roped into attending one of her open mic night sessions at one point or another. Really? Deborah asked, not sure if Zelda was just making another joke or not. He died of an overdose? No, but how cooler would the world be if he did? Zelda cynically offers up. As an intern, Kimber was used to looking up stuff up for the group sessions. She had already pulled up John Rosalis' Internet Movie Database listing and was ready to report to the group. According to IMDb, he's still alive, and interesting side note, he came out in favor of legalizing recreational pot. Zelda ponders, so does that mean in 30 years we'll be cutting spots asking voters to support recreational zone use? Has anyone ever seen a zone? Andrew asked the group. Deborah speaks up first. Kinda. I was in a traffic jam caused by one that had appeared on the side of a road, but by the time Michelle and I got there, the police had screened it off. I couldn't actually see it, but it was weird just being that close to one. Anya Thomas then spoke. Anya was the first African-American employee Deborah had ever hired. Deborah never considered herself a racist, especially considering she had an Asian wife, but the reality was she had an all-white staff for years. Deborah tried to rationalize it. They were a small agency. She never had that many black applicants to interview with her. Everyone she hired was well qualified for the job. The city they lived in just wasn't diverse as other cities. Deborah kept the position open for months, convincing herself that the perfect person was out there. She just had to wait. Then Anya was suggested from a former employee who had left the agency for a larger market. She knew Anya was looking for a major change in her life after coming off of a divorce. She actively recruited Anya to fly out and see the city. 3 weeks later, Anya was living and working there. Anya was quiet, but she picked her moments well. Deborah had secretly nicknamed her E.F. Hutton because when she spoke, people listened. It was a secret nickname because Deborah didn't believe in nicknames for her employees. You called people by the name they wanted to go by, and that was it. Also, she doubted any of her younger staffer would even remember the old E.F. Hutton commercials the tagline came from. So E.F. Hutton had started to speak, and once again, they were all listening to Anya's measured voice. One of my friends on Facebook, her daughter disappeared a week ago. No break-in at her apartment, and they found her car on the college campus parked in the student lot. No cell phone activity since she disappeared. She hasn't used her credit or ATM cards either. They're afraid she may have gone into one of these zones. She had been getting some counseling, but they just can't imagine she would just have gone into one of these zones without saying something to anyone. But they just don't know. So this is real, what we're doing here. If we can stop one person from going into a zone, then let's do it. Deborah acknowledged Anya.
I'm sorry to hear about your friend's daughter. I hope they find her. I just don't understand it. I mean, I don't want to get us sidetracked here, but if a zone popped up right now, who here would actually touch it? Not me, Anya said firmly. Maybe, Kimber suggested. I would, Zelda pronounced. Why? Explored Deborah. Zelda reasoned. I'd want to know what it felt like. I mean, not everyone that touches a zone goes in. A lot of people resist the urge. Most, in fact, especially now that the dangers are more well known. Andrew offered his thoughts. I still wouldn't touch one. I have Michael and Bree to take care of. I can't take the chance of accidentally going in or being pushed in like that kid in Indiana. Ariana reacts with outrage. Did you hear that the punk's lawyer says he can't be charged with murder because they can't prove that you actually die when you go into a zone? Kimber interjects. It's true. I mean, they're still picking up that army guy's heartbeat. And listen to this. When he went into the zone, he had like this weird heartbeat that because of his cancer, but now his heartbeat, it's fine. The zone fixed his heart, Anya asked unbelievingly. Kimber responds, no, they think the zone cured his cancer, which caused his heart rate to go back to normal. Andrew scoffs. Yeah, right. Where did you read that? On Facebook, Kimber tells him. Real Facebook or fake Facebook? Andrew asks. Kimber replies, it was the real Facebook. USA Today posted it. Well, it was USA something. Deborah asks them again. If you had a fatal disease, would you go in a zone then? Zelda answers first. What do you have to lose, right? Kimber adds. If they ever figure these zones out, I mean, make it so you're able to go in and out, like logging on and off Facebook, then I think more people would go in. A lot more. Anya shakes her head. Thank God they're not. But I want to go back to what Greg said earlier about not wanting to leave his kids behind. What if we focus on the people we leave behind when we go in a zone? Get a mock-up of a zone and have the friends and family of people that have been left behind surrounding it. And then run the person's name and the date they disappeared in the zone. Not bad, Andrew chimes in. Visually I could see it, like the Runaway Train video by Soul Asylum. We could even try to get the song to run with it. Kimber cautions, I don't know, it might provoke some people to actually go in a zone. Like, they want all these people to miss them. You know, instead of suicide, they just go into a zone. Deborah adds, that might be overthinking it. I say we put it on the short list. Andrew asks, how do we hashtag that? Deborah gives it a try. Hashtag think about those you left behind? Andrew shakes his head. Gotta be shorter than that. Kimber suggests, hashtag left behind? Zelda adds, no, those are those awful Christian movies. Anya gets defensive. I like that series. Zelda asks, you're serious? Anya, yes, on HBO, it was good. Andrew corrects them. No, that was The Leftovers. It was okay. No Game of Thrones. Is anything? Asks Zelda. Anya blurts out, how about the hashtag never go in? Steal it right from the president's address. Deborah smiles. Never go in. I like that. Simple, to the point. The authority of the president's words. Andrew cautions. You'll lose half the country quoting him. The rest of the group gives him a suspicious stare, forcing him to explain. Andrew defends himself. Hey, I voted for him. I'm just being realistic to the times we're in. Half the country doesn't consider this guy their rightful president. It's crazy. Look, you'll never hear a single Republican call him president. They won't do it. They just use his last name or first name. They don't care. Deborah tries to steer them back. Look, let's not go there, okay, guys? Anya adds, I think hashtag never go in transcends politics, just as the zone transcends politics. They take everybody. Blue, red, black, white, brown, yellow, purple, rainbow. Deborah nods. I agree. Look, I got a feeling that after meeting with them, that something like hashtag never go in is the kind of stuff Maze wants. And it was. Of all the ideas pitched to the Mothers Against Zone Leadership Council, the friends and family visuals with the never go in hashtag was their favorite. They reached out to all the families affected by zone disappearances to look for volunteers and were flooded with offers to participate. A zone replica was built, and for many, on the day of shooting the public service announcement ads, posing next to a zone, even a fake one, proved to be too much. Filming always got behind schedule because of the emotional reaction from some of the key members of the affected families. It just took time for them to collect themselves, and for many of the women, they had to redo their makeup. Although some chose to do the commercial in their heartbroken state, running mascara and uncomfortable sobs in full effect. Sometimes there were as many as 20 families in one 1-minute ad. Other times, a 15-second spot would just cover one family.
There were endless versions that were posted on the internet where Mays didn't have to pay for airtime. The hashtag #NeverGoIn was always promoted and would trend in the top of Twitter every day. But it didn't work. Kids were still going into the zone. Kids looking to escape bullying found the only safe haven they knew that would stop the tormenting when the adults in their life had failed them. And it wasn't just the kids going into zones. The sick, the elderly, the destitute started going into zones at alarming rates. A zone even popped up in a prison yard, and 50 prisoners escaped into the zone before it disappeared. Most of them were serving life sentences, so what did they have to lose by going in the zone? Zone-related apps were always the highest downloaded apps on the App Store. Most people were still just curious about zones, but there were others that, having touched a zone once, let their desire for more zone contact rule their lives. Zoners, they were called. They lived out of vans and RVs, always looking for the next closest appearance of a zone on their phone app before the cops could get to the site and quarantine the zone. A popular YouTuber actually did pick up on the idea of producing a parody of the 1987 "This Is Your Brain on Drugs" PSA. They didn't go all out and bring John Rosalis back. They just hosted the ad themselves and used some pretty decent special effects on their home computer to make the egg disappear just as it was about to hit the frying pan. The spot went viral, much to the ire of Andrew, who never let Deborah forget that the parody ad got 1 million more hits on YouTube than their most popular Never Go In clip they made. But not even the parody ad was stemming the rate of people disappearing in zones, kids and adults alike. And the zones themselves were starting to appear at higher rate and staying longer. Soon there weren't enough regular cops to secure the areas where zones were appearing. All across the country, local governments were struggling with the crisis. Some cities sent any government workers they had to spare to secure the zone sites. Private security companies, even temp workers, were contracted out to handle the extra burden and fill the gaps. And that was when people were reporting the zones. More and more the sightings were being kept secret, especially those on private property, away from public view. Homes with the super zone, which were zones that hadn't disappeared after only a few minutes, were being sold or leased on the black market for $1 million over their asking prices. The transactions were handled strictly off the books and were tricky to pull off, but where there was a zone, there was a way. All of this didn't stop Mays from trying their best. They kept running their ads and buying as many billboards as they could, even if they only did save one person from going in a zone. Wasn't one person worth it? Yes, they were, especially if that one person was your son or your daughter or even yourself.
Chapter 11. You Have an Order. Never go in. Would I ever go in? Dylan Gaines asked himself as he sat in the parking lot of a grocery store just waiting for an Instacart order to come in over his iPhone. This was his favorite spot to park and wait for orders to come in because it was in the shade and close to a cart return. The only problem was he'd have to sit and stare at the Never Go In billboard with the family and friends of Rachel Ryan that she left behind when she went into a zone. Who would be on my Never Go In billboard? Dylan wondered to himself. No one, he reasoned. His mom was dead, and his dad barely spoke to him anymore since he admitted that he volunteered to help elect President Perez. Friends? Yeah, right. None of them hang out with him anymore since they all got married and had kids. Years would go by before seeing some of them. If it wasn't for Facebook, he wouldn't even know what they were up to. My billboard, Dylan thought to himself, it would pretty much be a zone up there, and that's it. A zone alone. I could write a blog post about that, but no one would read it, so what's the point? Maybe all the people I've done grocery shopping for or given Uber rides to would pose for a picture for me. Now that would be a lot of people. They'd never do it. Could you imagine Uber or Instacart reaching out to all my past clients? Hi, months ago, Dylan Grimes delivered your groceries and through an Instacart app. Well, he's gone into a zone, and we were hoping to have people he's worked for pose for a picture to show the damage of what's left behind when you disappear into a zone. You'll do it? Oh, that's great. Yes, it's a tragedy, and anything we can do to prevent another zone tragedy is worth doing. No, actually, he didn't have a family. He lived alone in a studio apartment. Dylan's iPhone chirped with an alert of an incoming Instacart order. Finally, Dylan thought to himself as he continued his inner monologue. Hopefully it's a good one. 20 items? Not bad. And no weird stuff. Oh, God, I hate the weird stuff.
Gluten-free, organic, tofu, free range, fair trade. Just order some damn Cocoa Pebbles and Cool Ranch Doritos. Something that was always on the shelf and easy to find. Dylan accepted the order and went in to start his shopping. The clock was ticking. He had 40 minutes to complete the order. He could take longer if he needed to, but that was the calculation that Instacart had come up with. Hell, if everything was on the shelf, Dylan could do it in half the time. If the store was out of something, forget it. Texting back and forth with the client to find a replacement item for something that was out of stock or just added minutes to shopping time. But Dylan wanted to keep the customer happy. Getting a good tip or a 5-star rating bonus was key to making any real money. Otherwise, by the time you figured in gas and the hours you waited with no orders coming in, you could have made just as much money working for minimum wage at Target. Yes, but at Target, he'd have to listen to some 17-year-old dickhead manager on a power trip. It had been almost a year since Dylan went to the app way of life. He worked a lot of hours, but they were easy hours, driving strangers around in your car, shopping and delivering groceries and meals, and he got to pick the hours he wanted to work. But there was no 401k, no career advancement. He'd have to get a real job somewhere again, but he wasn't in a hurry to be an office drone trapped in a cubicle from 9 to 5. Shit, he continued with his inner monologue running, which he would later use to turn into a blog post. They're out of A&W root beer 2 liters. They have Bart's root beer. Let me text Debbie M and see if she wants to substitute it. Something simple like this actually wasn't too bad. It's not my fault the store's out of something, and usually the client appreciates me reaching out to them to do a substitution. I always include a photo of the product and price for them. If it's just one thing out of stock, that can actually help with the tip. Establish a human relationship with the client. Otherwise, I'm just in their world for a minute or two as I drop off the groceries. Easy to give a shitty tip that way. A few courteous, helpful texts could earn a couple extra bucks on the tip. And what the hell? What was a couple bucks to some of these people? I mean, you should see some of the homes I deliver to. Just huge. How did that happen anyway? Why do they get to live in a big McMansion and I'm spending my days running around in a 10-year-old Prius as a delivery boy or chauffeur? Maybe they were born into money. Can't just be hard work. I work hard. I went to college. A lot of good that did me. A reply text came back from Debbie M. Cool, she's good with Bart's. What song are they playing? Don't Pay the Ferryman? I haven't heard this song since I was a kid. Hell, it was barely even played on MTV then. That was back when MTV actually played music videos. I haven't watched MTV in years. Why would I? I have my perfect MTV playlist all set up on YouTube, and now I'll have to add Don't Pay the Ferryman to it. Who knew I was going to wake up today and add that song to my YouTube MTV playlist? I didn't. But why is this store playing it? Why not something new? I'm going to Google that next time I'm waiting for an order. I bet they play it because it makes you feel good listening to a forgotten one-hit wonder. But damn, this thing wasn't even a hit. But it is nice to hear again, like bumping into an old friend. Great, eggs look good, no cracks. Let's get this order paid for and delivered so I can do it all over again for the next 3 hours. It wasn't the worst way to spend a morning and afternoon. You never want to do the shopping at night. You are more likely to find items out of stock at night. Good luck finding baby spinach on a Sunday night or an item the stores don't carry much in stock on anyway, like a specialized gluten-free product. Almost impossible to suggest a replacement for tofu sandwich slices when they're all out. Dylan's Instacart shift ended at 4 p.m. That's when he would traditionally take a break, and then he'd go to work the dinner shift for Grubhub from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. If he was short on cash that week, he would work Uber to cater to the bar crowd from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. He rarely worked a full day like that from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m., but most of the time was spent in his car anyway. He was able to devour audiobooks from the library. Every couple of days, he'd finish another audiobook. On the days he didn't have a good book to listen to, he'd make do with his favorite podcast. Sure, he could have gotten a regular 9-to-5 job again, but he liked the freedom these app economy jobs gave him. His iPhone and his Prius were his office now, and it was always Casual Friday. In the year since he decided to go full-time at this, he hadn't once had to deal with a manager. No, hey, can I talk to you for a second? Or one-on-one meetings, or no bullshit annual self-reviews, or where you come up with your phony baloney business goals. Are you falling behind? Keeping pace? Exceeding expectations? Screw your drop-down rating menu.
I do my job and you pay me. Now give me my 2.5% raise while the CEO collects his $60 million bonus. He'd seen more of the city in this year with his app jobs than his whole life living there practically. Yeah, he'd bitch and moan about his life and the problems he had. Why couldn't he be the one in the big house using his iPhone to order someone else to deliver his groceries or pick up his dinner or take him home from the club when he got drunk? But there was something he drove past every day that reminded him of how lucky he was. The daycare center where all those kids had disappeared from. It had been closed since the incident and had gone from a crime scene to a makeshift memorial. In the beginning, tons of stuff was placed in front of the daycare center every day. Hundreds of displays of flowers, candles, and ribbons. There was a bin set up to accept toy donations that always seemed to be overflowing. Now the amount of stuff left behind at the memorial had declined vastly. It would still trickle in, but nothing close to those first few days. As he passed by it again for the third time that day, he continued to say his silent prayer to himself, hoping for the safe return of those kids from the zone. God, that poor daycare worker. No one believed her that those kids had just disappeared into a black rectangle. He remembered hearing one caller on a radio show suggest the cops threatened to cut off one of her fingers for every hour she refused to say what really happened to those kids. There were still those that believed she was lying, that she used rumors of Zone to do harm to the children. It was so bad she had had to change her name and move away. On this pass, he would make sure to say a prayer for her too. There were no people in front of the daycare this time as he passed by. Sometimes he would see mourners still out there paying their respects. There used to be a cop car out there in the front as well, but cops were in short supply these days with all the zones that were being reported. In front of the school that night, among the few flowers and teddy bears and posters with messages of support, someone had erected a life-size replica of a zone. Well, whose great idea was that? Dylan remarked to himself. You would actually see zone replicas quite a bit, just not this big. Just like those little white crosses you would see marking spots on the road where someone had died in a traffic accident, you would see these little black zones recreated out of plywood. Usually the person's name and day they disappeared into the zone was on the handmade memorials. Sometimes the person's picture would be on there as well. Sometimes multiple pictures if there was more than one person that had gone into the zone that day. These memorials were a touchy subject. No one wanted to begrudge a person the right to mourn the life of someone that had ended once they went into a zone, but some of these zones were put up in the yards of someone else's home or in front of a business or a restaurant. No one wanted to be a jerk that forced the survivors of a zone victim to take down their memorial, but damn, these things were depressing, or at least an impediment to business. Would you want to drink your coffee at a Starbucks with a zone memorial out front? Or would you just drive 5 more minutes to go to a zone-free Starbucks and be afforded the chance to forget about zones for as long as it took you to enjoy your iced coconut milk macchiato? How many people use Starbucks as a safe location for that first internet date meetup? That's a great conversation piece on a first date, looking at a somber black zone memorial. No thanks. At least at the daycare center, it was already closed. There was talk that the city was going to buy the property, tear down the daycare center, and put up a public park and memorial for the dead kids. Actually, missing kids was more accurate because it still had yet to be determined if you actually died when you went into a zone. Hell, there was a rumor that the zones actually kept you healthy and alive. They say this because of the terminally ill army captain that the government sent in to explore the zones was still alive, and he had a healthier heart rate now than when he went in the zone 3 months ago. Who knows? Maybe the zones weren't the evil entities that some were making them out to be, but that didn't change the fact that it seemed a bit insensitive to have a family of one of the kids that disappeared come by and see a full-size recreation of the culprit that stole their children sitting out in front. Dylan parked his car. There was no one around, no mourners, no cops. He should just take it down, Dylan thought to himself. Don't destroy it, just take the fake zone down and lay it on its side and keep it away from the other items that were left out front. Dylan walked up the sidewalk to the daycare center. God, he remembered how this street used to be full of TV news vans. Around the block they parked. For about a week they were the focus of the nation. Then the news about the zones broke and people moved on. They had their own problems at that point to worry about. They knew what had happened to those kids could easily have happened to their own children now, and that's where their focus went. For those first 2 weeks after the president's zone address, you hardly saw any people out walking on the streets or kids having fun on playgrounds. If you had to go out, you did, but otherwise, you just hunkered down at home and watched the news to see if there were any new breaking stories about the zones. It was great for Instacart because nobody wanted to go out and do their own grocery shopping. Those shifts for 2 weeks were non-stop orders, hardly any downtime. But the people returned to the streets and playgrounds and grocery stores. The one place they didn't seem to want to go anymore was the daycare center. There was hardly anyone there now keeping vigil at the site. The world, as it always does, had moved on. But someone had come by and left this zone replica. Hopefully the plywood zone, or whatever they had made it out of, wasn't too heavy, as Dylan would have to move it by himself. As he approached the zone recreation, Dylan was struck by how lifelike it was. It didn't look like a piece of wood painted black or a slab door that someone had picked up at Home Depot and painted black. No, it couldn't be. Was it? Was this a real freaking zone? He looked behind the zone, and there was nothing propping it up. It was just standing there, a doorway to black nothingness. Dylan had never seen a real zone in person. He'd been fooled before by some recreations that people had put up as memorials, but that only lasted a second or two until he saw there was some sort of message written on the zone. But this one was completely black. It truly was a zone. His first reaction was to look around. Was there anyone else there? No one. No traffic driving by the street either. It was quiet. His second reaction was to search around for a cell phone on the ground. A lot of people would leave their cell phones behind with their passcodes written on a sticky note beside it, or even scratched in the dirt if they didn't have any paper. They usually would record a final video message on the phone for whoever found it. Zones appeared so randomly, and most of the time they only stayed for a few minutes before disappearing again, so you really couldn't plan on going to one. Yes, there were super zones that stayed around for weeks on end, but those zones usually got reported to the cops and access was sealed off to the general public. So most people were caught off guard when a zone appeared, and they were only left with their cell phones to let people know what had happened to them. So that's what they used to record their final thoughts on before entry. His own cell phone was in the car, left in the holder on the dash. He wanted to run to the car and grab it, but he was afraid the zone would disappear before he could get back. Most zones were only up for a few minutes. Who knew how long this zone had been there before he saw it? Maybe it was possible this was a super zone, but if a zone stayed up that long in public, the government would inevitably take the site over. That's why if you ever found a super zone hidden on private property, it was like striking oil. It was all under the table, but you could easily make millions selling access to a zone. People would pay thousands of dollars just to touch it for a few minutes. Most people were still wary of going in for fear of dying or disappearing forever, but just to touch it for a few minutes, most everybody wanted to at least try that. And so did Dylan, and he would be doing it for free instead of paying some highly prohibitive high price for the access to the zone on the black market. He reached out to touch the zone. A warm buzz shot through his body. It was almost as if he had orgasmed. Wow, that was amazing. He touched it again. Not like the first time when it takes you by complete surprise, but it still feels pretty amazing on the second time too. Oh, how he wished he could have picked the zone up and put it in his car and driven away with it. Is this what it feels like to be in a zone all the time? No wonder people went in. He had touched it all of about 30 seconds now, and he was starting to consider going in. He yanked his hand out suddenly. This is it. This is how it traps you. You put your hand in for a taste, and it keeps you coming back until it devours you, until you can't think about anything else until you go in for good. Your family doesn't matter. Your job doesn't matter. Your health doesn't matter. Just get in the zone and stay there. Walk away, Dylan. Just walk away, he told himself. But walk away to what? His shitty life getting paid to do crap other people didn't want to do? He was damn near 40. He was balding, out of shape, living paycheck to paycheck. What were the odds of him meeting someone at this point in his life and things magically turning around for him? How many people had he met in the past year with his app jobs? Hundreds. Did he make a connection with any of them? No. He was just the delivery guy, never the delivery. Was he just going to be this empty vessel, alive only to work for someone else to pay all his bills and live the consumerism lie? No one cared what he thought. All the tweets he had posted with no likes or retweets, all the YouTube videos with barely any views at all. 10, 20, mostly from his own repeated views. The novel he had spent a year of his life writing that he self-published on Amazon. How much money he had spent on getting that thing edited, the cover design, and then advertising it? At least $1,000. And how many copies did he actually sell that he hadn't bought himself? 7. He only sold one of those at the original price of $2.99. The rest he sold when he lowered it to 99 cents each. Great business model. Spend $1,000 to sell $9 worth of books. It was good for Amazon, bad for him. No one cared. At best, he was just part of the clutter that made up the internet and their digital world now. Would anyone miss him if he went into his own? Would he ever get a chance like this to walk into his own again at no charge? Was he going to miss out on the zones like he'd missed out on so much in life already? Childhood sucked. High school sucked. College sucked. His 20s had sucked, and now his 30s were wrapping up, and yeah, they sucked too. Do it. Just do it. No. Never go in. I'm loving it. Never go in. Taste the rainbow. Never go in. It keeps going and going. Never go in. Think different. Never go in. Just say no. What was that? At first he thought someone was pointing a high-powered flashlight at the zone. A cop, maybe. He turned and saw no one. There it was again. The zone was flickering white. These things don't do that. What the hell is going on? Is it going away? Am I missing my chance? What should I do? Never go in. I'm not going in. I'm going in. I hate my life. I hate my fucking life. I'm going in. Goodbye, fucking world. Fuck you. He reached his hand out again, but there was no warm feeling this time. Instead, he felt repulsed. It was as if he and the zone were the same positive charged magnets, and no matter how hard he tried to put his hand in, the zone kept pushing his hand back. No, this is how zones go away. Once again, he had hesitated and he had blown his chance. He pushed harder, but nothing. The zone was not letting him go in. Then it turned a bright white. He jumped back, tripping on his own feet, and landed hard on his ass. A white zone? He had never heard of a zone turning white before. Go, get your phone, get a picture of this, get off your ass and get your phone now, he was telling himself. But he couldn't. He couldn't take his eyes off the whiteness. What was that? There was a blurry shadow in the whiteness. Holy shit, there's something in there. He was paralyzed with fear. The gray blur was becoming sharper. He could see arms now, a head, legs. It looked human, a human in pain, flailing around as if on fire, praying someone would splash them with water and put the flames out. The body came out, falling forward as if their legs were no longer any good for supporting any weight at all. The body collapsed on top of Dylan. The zone disappeared. The body did not. Instead, it curled up on his lap, the way a child would seeking comfort. Then it spoke with a frail voice that was trembling in unimaginable pain. The code word is Z. Chapter 12. Comments. There are some of you that won't believe any of this blog post. Who knows, maybe all of you. I wish I had a way to definitively prove what I'm about to write, but I don't. So, here goes. I will give you the facts as I recount the last hour of my life, and then you will have to make an honest judgment for yourself. What you're about to read contains both tragic, heartbreaking news, but it also contains hope for so many people. I deliver groceries for a living for Instacart. I'm also an Uber driver and a Grubhub delivery person. I'm not proud of what I do, but I do it proudly. I wanted to be a writer, but I just didn't have what it took, whatever that was, to make it professionally. Still, I can't help but write, which is why I write this blog, even though no one barely reads it. And to the few people who've bought my book, Hitler's Time Machine, on Amazon, I want to thank you. Well, that's me. That's who's writing this. As I ended my shift last night for Instacart, I happened to be driving by the makeshift memorial set up at the daycare center where the 10 kids disappeared. I noticed someone had left what I thought to be a life-size recreation of his own. I know a lot of people leave behind well-meaning homemade objects to honor the children that went missing. Previously, someone had left 10 white crosses out front, not realizing that 3 of the children that were missing were Jewish and 1 was Muslim. I know that person didn't mean to offend anyone. They just wanted to send a signal to the parents that they cared and hoped the best for the missing children. So that's what I thought when I thought someone had done it again, this time with the homemade zone. I guess somewhere in the back of their minds they thought leaving a life-size recreation of the zone that took their children would somehow give the grieving parents comfort. Like somehow erecting the statue of Timothy McVeigh at the Oklahoma City bombing would bring comfort to the victims of that tragedy. It had to have been a poorly thought out sign of support, because the other reason someone would have left a zone recreation there would have been too cruel to even consider. That someone had purposely put this zone there to rub salt in the wounds of the heartbroken parents? Well, either way, I decided I would move the replica zone to save the parents of the missing children any grief of seeing it. However, as I approached the memorial, I came to the shocking realization that this was no zone recreation. This was an actual zone standing before me. I didn't report the zone immediately because, like so many of you, I wanted to selfishly touch it. I wanted to feel the zone, so I did. And just like everybody reports, I felt a warm buzz go through my body that seemed to take my brain to a higher level. Suddenly, everything I thought to be true about the world was true. I felt loved, appreciated, wanted. I felt everything that I'd ever wanted or desired was right at my fingertips. I felt connected to life like never before. And then I took my hand out. The good feelings still resided in me, but I could feel them lessening in intensity. At that point, I only wanted one thing: more zone. So I stuck my hand in again, and the good feelings returned. I could now understand why rational, educated, reasonable people would walk into a zone, leaving everything behind to seek an unknown future in this strange, unknown apparitions that have unexpectedly started to visit us. I understood because that's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to go in. But once again, I pulled my hand out. Never go in. Those stupid billboards were working. Never go in. I wanted to seek out the mystery of the zone, but I had paused to consider what I was really doing. Never go in. I knew this might be my last chance to enter a zone, as they so rarely happen, and you never know when or why they appear. Despite all the never go in billboards, never go in hashtag tweets, never go in public service announcements featuring the flavor of the week pop princess, I made my decision to go into the zone. Go in with gusto, in fact. However, this time when I tried to insert my hand in the zone, it was blocked. There was some force pushing my hand back. I would describe it as trying to force two magnets together that only repel each other. The harder you pushed, the harder they pushed back. Then the zone flickered and turned white. As black as the zones normally are, this thing was as white as pure snow. I was startled and I fell backwards, landing on my rear end. I had never heard of a zone turning white, and in my Google searches afterward, never came across one zone story with a white zone. As rare as zone sightings are, this was something that had never happened before, a white zone. A second or two after I landed on my butt, I noticed a blurry shape in the zone. As it took form, I began to recognize arms and legs and a head that formed the shape of a human. And then it appeared that human was in a great deal of pain, as if burning alive and seeking some kind of comfort. Then the person fell out of the zone and collapsed in my lap. I say person, but the poor soul was unlike anyone I had ever seen before. They were naked, and they had had the body of an old, fragile man, someone who had lived to be 100 or so. No sooner had the man fell in my lap than the white zone disappeared. At first I thought he had just turned back again, but as my eyes adjusted to the light, I could see it was gone. The man that emerged from the white zone held me like a frightened child would and spoke these quivering words. The code word is Z. Then the man asked for help. Yes, of course, I said. What do you need? What can I do for you? Just listen to me, the man cried back. I took my jacket off and wrapped it around the old man. Despite my intentions to bring him comfort, my movements caused him much distress. He screamed with agony with every shift of my body, no matter how slight. But I wanted to get him covered up, as I had mistakenly took his shivering as a sign of him being cold. He settled into my arms again and reiterated that my gentle, still touch was the only thing keeping him alive. I wanted to carry him to my car, but since every little movement caused him so much pain,
I knew that was out of the question now. Besides, he didn't know how much longer he was going to live, so all he wanted to do was tell me as much as he could about living in the zone and the time that he had left. Again, I wanted to go back to my car and get my phone to record this so bad. Oh, but I couldn't. If I so much as even flinched or adjusted my body slightly, I could feel the man's body clench in pain, followed by a sharp yelp, only worsening as each minute passed. No, the man demanded. No phones, just hold me and listen. So I did. Normally I keep my phone in my pocket, but for work, I keep it on the dash of my car in a phone holder so I can keep track of incoming orders and get delivery directions. As I had just gotten off work, that's where the phone was stationed at. Since I couldn't move or let the man go, I just sat there and listened. And this is what he told me. He said his name was Michael Connors, and he and his friends had entered a zone while they were playing on the playground at the daycare center. His friends had entered first because they thought it was a black hole from space. When they touched it, they said it felt like eating a whole bag of Halloween candy. They liked it so much they decided not to tell their teacher because they were afraid she would stop them from touching the black hole and keep them from going inside of it to explore. When one of their friends hurt her knee and went to get Miss Nancy, the other children that hadn't entered the zone yet decided to run in the zone with a plan to run back out and surprise Miss Nancy. They all went in, even the little girl that had hurt her knee. The only one that stayed outside was Michael. When Miss Nancy saw everyone had gone in and was upset about it, Michael thought he should go in and get them all out for her. He didn't want them to get in trouble. He heard Miss Nancy tell him not to go in at the last second, but he couldn't stop himself in time. Once he was in the zone, he found the other children. They were all scared. They didn't know how to get back out. It was all black, and they couldn't see each other or anything for that matter. All they could do was hear their voices. Then they heard other people calling to them. It reminded Michael of when he was lost in a store once and started to cry. All the grown-ups came up to him and told him that it was going to be okay, that they would help him find his mommy and daddy. More and more people came up to make sure he was okay. Then they took him to the front of the store and made an announcement on the intercom that a lost child named Michael had been found and he was at the front of the store. His parents were both happy and mad to see him again at the same time. They gave him both hugs, but he also had his Star Wars toys put on a timeout for wandering off without them. So just like in the store when he got lost, all those caring people in the zone were coming up to the kids to making sure they were okay. Then they began teaching them things, how to see in the blackness of the zone, how to move, how to imagine almost anything and make it come to life. All the kids just wanted to go home and see their mommies and daddies, but the grown-ups said they couldn't do that yet. They hadn't figured out a way to get out of the zone. Some of the people told Michael and his friends that they were better off in the zone, that they could do whatever they want to with their life now. If they wanted to live with dinosaurs, they could and did. If they wanted to live with a mermaid princess, they could and did. Some kids even imagined living with their mommies and daddies again, but it only seemed like they were. They knew they weren't their real parents. They knew they were just pretend mommies and daddies. Some of the people there were teachers, and they taught the kids just like they were in school, but they could learn so much faster. They could read whole books in seconds and say them back to you word for word. They didn't have to go to bed, ever. They didn't have to eat or go to the bathroom. They got to wear whatever clothes they wanted to wear. The zone was a lot of fun, but they still missed their families. Other people trapped in the zone missed their families as well. They all tried to think of ways to go back home, but no one could think of a plan. The one thing they did know was that in the zone, if you wanted something bad enough, it would just happen eventually. So there was this one mother that wanted to go home so badly, that's all she thought about. She didn't talk to anyone, she didn't play, all she did was think about going home again to see her daughter. She tried, and then one day she just disappeared and no one knew where she went. They all thought she had gone home to her family, so others tried to escape from the zone that way too. One by one, they all started to disappear from the zone. There was an army man, Captain Murphy. He wanted to go back home too and take the kids with him. But until they could confirm that this actually worked, no one would let Captain Murphy take the kids back. People who were just coming into the zone knew Captain Murphy was still alive because of his heartbeat signal that was still being picked up in the normal world. Captain Murphy's heartbeat signal gave people hope that their loved ones were still alive in the zone. So if Captain Murphy tried to leave the zone and something bad happened to him, causing his heart signal to stop, then people might lose hope for their own loved ones. Captain Murphy promised everyone that he would stay in the zone, but that if anyone was going to try to get out to the normal world, the first thing that they should say or signal to someone on the outside was, the code word is Z. The problem was that when the new people came into the zone, no one had ever heard any stories of people coming back out of the zone and returning to their families. They also had never heard of anyone coming out of the zone and saying the code word was Z either. It was still understood in the normal world that if you went into a zone, you were in for good. At this point, hundreds of people had disappeared from the zone trying to get home. Certainly one of them would have told everybody that they had just emerged from being trapped in a zone and that the code word was Z, but it seemed like no one had successfully made it out. Then Michael got the idea that he could be Nemo. His favorite movie was Finding Nemo, and he loved the part where none of the other big adult fish could stop the water filter in the tank, but because Nemo was so small, he could fit through the tube to get to the filter. He could jam the filter with a pebble that he carried in his mouth. Michael thought that maybe all the people that had tried to get back home before couldn't because they were too old or too big. Maybe as a little boy like him, he could be the one that could do it because he was younger and smaller. He didn't tell anyone his plan because he knew they would probably try to stop him, but he had made up his decision to try and leave the zone. Despite his decision to leave, Michael actually loved parts of being in the zone. Everyone was nice to them, he had his friends there to play with, he could even pretend he was back home if he wanted, but he knew it was all just pretend, which made him sad again. He was also sad to hear that people blamed Miss Nancy for what happened to the missing kids. Michael wanted to let everyone know that it wasn't her fault, that they were the ones that wanted to go in the black hole to surprise her. Miss Nancy told him not to go, but it was just too late for him to stop. He wanted everyone to stop being mean to Miss Nancy. He also wanted to see his parents again, but he didn't think he was going to live long enough. I told him that if I could just get my phone, I could call his parents and have them come over there. But he just didn't want me to let go of them or move an inch. The main thing he wanted to say was that they were okay in the zone. They missed their families, but if the families came into the zone, they could be together again. They could also have more fun because no one had to work in the zone because you didn't need money. You could spend all day playing and learning and having fun. Some people actually loved living in the zone, and there was no way they would ever go back. I asked Michael who set up the zone, who was doing all of this and why. Michael said they didn't know, that when the first people went into the zone, it was just darkness. But slowly they figured stuff out and taught the other people how to live in the zone. Some people thought it was aliens doing all of this. Others thought it was God or Jesus doing it. Others even thought it was beings from another dimension reaching out to them. But there was no proof of any of that. No one knew for sure who created the zone and what it was for. But Michael told me it was really important to send word back to the people in the zone, that Michael had made it back to the normal world, but that journey had killed him. Once he started the journey, he could feel the life energy being drained from his body. He knew he had made a mistake, like when he dove into the deep end of the pool once. He couldn't touch the bottom of the pool, and he wasn't near the surface either. But just like Dory, he said in Finding Nemo, he just kept swimming to get to the surface again, and then he broke free and was able to breathe. Michael said to tell his mom and dad that he loved them, and his grandparents and uncles and aunts and cousin, and his friends as well. He said he misses everyone. But again, Michael repeated that if anyone new goes into a zone, please just tell his friends trapped in the zone to never go out. Just stay in the zone. Never go out. Never go out. Never go out. Then he died. He just disintegrated in my arms as if bursting into a billion little atoms. I went back to my car to get my laptop and phone. I keep my laptop with me because sometimes I go hours without an order for Instacart, and I usually use that time to write my blog or watch something on Netflix. So I've been sitting in my car for the past hour writing and reviewing this blog post, trying to make sure I didn't forget something. I did the best I could. So if there's anyone out there planning on going in the zone, despite all the warnings, please, in honor of Michael, tell the people already in the zone to never go out. Even if you do make it back to the normal world, as Michael did, you won't live long, and the end will be very painful. Never go in, never go out. Comments. You are sick as fuck. How dare you exploit the death of these kids for your phony blog post to sell your stupid Hitler book?
Nazi piece of garbage. Comment. This really happened, and I'm not a Nazi. I hate Nazis. The plot of Hitler's time machine is that the Nazis won the war, and Hitler is developing a time machine so he could go back in time and conquer the Roman Empire. However, one of the scientists working on the time machine project decides to use it instead to go back and help the Allies win World War II. And trust me, I'm not trying to promote my book. I don't care if people buy it or not. I only put that in there so people would know who I am. Otherwise, people would discover that I'm a writer and they would just think I was making this all up. But this really happened. My only hope is to spread Michael's message, to tell people that first, they shouldn't go in a zone, but if they are going to go in a zone, then they should never go out. Comment. Nice try, Nazi. I like how you try to tell people that you're not promoting your book by promoting your book even more. Thanks for the plot summary. Hard pass. Comment. Anyone have a link to buy Hitler's time machine? Asking for a friend. Comment. Not cool, dude. I know a family that's lost a child at the daycare center, and they know Michael's parents. All the families are really suffering, but to single Michael out like this is just horrible. How did you think this was a good idea? Comment. I know news that someone actually came out of his zone is a big deal, but wow, Hitler's Time Machine sounds like one of the greatest novels ever written. Make room on your shelf between Huck Finn and Catcher in the Rye. Sarcasm. Comment. Spoiler alert, the book ends with Doc Hitler picking Marty and Jennifer up in the DeLorean and telling them, Jews, where we're going, we don't need Jews. Comment. Never go in, never go out. Contradict much? Comment. Is this for real? I mean, really? Comment. Jason, it is for real. It really did happen, just as I wrote it, I swear. Comment. Of course this is true. He had the code word Z. It's an older code, but it checks out. Clear 'em. Comment. Is the Z case sensitive? Comment. I thought the code word was password 1. Comment. Actually, the code word is 12345. Comment. Crap, I have to change the combination on my luggage. Comment. Nice. This loser is tormenting the parents of missing kids and you're making spaceball jokes. This is why we can't have nice things. Comment. Does Instacart know that one of their drivers is exploiting missing children for his Nazi novel? Hashtag boycott Instacart. Comment. Don't forget at Uber and at Grubhub. I think they would like to know as well. Comment. I hope you enjoyed your normal life because it's over, loser. You're going to be fired from all your crappy jobs and you will never be able to get a normal job again. You should go find a zone right now and jump in. Oh, and when you get there, make sure to tell them, never go out, never go out, never go out. Comment. Look, everyone needs to just chill. I went to high school with Dylan and he's a good guy. While I don't support what he wrote here, I think he deserves a chance to just take the post down. I mean, think of the families that have lost children and the pain this might cause them if they read it. Just let it end here and now. You go starting some campaign to get him fired, and it's just going to create more attention and hurt for the families. He just made a mistake. Let him fix it. Comment. Robert, thanks for sticking up for me. I truly appreciate it, but it did happen. This is the truth. If people want to get me fired and ruin my life, so be it. But I promised Michael that I would spread his message. Comment. I don't believe any of this. But, and this is a big but if this was real, dude, you should have just gone to the police instead of writing this blog and talking about selling your book. Comment. That's a good point, and I'm actually going to go to the police station right now and report the white zone and see if they can reach out to Michael's family. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I'm just a writer. It's how I process things and how I deal with them. I probably didn't do a good job, but in fairness to me, how do you deal with something like this? Also, I just wanted to send word out as soon as possible for people going in zones to tell the people already in the zones, never go out. That's it. Comment. This guy just doesn't know when to quit. Have fun with the cops. I hope they beat the shit out of you for what you've done. Comment. A white zone? You mean Idaho. Fixed it for you. Comment. There's no stopping in the white zone. Comment. No, the white zone is for the immediate loading and unloading of passengers. There's no stopping in the red zone. Comment. No, the red zone has always been for the immediate loading and unloading of passengers. Comment. Don't you tell me which zone is for stopping and which zone is for loading. Comment. What's that from? Comment. Airplane. Comment, wrong, airplane 2. What is you, ignorant? Comment, trading places. Comment, you are all a bunch of assholes. Comment, what's that from? Comment, it's from me, it's what you all are. Chapter 13, Z. Officer Sharon Getty glared at Dylan with half a mind to punch his lights out, but her career wasn't worth it. Go slow on this one, she told herself. You'll get him for something. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but he would be got. Sharon had a warm, comforting presence, which is why she was chosen to represent the department in dealing with the families of the missing Zone children. But that warm-hearted presence belied a cold, hard upbringing of farm life. Sharon grew up helping her father slaughter any number of animals on the farm, which gave her a steely resolve to power through anything, no matter how disturbing. She could walk into any crime scene or accident scene and perform her duties unaffected by the carnage. She had turned that button off long ago as a child on the farm or on the many hunting trips she accompanied her father on, where they dressed their game in the field. But there were still some things that would get her upset, and listening to Dylan's story was one of them. It wasn't just the lying that got her all riled up. It was Dylan's certitude behind it, the conviction. How could he sit here and spout this ridiculous garbage without any consideration of the harm he would do to poor Michael's mother and father? So, you're a writer? Sharon asked him, trying to keep her anger at bay. Yes, Dylan replied. You couldn't come up with anything better than Z for the code word? I didn't come up with it. That's what Captain Murphy told Michael the code word was. It was the first thing anyone who successfully got out of the zone was supposed to say to someone else. Dylan, I've been with these families since the beginning. No one should know the hell they're going through. No one. First, they thought their kids were killed or kidnapped by some crazy daycare worker. Then they thought their kids were killed by an evil black rectangle. Then they were told the kids could actually still be alive because Captain Murphy was registering a heartbeat in the zone. But now you want me to tell them that their kids are dead again? Actually, just Michael died. The other children should still be alive in the zone. So if I take you seriously, that means I need to reach out to Michael's parents and tell them only their child is dead now. I don't even think of him as a child. I think the process of him coming out of the zone aged him by almost 100 years, which explains why none of the adults were able to make it back out. I mean, who has 100 years of life to spare, right? Someone that's 5, offered Sharon, just humoring Dylan's wild theory. Yeah, exactly. I think that's how he made it out, and the others didn't. Here's the thing. With everything these parents have gone through, I can't go to them with your story without any proof. Trust me, I wanted to take pictures and video with my phone, but I left it behind in my car. Michael cried out in pain every time I moved, so I couldn't get up and get it. Look, I go to these families and feed them a bunch of horse manure. My career is over, and so is my humanity. I won't do it, and I won't let you do it. Well, what about the code word Z? Can you call and check on that? Call and check with who? With the government team that sent Captain Murphy into the zone. They're not exactly listed in the phone book. Don't you have a zone hotline set up? I mean, can't someone in the FBI try to reach the team to confirm it? Sharon nods her head cautiously with a suspicious, reluctant stare. I'm going to check it out, but if they tell me they don't know what the hell you're talking about, then you stop this farce and you never reach out to Michael's family. Or so help me, I will make you so sorry you brought these people any more pain in their lives. Understanding that, do you still want me to call the FBI? Yes, of course. Okay, wait here. Don't know how long this is going to take. You have plans to be anywhere? I drive Uber at nights, but I can skip it tonight. Yeah, skip it. Can I have my phone back now? Dylan asked. I think they're still looking at it, but I'll check. Sharon left the room and went immediately to her analyst team that was monitoring the interrogation. How'd he check out? Sharon inquires. Blood test is clean, reports Officer Brandon Tannen. Brandon was a huge former college football player, and he was made even more intimidating by his closely cropped haircut. Working with Brandon is Officer Mike Hunter, sporting his cop mustache and rolled up shirt sleeves and poking around on the iPhone with a Ready Player One case protecting it. Cell phone pings have him in the area of the school for 2 hours. Checks out with his story, Mike informed Sharon. Not that that means jack in and of itself, but he's got some photos taken at the daycare center memorial, but there's nothing unusual about them. Timestamp shows they were taken after the events he described. So no pictures of the zones? Sharon asked. No zones anywhere, Mike answers, and also no text or email showing he was planning this thing either. So if he was cooking this whole thing up, it was all going on up here, Mike says as he taps his head. Sharon asks, did he make any calls in those 2 hours? Mike responds, no, he did receive a call in the first hour, but he didn't answer it. I listened to the voicemail. It was an automated call from his pharmacy to let him know a prescription was ready to be picked up. Officer Tannen scoffs. Yeah, makes sense, because that is one dude that ain't been taking his meds lately. Sharon tells them as she leaves the room, I'm going to call the FBI and check out the code word. Z? Mike asks with an unbelieving chuckle. Sharon shakes her head. Don't laugh, I'm embarrassed already. Sharon was actually surprised her call was taken seriously, but these were low-level personnel feeding these hotline calls. It wasn't their job to call bullshit on the crazies. It was their job to steer the calls to the right people so that they could call bullshit on the crazies. But in the day and age of the zone, who could really tell what was crazy or sane anymore? Eventually, an FBI desk agent was able to reach the communications officer, Lieutenant Cole, at Zone Site 1. It was a slow night. No experiments were scheduled for the zone, so Lieutenant Cole had time to talk. The FBI agent asked Cole if the code word Z meant anything to them. Communications officer Lieutenant Cole shook his head and rolled his eyes. No. Why do you ask? The desk agent replied, we got a report out of Oregon that a witness says he saw a zone turn white, and then a 100-year-old man stumbled out and told the witness that he was one of those kids that disappeared from the daycare center. Oh, and that Captain Murphy told everyone trapped in the zone that the first words they should say when they got out of the zone were that the code word is Z. Well, we do have a way of verifying Captain Murphy's identity should he try to make contact, but code word Z is not one of the protocols, not even close. Does the witness by chance have anything brought back from the zone that might have Captain Murphy's DNA on it, like a piece of clothing, anything? This nut job doesn't have anything to back this story up, except for code word Z. So I can confirm for sure with local law enforcement, code word Z is negative, correct? That's confirmed negative, like this Joker's IQ score. Okay, I'll let them know. Sorry for wasting your time. Lieutenant Cole hung up the phone just as Roger ambles into the zone through the security gate. He hadn't shaven in days, and his eyes were sunken, desperate for sleep. Cole was surprised to see Roger there. Hey, what are you doing here so late? Roger shakes his head as he takes off his rumpled jacket. Couldn't sleep. I wanted to continue my experiment. Lieutenant Cole looks over at one of the Navy SEALs standing guard and gives the SEAL a slight, hey, you might want to get ready nod. Lieutenant Cole then glances back over at the disheveled Roger, who had started typing on his laptop at his workstation. Lieutenant Cole then asks Roger, are you sure that's a good idea? Medical really wants you to get some rest. I rested, and I'm back. I don't want to regress on the progress I've made so far. I feel like the more I touch it, the more it's trying to communicate. I was trying to sleep at home, but I could feel it calling me back here. I feel like it's trying to tell me something. Yeah, that you're a coke addict. Roger gets heated in his defensive response. I'm not addicted to it. People are demanding answers, and I'm trying to get them the answers any way I can. Relax, Roger. We're all on the same side here. I just care about you, man. My brother was a drunk, you know. Sometimes you remind me of him. It scares me. Thank you, but I'm fine, really. Roger tries in vain to assure Cole. I'm going to start with the hand insert for 30 minutes. Mark the time, please. I will, but before I do, there's apparently been a change in protocol. What change? Roger demands to know. Well, you have to tell me the secret code word before I can let you touch the zone. Roger is distraught. What secret code word? Z. You didn't get the memo? Lieutenant Cole says as he cracks a grin. Roger doesn't think it's funny. The mention of code word Z brings out a primal response from Roger. He grabs Lieutenant Cole by the shoulders. Who told you this? Who told you the code word was Z? Jesus, Roger, calm down. It was a joke. FBI was just following up on a lead with a Looney Tune who said someone came out of the zone claiming the code word was Z. Relax, there's no code word, no changes in protocol. Roger lets go of Lieutenant Cole and paces the zone madly. I need to know who made that call. I have to talk to that witness immediately. Lieutenant Cole nods to the SEAL, who steps over to the frantic Roger. Roger, this is why Dr. Brandt and the medical team ordered you to take a break. Cole points forcefully at the black silent zone. That thing is turning your mind into mush. Roger sees the SEAL moving towards him, and he throws up his hand, commanding the SEAL to stop. Roger then turns to Lieutenant Cole. Lieutenant Cole, get that FBI contact back on the line right now, or you are fired immediately. Lieutenant Cole picks up the phone cautiously, his watchful eyes never leaving the manic Roger for an instant. Okay, I'll call him back, but my next call after that is going to be to Dr. Brandt. Fire me if you want, but you need help, Roger. Bad. Sharon enters the holding room where Dylan has been waiting for her return. She is dwarfed by Officer Tannen, who follows her in with angry glare. Sharon hands Dylan back his iPhone in the Ready Player One case. Thank you for letting us examine your phone. Dylan replies, no problem. I forgot how boring waiting can be without this thing. Dylan presses his thumb on the phone, but nothing happens. Sorry, you'll have to charge it. It ran out of power while we were examining it, Sharon explains. Great, thanks. Dylan looks up at the towering Tannen. Hi, Dylan, this is Officer Tannen. Don't worry, he's not here for you. He's here for me, to make sure I don't go off and knock you into next Sunday. I don't understand, Dylan replies, puzzled at the harsh tone directed towards him. Sharon bends down and gets right in Dylan's face. She smacks her finger on the table as she addresses him. You are never to contact any of the families of the missing kids. In fact, when you walk out of this room, you aren't going to mention White Zones, Code Word Z, or Michael Connors ever again. Well, what did the FBI say? Dylan asked. What do you think they said? There's no Code Word Z, Stephen King. You made the whole thing up. They have to check with the actual Zone site team. They talked to the communications officer at the Zone site where Captain Murphy was sent in. They have no idea what you were talking about. Despite Shannon being in his face and Officer Tannen intimidating him from the side, Dylan holds firm to his beliefs and his mission. I saw what I saw. Look, he was a kid, a 105-year-old kid, but a kid nonetheless. Maybe he got the code word mixed up. Can you just call them back and double check? Maybe it would be better if I talked to them directly. Sharon shakes her head and turns away from Dylan. Then she looks up at Tannen. See, this is why you're here, Brandon. Because right now, Sharon slaps her palm on the table, I'm ready to punch this guy's face in. I can't even think I'm so full of rage. And you know me, I never get this way. She never does, Tannen testifies. The holding room door opens, and Officer Hunter sticks his mustached face in. Shannon, the FBI called back, Mike tells her. I'll take it in my office. Mike then motions to Dylan. They want to talk to him, actually. Chapter 14, Thoughts and Prayers. So the only two people that knew about the secret code were Captain Murphy and Dr. Collins, the man who had recruited Captain Murphy to go into the zone. Officer Sharon Getty calmly told a middle-aged couple sitting in their living room. Sharon and Dylan were meeting with Michael's mother and father in their tidy home. Mrs. Connors sat there rigidly, as one welcoming as a cold morning's frost. Mr. Connors sat there deflated, as if his soul had been slowly leaked out of him, leaving behind a shell of the former man he had been. Sharon had warned Dylan to let her do the talking, and now he saw why. These poor people were going through an unthinkable hell, so Dylan sat there quietly, motionless, as if he had been holding Michael again, afraid that any sudden twitch would cause the boy excruciating pain. Pictures of Michael decorated the house. It wasn't an over-the-top shrine, just the normal home of an only child adored by his parents. It was so normal and neat, you almost expected Michael would run into the room at any second with one of his toys and start playing on the rug. Dylan glanced at the many photos of Michael. Although the boy was a stranger to him, he could recognize Michael's eyes. Michael's body had become withered and become decrepit with his torturous escape from the zone. But Michael's eyes had been, despite the pain, full of the hope and promise of a child, especially when he had talked about his amazing adventures he had had in the zone. Mrs. Connors shook her head firmly, not wanting to believe any of it. But Z is so simple. Anyone could have guessed it. Z for zone? How could that even be a code word? Sharon nods her head, trying to be understanding, yet still with a job to do. It was chosen because it was so simple. They didn't know if communications were even possible from the zone, so they wanted something that was a minimal amount of effort would be needed to communicate. Anything to show Captain Murphy was still alive and trying to reach back out to us. And through your son, he did. Finally, Mr. Connors lifts his weary head and joins the discussion. How do we know it wasn't this captain that came through the zone then, and not our son? I mean, you said it was an old man that came through. Maybe Captain Murphy was just confused and thought he was our son. It's possible. Look, I know this is hard for you, but we're just presenting you with the facts as best we can. We owe you that. The statement, as innocent as it was, drew out Mrs. Connor's ire, and she let loose on Sharon. Facts? What facts? Our son is missing. Our son is dead. You think our son is alive but trapped, and now you're telling us he's dead again. No more facts, thank you. Mr. Connors tries to comfort his outraged, grieving wife. Honey, come on. It's all just such a mystery. They're doing the best they can. Dylan finally speaks up, hoping to bring some comfort to the parents. I promised your son I would spread his message, and that message will save countless people that are trapped in the zone. You don't know my son. Stop saying that, Mrs. Connor rages at Dylan. Again, Mr. Connors tries to comfort his estranged wife. Honey, she bats away his hand. Dylan leans forward. I know this is of small comfort, but the way you're talked about being in the zone, and of course he missed you, but it sounded like he and the other kids were in an amazing place, that they could do anything their imaginations let them. They weren't in pain. They were living a life that we could only dream about. That was the message he wanted to send to people that had lost someone in the zone, that they weren't dead, that they weren't suffering, that they were okay. Some even better than okay. Sharon gently reaches out and pulls Dylan's shirt to ease him back and let her take over again. Dylan leans back into the sofa again, trying to come down from his passionate outburst. Sharon then speaks. We just want you to be prepared for what's going to come. Your son's name is going to be in the press a lot more than last time, and he's going to be the focal point of what no doubt will be a huge story. No, don't you dare, Mrs. Connors quietly warns them. I'm sorry, don't do what? Sharon asks. Don't you use my son's name. We've been through enough already. No. Look, we certainly want to be sensitive to your feelings, but it would be difficult to contain news of this nature. Mrs. Connors is incredulous. What do you think people are going to do when you tell them going into a zone is a ticket to a fantasy land? How many more mothers will lose their children to such delusional nonsense? Dylan jumps back in. But it's what Michael wanted me to tell people. It was his last dying wish. I don't care. My son is mine and no one else's. Ma'am, I wanted so bad to get my phone out of the car so he could call you, to try and FaceTime or take a picture or video, give you something other than my word. But this is all I can offer you. It was Michael, the bravest person I've ever had the honor of meeting, that came out of that zone. I promise you. I wish there was something I could say to convince you that it was him. He told me he loved Finding Nemo. He said he was sorry for spilling ink on his bedroom carpet. Our son never spilled any ink in his bedroom. Now I know you're lying. Leave our house and leave our son alone. Mr. Connor finally stands, signaling that his wife's request be honored. Please, if you will. Sharon and Dylan stand respectfully. Sharon takes the lead in saying goodnight. I'm sorry this has been so upsetting. Again, I say that I can't imagine the grief and pain you have both been going through. We're here to help you. If you need anything, just call my cell phone. Anytime, any day, I will answer it. Mr. Connors then walks them to the front door, telling them, I'm sorry, I know this isn't easy for you either. Just Michael was everything to us. Sharon nodded. I'll buy you as much time as I can with the feds, but they won't sit on this. They let me come talk to you first because of our relationship, but it's bound to leak and people are going to be hounding you for the truth. There are things we can do, places we can take you and Mrs. Connors to minimize the impact. Mr. Connors appreciates the concern. Perhaps we just have a lot to absorb right now. Could you give us 24 hours before the government makes any official announcements about this? I can't promise it, but I'll try. Thank you. I'll call you tomorrow. The bereaved father then turns to Dylan. If you really did hold my son as he died, thank you. But if you're lying to me, to my wife, God damn your soul to hell. I held him, sir. I did. Mr. Connors nods. Then thank you. With that, the door was closed on them, ending the encounter. Both Dylan and Sharon exhale and decompress as they walk away from the home towards their squad car. Dylan stares down at his feet, feeling as if he had done something wrong by speaking so much. I'm sorry I got a little passionate in there, Dylan tells Sharon. Don't be. There's no good way to deliver news like this. Drunk driver, hunting accident, pool drowning, overdose. You just do the best you can. Dylan, who else have you told about what happened tonight? No one. No family, no friends? No. Well, I wrote about it on my blog. Online? Other people can read this? Not hardly. No one reads what I write. The few people that didn't believe me anyway. Remove that blog right now. I can't. My phone's dead. As soon as you can, take it down and don't tell anyone else about this until we talk tomorrow. Okay, but I just feel an obligation to Michael to speak out, to spread his message. I know how his parents feel, but people going in the zone have a right to know what it's like, the good and the bad. And people already in the zone, they have to know not to try to get out of the zone or they're going to die. Look, I agree, but let Michael's parents have one more night of peace, one more night of their son being theirs, because all hell will break loose for them once this goes out to the public. Mr. Connors finally got his wife to bed. They didn't discuss what had happened with Officer Getty and Dylan. They didn't discuss much of anything anymore. It was all just too painful, because it always led back to Michael. Once she had taken her meds for the night, Mrs. Connors had calmed down enough to go to bed. When Mr. Connors was sure she was sound asleep, he went into Michael's room. He had tried to keep it untouched. They hadn't put any of the hundreds of gifts they had received from strangers in the room. They were all kept at a storage unit several miles away. They wanted the room to be exactly the same so that when Michael finally did come home, he would see nothing had changed. It would be as if he had never left. Mr. Connors turned on Michael's light and searched the carpet on his son's room, looking for the ink stain Dylan had mentioned. There was nothing out of ordinary on the carpet, besides the normal wear of a child's room. The father moved the boy's chair at his desk. He moved toys, his laundry hamper, still nothing. Then he picked up the corner of a Finding Nemo playmat and lifted it up. And there it was, a black ink blotch on the carpet, probably from a broken pen. Michael had smeared the ink in his attempt to clean it up, but all it accomplished was spreading the stain even wider. Mr. Connors collapsed to the floor and began to cry. He pounded the rug and pulled at his thinning hair. He hadn't wanted to believe Dylan's story because it truly would have meant his son was dead. But now he believed it. He grabbed at the ink stain in madness, as if he could somehow magically pull the stain out. He couldn't. The stain was there, and it wasn't going anywhere. Chapter 15. Viral. On his way home that night, Dylan wanted to stop by the Daycare Center Memorial, but he could see the police had already had the street in front of the Daycare Center blocked off again. Along with the local police cars, there were some black SUVs parked out there as well. He assumed those were the feds, but they didn't exactly advertise it. The black SUVs were also stationed at the parking lot of the offices across the street from the daycare center. He could see agents in black suits searching the sides of buildings with flashlights. While Dylan was watching, the agents turned and spotted Dylan's Prius just sitting there at the stoplight that had turned green. Best to move on, Dylan thought, and he took his foot off the brake and passed quietly into the night. He felt it was best just to go home at that point. It had been a long, emotional day, and he needed some time to decompress and process all that had happened. Was it not real? Did it not happen? It had happened. He knew it to his core, but he knew he would never be able to convince anyone else. Was he going to be that guy now? The crazy guy that claims to have been abducted by aliens, the crazy guy that claims he worked at Area 51, the crazy guy that gave Howard Hughes a ride in the desert and in return was the sole beneficiary of his will. As Dylan parked outside his apartment, he noticed someone get out of a black sedan and head straight towards him, as if they had been waiting for him to get home. She was dressed in a dark business suit, not unlike the agents that had been searching the side of the office building. She had purpose in her movement, a mission to accomplish. "Excuse me, are you Dylan Gaines?" "Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to catch you unannounced at your home, but you haven't been answering your phone. It died. Needs to be charged." "My name is Langley Price. I'm an agent. I'd like to talk to you about what you saw today." Sure. Can we talk here, or do we have to go somewhere?" "We can talk here. I'd prefer it, actually. Can we go inside?" It's a little messy, if you don't mind that."
As they walked inside the apartment, Dylan immediately scooped up some fast food wrappers that were left out on his kitchen table. Then he grabbed some dirty clothes off the living room floor. Please, Dylan, don't do that on my account. Please, sit. We have a lot to discuss." The two sat down in the modest apartment, decorated with collectible action figures and a sizable movie collection in various formats, including VHS, Beta, Laserdisc to go along with all the DVDs and Blu-rays. There were several bookshelves full of hardcover and paperback books, going all the way back to his childhood favorites that he'd kept all these years, to a whole shelf full of his self-published novel, Hitler's Time Machine. Movie posters from Marvel and Star Wars films adorned the walls and the empty spaces between the shelves of books and movies. There were at least 3 game systems plugged into the widescreen TV, creating a black spaghetti-like mess of wires on the floor. Langley took it all in, guessing she might have been the only female in here in a while, and she would have guessed right. But she tried not to let that show as their conversation began. "So, what do you want to know?" Dylan asked. "Well, you have an amazing story to tell. You know that, right?" "Yeah, I know. I'm kind of numb, to be honest with you. I don't even know where to start." "Well, that's understandable. When I read your blog post, I knew immediately I needed to reach out to you." "You didn't think I was lying?" "Of course I did. But then I read everything else you had ever written. You don't lie. You're honest about yourself and the world and your place in it." "You really read everything?" "I read it on the plane flying out from Los Angeles. Even some of your novel." "Yeah? What did you think?" "Well, it needs some work, but it's an interesting concept. I have some notes for you. I'll give them to you when I'm finished with the rest of the book." "Are you allowed to tell me what type of agent you are? I mean, who you're with?" "Well, right now I work independently. I primarily focus on real-life stories, mostly people that can generate an audience on their own, but that's when I come in, and I take them to a whole nother level, and your level right now is sky-high with potential." "Wait, you're not an intelligence agent?" "I'm a literary agent." "Jesus, really? I thought you were like with the FBI or something. I mean, you dress like it." "Well, thank you." "So you're a literary agent? Wow, that's great." "Actually, I'm more of a manager now. I was an agent with William Morris Endeavor in their non-scripted division. Then I decided I wanted to branch out on my own." "Are you represented by anyone?" "No, I just do it all by myself. I self-publish everything on Amazon and on my blog. And, oh, speaking of which, I need to take it down." "Why?" "A police officer told me to." "Do they have a court order?" "No, she just asked me to take it down out of respect to Michael's family. We have a First Amendment in this country, and that needs to be respected too. Don't take it down." I said I would. I mean, it's not like anyone reads my blog anyway. "How long has your phone been off?" "Oh, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours now, I guess." "So you don't know." "Know what?" "You're trending. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, you're blowing up." He takes his phone out of his pocket and plugs it into his R2-D2 charger. "No, don't. Don't turn it on," Langley warns him. "Why not?" "Because the person that used to answer that phone does not exist anymore." "Can I tell you who you are now?" "Oh, by all means." "You are a best-selling author. You are the closest thing to a living prophet this world has seen since the New Testament. People will want to know everything you say and do. You are going to need someone to help guide you on this journey, and that's my job. If you turn your phone on, you will be flooded with offers from other agents and producers and publishers promising you the world to sign with them to tell your story. You know what else will be on that phone? News that you've been fired from all your jobs, death threats, marriage proposal, desperate people that think somehow you're going to get their loved ones out of the zone. Never turn on that phone again. Here." Langley hands him a brand new iPhone box. "It's all paid for, new phone, new email. This way we can communicate with each other immediately. That's if you sign with me tonight." "I don't know. I probably owe it to myself to at least listen to the messages on there." "No, don't, because they're all trapped in here." She points to the cold black rectangle lying on the coffee table. "I'm here in the flesh in your living room. Do you remember the miners that were trapped for a week in that West Virginia coal mine a couple years ago?" "Yeah. I represented them. You saw them on TV. You saw their book in the bookstore. You saw their life story in a life-affirming movie in the theaters. I was their manager." "You did all of that?" "I did. You ever watch Viral? It's on TLC. It features people that have ruined their lives with things they said or did on the internet. Viral gives them a second chance to rehabilitate their images. Remember those kids on the school trip to D.C. that got captured making fun of the Native Americans? It was our show that arranged for some of those kids to live a week on a reservation in Oklahoma. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I saw the commercials for that. Well, that's my show. Talk to any of my clients, and they will tell you the key to me is I care. Not only will I be here in the flesh today, but tomorrow and the next day. See, I originally came out here months ago when the story of the daycare kids disappearing first hit the news, but I couldn't get close to any of the families or the daycare worker. And when the whole Zone story broke worldwide, they lost their exclusivity and it wasn't worth pursuing them anymore. However, I stayed in touch with some of the local cops and they tipped me off about your story, that you were legit. So look, I have a standard contract. It's a 30-70 split of all the profits generated from our joint ventures. I keep the contract verbiage simple so anyone can understand it without a lawyer's review, being that I usually have to move fast with my clients, as is the case with us. So you need me to sign tonight? Yes, sign it right now, and I can get started writing the book with you. I think if we work around the clock, we can get a first draft done by the weekend. Are you kidding me? I have to work. No, you don't. Seriously, you were fired. Instacart, Uber, Grubhub, they all issued statements saying you no longer have a relationship with them. I'm broke then. I have to look for a new job. How am I going to get a job now? The minute you sign with me, I will contact the executive who I worked with on the West Virginia coal miner project. I will tell them we are working together and looking for an exclusive package deal for the book, online, TV, theatrical rights, as well as any speaking engagements. Of course, their news division will have to get the exclusive interviews and profiles first, but that won't be forever. How much do you think we can get? Well, here's the thing, and this is another reason why we have to strike while the iron is hot. Tomorrow morning, if a bunch of white zones start popping up and thousands of previously trapped people start jumping out of the zones, your story isn't going to be worth anything. Your exclusive value will vaporize, and you will be completely forgotten. Just an unemployed nobody with a clogged voicemail box. Same thing happened with the daycare families. They had a great story, but one presidential address later, and we all had a great story. Right now, you're the only one with any white zone branding. The only one with any contact from someone coming back from a zone. Sign with me. I make the call, and I think I can get us $1 million. Yes. Wow, that sounds great, and I'd love to sign right now, but I'd also be crazy not to at least talk to a lawyer. Can I have 24 hours? So you can turn on your phone again, huh? Here are all the other offers? Sure, take 24 hours. But in 24 hours, if more white zones pop up, someone else is going to be the first one to market, and second, and third, and good luck to you then. Ever seen a movie about the third mission to land on the moon? Actually, that would have been Apollo 13. But point taken. Time is of the essence. Okay, I'll sign. Where's the contract? It's on your phone, the new phone. I prefer e-sign. I set everything up for you. Just remember to change your password when you get the chance. Right now, the 6-digit passcode on the phone is just today's date. Dylan takes the phone out and turns it on and taps in the date to gain entry. He opens the email app and sees the e-sign contract is the only thing waiting for him in the queue. He opens the contract and signs with his fingertip on the phone and sends it back to her. Okay, done. It's amazing what these things can do. It is. When I bought my house, I did it all on my phone. Well, except for what I absolutely had to positively sign paper documents. Langley takes her phone out and starts to search Google. You calling now? Asked Dylan. Yes, but I want to check on something first. Make sure no one else has reported seeing any white zones other than you. She searches on the phone and seems pretty pleased, but then something on the phone catches her attention. Langley remarks to herself. What? No, don't say it. Dylan looks crestfallen. No, it's good. Hitler's Time Machine is the top-selling sci-fi ebook on Amazon. 27th overall. Really? Check your phone. Dylan instinctively picks up his old phone. No, not that phone. Leave it off. Dylan sets the old iPhone down and instead picks up his brand new one. Okay, so I'm going to make that call to my contact. You're good with $1 million. I mean, if they offer it, we'll take it, right? I'll manage somehow. She made the call. She got the offer. They took it. Business Affairs sent the contract. They signed it. And a week after Dylan had first seen Michael emerge from the white zone, $700,000 was wired to his checking account. Its previous balance had been a precarious $917.91. Chapter 16. The Parent Company. The interview started off with the full disclosure admission that the book's publisher for Dylan's book and the network he was now appearing on were owned by the same parent company. It would be the same announcement that would be made when he appeared on radio shows produced by the same parent company, and again being interviewed and profiled in magazines and online publications owned by the same parent company. It was a coordinated blitz across all media platforms. No one knew when the buzz about Dylan, Michael, and the White Zone would become yesterday's news, but for right now, everyone wanted a piece of him, and the parent company always made sure their media companies got the best bites. The interview was sandwiched between shows the network wanted to give the before and after ratings bump to. The first show was a sexy drama about FBI agents trying to uncover the truth about zones. The other was a sitcom about a family that accidentally goes through a zone and has a wacky life that they now lead on the other side where anything can happen. If either of the show turned out to be a moderate hit with the 4-year run, the parent company stood to make hundreds of millions of dollars from it. If either show turned into a monster hit going on for 7 to 8 seasons, the studio could easily make $2 to $3 billion from it over the lifetime of the property, making the initial cost of $1 million for Dylan's story a ridiculous bargain in the process. It had been almost non-stop since Dylan signed with Langley Price. In addition to marketing his story, she set about to market him as well. He was never going to be the hunky prophet, so she went with the kind-souled, nurturing prophet instead. He was assigned a stylist, nutritionist, and a personal trainer. Between his writing sessions, he worked out feverishly, and with his new diet, he had managed to lose 30 pounds, along with all his friendships with the fast food drive-thru staffers in town. The makeover was so great that the network wanted Dylan to host a reality show focused on zone victims. It was a quick turnaround, but they got a 5-episode run produced in time for his book launch and first major TV interview. The nationally hyped interview started with a short bio piece about Michael and Dylan and how their paths crossed that fateful night. Then the anchor sat down with Dylan at a garden memorial named after Michael that Dylan had created to offer a tranquil place to those that had lost loved ones to his own. "This is a beautiful place," the anchor started with. "It is. I wish it didn't have to be here, but it is for those that need it," replied Dylan. "Do you need it?" "I do. So 2 months ago, you were delivering groceries, and I was an Uber driver, and I delivered meals for Grubhub as well. Today, you have the #1 best-selling nonfiction book, Never Go In, Never Go Out, Michael's Message About the Zone, the #1 selling fiction book, Hitler's Time Machine, the #1 watched show on television, and the most downloaded podcast on iTunes. That's why I like to come here. How do you explain all of that?" "Simple. This is all about Michael's message. I was charged that night with carrying the words he couldn't speak anymore. It fell to me to let people know what being in a zone was like, and to let people know that if they were going in the zone, that they would have to stay there, at least for now. Michael gave his life to send that message. It seems that the only people that don't want to hear your message, or Michael's message, are Michael's parents. They're suing you, correct?" "I've been advised by counsel not to comment on the lawsuit, but I'll say this. I understand how traumatic this has been for Michael's parents, and I care about their feelings. But I made a pledge that night to Michael that I would spread his word, and I'm keeping that promise. A lot of people are blaming you for the dramatic rise in zone entries, which have risen tenfold since you came out with your story. People wanting to be reunited with loved ones that have disappeared in zones, people with nowhere else to go that have given up on this world, people that think they're going to a fantasy land where there is no limit to the imagination. You tell people that they don't need to work, you don't need to eat, you don't get sick, you don't die. If anything, you get healthier. If you go into a zone, you just exist to learn, have fun, and be with other people. I don't recommend going into a zone. It's the title of my book, Never Go In. But the rest of that title is Never Go Out, Never Go In, Never Go Out. Isn't that a mixed message? It is, but people have died trying to leave the zone. I'm a realist. We're not going to stop people from going into zones. There are just too many of them appearing these days, and the frequency just keeps going up as each day passes. Someday, there could be a zone for every human being on this planet. And just as you can't stop people from taking drugs or drinking alcohol, you can, however, advocate for safe usage. And part of that safe usage is education. We can't just say zones are evil and pretend they're not here, just as we can't all go jumping into a zone right now thinking we'll automatically be going to a better life. Both in the book, where you capitalize on Michael's story, and in your reality show, where you focus on people that have had their lives ripped apart by losing someone to a zone, people have accused you of being the king of zone grief porn. No one is a bigger activist for the rights of those that have lost loved ones to a zone than me. Our political action committee, Zone PAC, has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars to support candidates that are willing to reform the laws and regulations of this nation to support zone survivors. A lot of industries are gunning for you because of that. I know they are. If you have a terminal disease, don't go to a hospital, go to a zone. If you're too old or unable to live by yourself, don't go to an assisted living community, go to a zone. If you've been charged with a major crime and you don't think you can be found innocent, don't go to a lawyer and go to court and risk a conviction, go to a zone. Look, I don't advocate for criminals to use the zones as a get-out-of-jail-free card. That's a very dangerous trend that should worry us all. But when you spread Michael's message that the zone is a magical alternate reality, that is an appealing idea to a great number of people, especially criminals that could be looking at life in prison or a death sentence. I tell people the truth as I know it, and they have to decide for themselves. That's all I can do. Would you ever go into a zone? Right now, I have a mission to spread Michael's message, and I can't do that in a zone. Have you ever touched one? I have, and it was amazing, an unreal feeling. I felt connected to the universe, as if anything was possible, good or bad, I suppose. Do you feel an uncontrollable urge to touch one again? Are you a zone addict now? No, if I saw one, I would touch it, but I wouldn't go in. Some people don't have the ability to make that decision. They touch it once, and they're hooked. They can't control themselves. Marriages are wrecked. Families are abandoned. Whole existence is wiped out in the blink of an eye. Some people, they can't control themselves with a lot of things. That's nothing new for humanity. A lot of people want to know if the zone is heaven or hell. I don't think it's either. I asked Michael if he saw aliens, angels, time travelers, anything that would, let you know who's behind all of this. And he said, no, you didn't. You go in a zone and you exist. That's it. Others can teach you what they know and how to live in a zone, but there's no instruction manual. No one's there who knows who created the zone or what its purpose is. Can you convince someone that doesn't believe you that you're telling the truth? I wish I had proof. I wanted my cell phone so bad to record what was happening because I knew no one would believe me. But Michael did know the code word that was set up for Captain Murphy. Z. That's right. Captain Murphy would have to have communicated that to Michael while he was in the zone. And that code was confirmed by government scientists in charge of recruiting Captain Murphy. That scientist, however, Dr. Roger Collins, has also been relieved of his duties at that zone site he used to work at. For medical reasons, he developed his own addiction and he's currently seeking treatment for it. He never told anyone else about the code word? Exactly, so no one else would have known about it except for Captain Murphy. A lot of people say Roger Collins was just lying when he confirmed the Z code, that he confirmed it falsely just to keep his position at the zone site and still have easy access to the zone to feed his addiction. A lot of people say I made the whole thing up too, but a lot more people believe me, and they believe Michael's message. What's next for you? Right now, I'm working on the movie adaptation for my novel, Hitler's Time Machine. So soon you might even have the #1 movie in America to go along with everything else? Well, with any luck, maybe. No plans to go on his own? No, none. Chapter 17. My Name Is. They're everywhere now. You can't escape them. Front yards, side streets, parks, highways, fields, forests. And when I don't see the real zones, I see all the memorials people have put up
like those little white crosses you would see driving on the road where someone was killed in a car accident or hit by a car. I can't even watch TV anymore. Every show or news story has to have a zone in it. It all makes me just want him back so bad. The Armenian woman breaks down and sobs as she squeezes a red foam ball tightly in her hand. She's in a circle of completely random people who, on the surface, don't look like they have much in common. Some are in the suits they wore to the office that day. Others are in jeans and t-shirts. Some appear well off. Others, not so much. Sherman Hartsfield leads the group, and he's the one that gets up from his folding chair to hand the sobbing Armenian woman, Olga Vaskunich, a box of Kleenex. Olga takes a second to compose herself, wiping away the tears with Kleenex. Then Olga continues. The insurance company won't help, because they say Hovind isn't officially dead. Well, he isn't officially alive either. I'm going to lose my house if they don't get everyone out of the zones in the next couple of months. It gets so bad that I wonder if I wouldn't be better off joining Hovind in there. I mean, I can't, I know, but I think about it. Again, Sherman takes the lead in speaking up and offering support. I've thought about it too, but it's not the answer. Olga nods her head. I know it's not. I don't know what I'd do without this group. She manages a smile as she looks around at all the people there listening to her. Well, we're always here for you, Olga, Sherman reassures her. I'm done. Please go, Olga says as she passes the small red foam ball to the person seated next to her. He's a middle-aged man who has had his arms crossed the whole time he's been there, eyes looking downward. He uncrosses his arms to take the red ball. He's in no hurry to start talking, still running a few things around in his mind as he squeezes the red ball in his fingers a few more times. Finally he starts, with a reluctance in his voice. My name is, I really don't want to say, call me Mike. The group responds as one. Hi, Mike. My wife disappeared about a month ago. We had been having trouble for a while, so I thought she went to her mother's to blow off some steam. But then her boss called me, said she hadn't been in the office for 2 days and never called in sick. She was never sick, so that's why I thought it was odd for her not to even call. Just wasn't like her. So I called her family. They hadn't seen her either. Called her friends. No one knew anything. Called the cops. They're so overwhelmed they weren't any help. So I called a private investigator, a lady PI. She went to work searching my wife's computer, and in 5 minutes she found out she was having an affair on me. That felt great. No clue it was happening. Each night we'd go to bed. She'd always have her phone with her. Thought she was playing her games or looking on Facebook, next door, whatever. No, it was this guy, right there in my own bed while I was trying to get to sleep. Anyway, the PI tracks this guy down that she was seeing, and it turns out he's missing too. But at least they found my wife's car at his place. His car they found abandoned about 100 miles away. He had been missing for about a week, like my wife, and it was about a week ago that a zone was reported in the area that they found the car abandoned at. One of these zone parking lots they talk about, where a zone pops up in the middle of nowhere. One idiot sees it and tells everyone else, and people go tracking it down on their cell phones. They just park the cars as close as they can get to the zone and then leave their cars behind. Well, his car was about one of 50 that they found there where the zone had been before it disappeared. So that's what the PI thinks happened. Word got out that there was a zone there, and before the government could stop people from going in, my wife and this guy drove down at a moment's notice and went in together. PI also told me about this group. Said it might be good to talk to some people about what happened to me. She gets a lot of zone-related cases now. Bad for us, good for her. These damn zones. My wife, she was obsessed with the zones, convinced they were the next evolution in life after she read that crazy guy's book, but never go in or out or whatever it was. Constantly watched his shows over and over again on DVR. She really thought she could go into one of these things and live her fantasy life. I never thought she'd actually go through with it. She was very careful, very safe. She hated that I thought the whole zone thing was bullshit. I still think it is. You walk into one of these things, you just die. Simple as that. I mean, how the hell did this country get so stupid that people could put their faith in this abyss and think things would turn out well? I'm sorry, you're dumb enough to go in a zone, you deserve to die. Sherman feels compelled to interrupt Mike as he senses the unease growing amongst the regulars,
who have loved ones trapped in the zone, most having gone in willingly. We don't know that, Mike, that you die when you go in a zone, but please continue, unless you're done. Mike just shakes his head. I'm done. I just want to kill this guy, though, for what he did. Ken Hemmings, clean-cut, neatly dressed, raises his hand to get Mike's attention. Hey, Mike, my wife cheated on me, too. Don't even ask me the things I wanted to do after I found out. But we got a divorce instead, and I got remarried to an amazing woman who shares my faith, and we have 2 amazing kids together. And looking back on it, that affair was the best thing that ever happened to me. I haven't, but I almost want to reach out and thank the guy my first wife was cheating on me with. Mike waves Ken off. No, I'm not talking about the guy she was banging. I'm talking about that son of a bitch going around telling people how amazing these zones are. Stupid TV show, always on the news. How many people have killed themselves going into these zones because of this clown? These kids that disappear into zones, the parents think they're all alive in there. So now the parents are going in trying to save the kids. And now the parents are dead too. They got whole families going in now, all dead. Seriously, how did America get so stupid? What the hell caused this? Don't they teach common sense in schools anymore? When you see a black hole of death, don't walk in it. How hard is that? Mike sees that he's upsetting people and tries to pull himself back. I mean, all I'm saying is someone needs to stop this guy from going around and promoting these lies and cons. I mean, arrest him, sue him. Do something and do it fast. I'm done talking. Here, take this thing. Mike hands the red foam ball to Beatrice Gala, who is in her 60s and dressed casually. Thank you for sharing, Mike, Sherman says, happy that the newest member is finally done. Beatrice then takes a few moments to compose herself as she fiddles with the red foam ball in her hands, passing it back and forth. Then Beatrice starts. I don't think you die when you go into a zone. I can't think that. Otherwise, it means I killed my father. He was dying anyway, lung cancer. My sisters and I had arranged for hospice care for him. Well, when my father saw all the news coverage of the White Zone and saw Dylan talking about his book and then the TV show, and he got the idea that he wanted to go into a zone now instead of staying in hospice care. We tried to talk him out of it. He was adamant we take him to a zone. Mike jumps back in. See, that's what I'm talking about. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's what this guy does to people. Gets them thinking crazy. Beatrice continues. My sisters are like Mike. They hate zones. They think they're evil, sent by the devil to lure us into hell. But I don't think that way, and neither did my father. I kept watching Twitter and zone apps to see if I could find one that was coming close to where my father's hospice care was. One day it was just me watching him, and the news broke that a zone had appeared down the street. I asked my dad if he was really sure he wanted to go into a zone. He said yes, so I took him. When we got there, there was a huge crowd that had already shown up. Some people just wanted to look at it, others wanted to touch it, and there were those that wanted to go in. After a couple of the people had entered the zone, a group of men formed an angel chain around it. What's an angel chain? Mike asks. Ken, the clean-cut guy that told Mike about his wife cheating on him, explains, that's when a bunch of men link arms in Christ's name to prevent people from entering zones. Beatrice then picks up her story. If you were sick, the men in the angel chain would let you touch it, but they would hold on to you so you couldn't go all the way in the zone. Everyone else, they just stopped from even touching the zone. There were kids there, teenagers, and the angel chain wouldn't even let them touch it since they were all healthy young people with their whole lives ahead of them. One of the kids wouldn't take no for an answer, saying they didn't have the right to tell them what to do. I don't know who threw the first punch, but a fight started and then a near riot broke out. Despite the ruckus, I took my father up because the angel chain was finally broken. I gave him a last hug, goodbye, and took video of him saying goodbye to everyone that wasn't there. He told them this is what he wanted, and then he turned around and went into the zone, and he was gone. My sisters won't speak to me now. They wanted me arrested, but after I showed the video to the police, they left me alone. They have enough on their hands as it is. So I come to this group now because no one in my family will even talk to me. Personally, I think they're all mad at me about the will. Until people trapped in the zone are officially declared dead, they can't execute his will. His estate's in limbo. They wanted him to die. They can go to church and talk about Jesus all they want, but they wanted his money.
I don't want to offend you, Ken. I don't think religion is necessarily a bad thing. I just hate hypocrisy. It's fine, Beatrice. We're good, Ken reassures her. I'm done sharing for tonight, Beatrice tells them. Beatrice passes the red foam ball to Ken. I'm Ken. Most everybody here knows my story, but for you new people, I didn't lose anyone to a zone, but I touched one once. I was parked in a mall parking lot, and 1 minute it was completely normal. The next, it was complete chaos. People just started running out of the mall and flooding the parking lot. At first, I thought there was a gunman in the mall. I have a permit to carry, so I thought maybe I could help. I asked somebody what was going on, and this guy told me that a zone had just appeared outside. So I ran over with everyone else, and there it was, a zone. This was still in the early days before we knew about the white zone and Dylan and Michael. People were touching it, just amazed. We didn't know at the time not to go all the way in. The president had made his address a few days earlier, and no one was going in, just touching it. I waited my turn and got it close enough to put my hand in the zone. Changed my life. I still feel the warm energy running up my arm and into my head to this day. I kept my hand in there for as long as I could before mall security got out there and pushed everyone back. Soon the cops showed up and had the whole area blocked off. I stayed there just watching the zone from a distance until it finally disappeared. Then the crowds went away too, as did the cops. An hour later, it was as if the zone had never been there at all. But it had been there. I didn't leave that parking lot for 2 more hours. I wanted it to come back so bad. I wanted it to come back because of my heart. And I know this might be hard for people like you, Mike, to understand, but in my heart, I felt like I touched the face of God. I believe then, as I do now, that God has sent these zones to reach out to us, to bring us home, that something bad is going to happen. And these are our lifeboats. I want to go in a zone so bad, but I can't. I can't abandon my family. And I can't take my kids in there. It's not fair to them. I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions, but they deserve to have their life here on Earth. Sorry, I'm just running on here. I'm just so passionate about it. My wife gets so sick of me talking about zones all the time. She calls me Richard Dreyfuss, from the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the mashed potatoes guy. Well, that's me. And it's true. I'm at my kid's soccer game. All I think about are zones. At work, I find it hard to focus. It all just seems so meaningless now that the zones are here. I literally have to force myself to try and listen to my wife as she tells me about her day, because all I really want to do is grab my phone and see if a zone has popped up anywhere near me. I try to talk about other things with her, but inevitably it always goes back to the zones for me. So I have to stop myself and put it on pause, I don't want to lose another wife, so I come here to get as much of the zone talk out of me as I can. The main thing that bothers me now is that I worry about the zones will go away for good and that maybe I will have lost my chance to meet God and Jesus. I know I can live a good life, and when I die, I'll just meet them the old-fashioned way, but boy, I just don't want to miss this. I see more and more postings on Facebook of other zone believers. It's growing. I'm not the only one that thinks the zones are the gateway to heaven. Mike interrupts, but in a respectful, measured way. I don't believe any of this, but if that guy really did talk to that kid about life in the zone, the kid told him, God, angels, Jesus, they weren't there. Only other people. Ken nods, but argues back. True, but Michael did say that when you go in the zone, it's all darkness until someone teaches you how to see. So maybe God and Jesus are there. We just need more people in the zone that know how to look for them. Mike shrugs. Well, if Jesus is in there, I hope he gives my wife and her buddy a good smack in the chops. Chapter 18. USA, USA, USA. The meeting took place in the Underground Presidential Emergency Operations Center, the PEOC. At the White House, President Perez didn't go through such extremes to normally get briefings on the zones, but this one was different. FBI Director Catherine Hosen went through a series of ads that were appearing on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The ads range from the slickly produced with high production vials to more earthy grassroots ads thrown together by someone with not a lot of technical skill, but still with a lot of passion to communicate their views on what the zones meant for Christians.
Hussein was direct in her commentary, but tried to leave it as emotionless as possible. This first group of ads are using religion, more specifically evangelical Christianity, to encourage people to enter the zones as a testament to their faith. The ads click by on the monitors with headlines such as, "If zones aren't heaven, then let's make them heaven. Spread God's word everywhere. This is a Christian zone." This next sampling of ads were produced to appeal to a strong America First sense of patriotism. As the red, white, and blue heavy on the flag and eagle ads clicked by, there was no mistaking who these ads were meant for. American Zone, Manifest Destiny, Americans Lead the Way. This last group is an attempt to appeal to America's youth, especially those interested in video games, fantasy stories, and science fiction. The ads looked like they were promoting the next big first-person shooter or a young adult fantasy world novel series with headlines such as "Zone In, Reinvent Your World, It's All True." President Perez studied the ads quietly, then asked, "What groups are responsible for these ads? Are these from zone activists? Some of these look pretty grassroots." We think the grassroots appearance of some of the ads is intentional, because when we trace the money behind who bought all these ads, we found that no matter if they were high production value or low production value, they were all from the same shell corporation with ties to a Russian intelligence-run troll farm. "Are you saying the Russians are behind these zones?" Defense Secretary McKenna asked with some concern. Director Hussein answered, "No, not the actual zones. That's still an undetermined phenomena. And the Russians are beset with zones as well, and spending a fortune on containment. And they are lucky because the zone frequency in Russia is far less than what we're encountering here in the U.S. So there's a zone gap," the gray-haired and tanned Secretary of State Winslow quipped in a joking reference to the Cold War-era missile gap theory that brought the nuclear arms race on between the two superpowers. Director Hussein waited for the slight chuckle in the PIOC to die down before continuing, because this next part of her briefing was about to get very serious. "Mr. President, what the Russians have begun doing is a systematic campaign to encourage Americans to enter zones." "Why?" President Perez wanted to know. "Our best guess is it's an attempt to depopulate the U.S." The Secretary of State Winslow laughed at the claim, adding, "Oh, they have a long way to go. There are 330 million Americans. So far, we've had approximately 30,000 reported zone entrances. Yet, we lose over 1 million Americans a year to heart disease and cancer alone. So where's our underground bunker meeting about that?" Homeland Security Director Northrop came to the Director Hussein's defense. "Doug, the point is the Russians aren't running ads for people to smoke Marlboro Reds and eat more supersized Big Macs. These zones have people panicking, making rash decisions. We still can't tell what these zones really are." Secretary of State Winslow shot back, "And we may never be able to tell them." Homeland Security Director Northrop went right back out at him as the tension was rising between the two. "But we have to show that we're at least trying." President Perez, sensing the tension between the two rival cabinet members, tried to change the subject. "What are we learning about the site zones that we control?" Director Hussein answered, "We're still receiving signals back from Captain Murphy. Not only is he still living, but he has the heart rate of a healthy 20-year-old. "How do you know it's even him?" the skeptical Secretary of State Winslow demanded. Hussein responded, "We've watched the changes gradually take place over the months he's been in there." "How can we get his heart rate back, but no other communications?" inquired Winslow. "We don't know," Hussein answered. Winslow throws up his hands in the air and looks around at the other cabinet officials gathered there. "How come the guy on TV knows more about zones than we do? And do we have any idea if this guy is for real or not? Or is he just trying to sell books?" Secretary of State Winslow asked, as if he was the president and not Perez. Winslow had a bad habit of this, which Chief of Staff Rosen would have to remind Winslow of after the meeting again. Winslow had, in fact, almost been president. He lost a close nomination battle to Tony, and in an effort to reunite the party, Tony offered, at the time, Governor Winslow the chance to be his running mate. Winslow turned down the vice presidency, but asked for the job as Secretary of State in return for his full support in the fall campaign, and to end all the rumors of a third-party bid that was sure to doom Tony's chances of winning the presidency. While Tony was wary of the gregarious governor, who had never met a TV camera he didn't like, He accepted the deal, and Governor Winslow got behind Tony and helped reassure reluctant older white voters that electing America's first Latino president was going to be a good thing. Tony knew that Winslow wanted the Secretary of State gig to bolster his international experience, making him a better presidential candidate in the future. Tony just hoped it wouldn't be as a primary challenge for his own re-election next year, as some rumors would have you believe. Hewson answered Winslow. In regards to author Dylan Gaines, there's no hard evidence to corroborate his story. What we do have is his cell phone, which was left in his car and shows he was in the area of the daycare for 2 hours at the time of the purported event. There was apparently a verbal code word Z that was kept secret between one of the zone scientists and Captain Murphy. Dylan knew that the code word was Z before anyone else. Defense Secretary McKenna jumped back in. Yes, but at the same time the scientist confirmed the code word Z story, he was being removed from the zone project for health reasons. We suspect he was lying in an attempt to be kept on the project and keep his zone access. Director Hewson, yes, but there are 2 other incidents. Michael Connors, the boy from the zone, told Dylan to tell his parents that he was sorry for spilling ink on his bedroom carpet. When initially told of this, the boy's parents couldn't remember the boy ever spilling any ink. However, it was later confirmed by the boy's father that there had been an ink stain hidden under a small rug. The father told the local law enforcement this under the promise that it would be kept confidential. That's great, because there's no way the father could have spilled ink on the rug after he was told the story. That'll hold up just fine, Winslow remarked. There was one other item, sir. The FBI did a sweep of the area around the daycare to confiscate all surveillance video. There wasn't much there, but video from a gas station captured a bright flash of light coming from the direction of the daycare center that matches up with the timeline of the reported events of the White Zone. The president thinks about this for a second. That video never gets seen by the public, ever. The last thing we need is something to encourage millions of Americans to go into these zones. Bad enough that those Russian ads are flooding Facebook. Yes, sir. Then the president asks, legally, where do all these people stand? Are they considered dead or not? Attorney General Alvin Foster fiddles with his glasses before answering. They're being handled as missing persons at this point. If there's no contact with that individual over a period of years, they can be declared dead. That period varies by state. Usually it averages about 5 years. Commerce Secretary Crimmins perks up. Well, what's that going to do to the insurance industry if all these life insurance plans have to pay out at the same time in 5 years? They could become insolvent. Well, someone will bail them out again. Probably us if we win re-election, Winslow noted. In the meantime, what do we do about the Russians? The president was adamant. We have to demand an immediate stoppage of these ads. If not, we'll start deporting Russian diplomatic personnel. Let's try to work with these social media sites to get this shut down as well. Hewson answered, we can try, but the damage may already have been done, because there's a growing fringe movement in the Christian community demanding that they should be allowed access to government-controlled zone sites so they can express their religious freedom. They want to send missionaries into the zones. President Perez was firm. No, site containment is crucial for national security. Homeland Security Director Margaret Dumfries reports, Sir, if I may, zone containment is going to be a lot more of a struggle going forward. Local law enforcement is doing the best they can, but there are just too many zones appearing now and staying longer. Chief of Staff John Rosen replies, we can go to Congress for more funds to distribute to the local level for containment. What do you think they really want? President Perez asked to no one and yet everyone. Chief Rosen answers, Congress? Nothing. No one on the Hill is going to vote against zone protection, not even those clowns that want to impeach you for sneezing on a Tuesday. No, these zones. President Perez points to one of the Russian ads on the monitor. What do they want? Why are they here? Defense Secretary McKenna responds. If they wanted to hurt us, they could have done so already. They could have sent whatever they wanted through these zones long ago. But they just still sit there, doing nothing. Winslow adds, if these zones are supposed to help us, I'd like to know how. Are they part of the next evolution of humans? Are they doorways to visit another world or dimension? Well, if you believe the reports from Dylan, when people go through the zone, no one is there to greet them. You just learn how to live in the zone from other humans that have gone through. Not unlike the world we live in now. And we still debate how this world was created and how and why we're here. President Perez sighs. I wish they would stop coming, McKenna responds. We all do, Mr. President. But we have to have a plan in case they don't stop. Containment can't be our only answer. How are the other countries dealing with this? Winslow replies. Most democracies are following our lead. Once a zone is detected and reported, the government takes control of that area until the zone is gone. But there are no laws forbidding anyone from touching or observing zones. Authoritarian states are handling it differently. In Russia, China, Iran, Syria, Turkey, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and North Korea, anyone making contact with a zone without government approval is imprisoned for life or even executed. The Saudis, they just cut your hand off. People in these countries don't dare go near a zone, which is why they have the lowest zone entry rates in the world. President Perez nods, looking to wrap up the meeting. We survived British rule, a civil war, Nazism, Imperial Japan, communism, and terrorist attacks. I think we'll be able to survive these zones as well. Secretary of Labor Lee signals with a wave of her hand that she has something to add. Mr. President, I'd like to offer a thought. President Perez thought the meeting was over, but gestures instead to Secretary Lee. Please, go ahead. She leans forward in her chair and begins. Imagine if this was reversed. Imagine our normal state of life was in the zone. You don't get sick. You don't die. You can live in any fantasy world you want. You don't need money, so you don't have to work. You don't need government, so there are no taxes. You get to spend all day playing and spending time with your friends and family. Now, all of a sudden, a bunch of mysterious black circles start to appear. And if you go through one of these circles, you go to a world where there is sickness, death. You need money to survive, so you spend most of your life doing something you absolutely hate, making someone else who's already rich beyond their dreams that much more richer while you struggle to give your kids an education and put a roof over your heads. Then you watch those kids graduate from college only to be saddled down with tens of thousands of college student loan debt as they struggle to get a job in a contracting job environment shrunken by globalization and automation. All they can do is repeat the life that you struggled through, and it goes on, only getting worse for the average American worker. That is until some gun-toting nut tries to end your life with their Second Amendment guaranteed AR-15 assault rifle. Now I ask you, would you leave your virtual zone paradise to go into this new hellhole of strife and struggle? Well, when you put it like that, no, President Perez answers. But as I understand it, this virtual world in the zone isn't real. Well, it is to the people that are in it, Lee answered back. Secretary of State tries to tamp down the drama. The vast majority of people, and I do mean vast, won't go into zones. They have too much invested here to leave it all behind. Family, homes, retirement funds. Plus, we really don't know what happens when you go into a zone. Fear will keep people out. It better. I don't want to be an alarmist, but if the number of zone entrances stay on its current track, it could lead to a collapse of this country from within. Ridiculous, Winslow protested. Chicken little zone hysteria. Lee, never one to shy away from a debate, answers back. Imagine the impact on the economy if the housing market is swamped with new listings from people that have gone into zones. The value of housing would plummet. Houses wouldn't be worth what people paid for them. Then there would be no need for new construction because you couldn't get rid of the houses that were already being sold at a song. And what about cars? Same thing. You'd have all these used cars flooding the market. Why buy a new car for $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 when you could buy the same car barely used for a quarter of that price? We lose the housing and the automotive markets. Think of all the other industries those two alone would impact. It would start an economic downward spiral that could cripple not just this country, but the world. President Perez stands to take control of the meeting again and end it. Well, I've already said the policy of the White House is to prevent people from going into zones. We have to do everything we can to discourage it. Now, outside of declaring martial law and launching a war on the zones, there's only so much we can do at this point. We are not Iran. We are not North Korea. We are not Russia. Winslow offers a suggestion. Can we at least get this guy off TV telling people what a great place the zone is? McKenna interjects. If we were Russia, we'd have him killed long ago. Winslow ponders. Is there a way to discredit him? Something that would make people lose faith in him? That might not be the worst thing in the world. Attorney General Foster warns, don't let that surveillance tape of the white zone leak for starters. Winslow jumps in. It wasn't a white zone. It was a flash of light. It could have been anything. Car headlights. Foster continues, well, regardless, look, we just got to make sure this guy's paying his taxes, stopping at red lights. He doesn't have any skeletons in his closet. Winslow keeps plotting. We can ask the Senate to hold congressional hearings and scare him into thinking he could be liable in a class action lawsuit by all those families that have lost loved ones after reading one of his books or watching his TV show. Chief of Staff Rosen cautions, we don't want to push too hard on Dylan Gaines publicly. This guy's getting so popular, he could challenge you for re-election. President Perez nodded his acknowledgement as he heads for the door. Well, everyone wants me to dump the vice president. Maybe we could put this guy on the ticket instead. If there was one person that was most grateful for the arrival of the zones, it had to have been Vice President Montgomery, who was noticeably absent from the zone meeting. Vice President Montgomery was a former fighter pilot, and before the zones arrived, the biggest news going was that there might have been a cover-up to conceal an evaluation report of a flight incident in which the vice president had chosen to ditch a fighter in the sea rather than risk a crash landing inland. In ditching the plane, the weapons control officer had lost their life. Vice President Montgomery had been cleared in the incident all those years ago, but this counter-report concluded the vice president's judgment may have been premature in the decision to ditch. No one tried to fault the vice president's actions at the time of the incident, but congressional Republicans were holding hearings on why the report had been suppressed for years, only recently surfacing from an anonymous source. It wasn't the crime, they said, it was the cover-up. The incident raised questions about the vice president's role in the suppression of the report, but it also couldn't help but raise questions about the vice president's courage to stand up to the mightiest of challenges that the world would pose should the vice president have to succeed as president. Would the vice president Montgomery have the fortitude to see the mission through, or would the VP ditch in the ocean again at the first sign of trouble? Even Democrats were worried that the probe would be so damaging politically that it could harm President Perez's re-election efforts. Hence the whispers of dumping Montgomery off the re-election ticket and adding Secretary Winslow instead. So Vice President Montgomery had been keeping a low profile outside of Washington while the ongoing congressional investigation called one witness after another, hoping to inflict as much political damage as they could. A political death watch had started for the vice president as expectations grew that the VP would offer up a resignation or at least be asked not to run on the re-election ticket voluntarily. However, the zones had replaced the negative headlines for Vice President Montgomery, and the story retreated to the back pages of newspapers, barely registering a mention on cable news anymore, which was practically all zone-related stories day and night. Even if the report did find some fault on Vice President Montgomery's behalf, the findings would not gather nearly the attention they would have before the zones arrived. So, thanks to the zones, Vice President Montgomery stood a much better chance of political survival. Chapter 19. I'm a Beetle. People get audited all the time. Welcome to the world of being rich. You have nothing to worry about. I've checked with the accountants, and you're fine, Langley Price told the worried Dylan in the dressing room in Phoenix, Arizona. Why did it leak? Dylan pressed. Because you're famous. People feed the press stories as favors. I've done it. I mean, not with you, but sometimes it helps to have allies in the media, Langley tells Dylan. Or it leaked for an agenda. Someone wants to make me look bad, like I'm some sort of tax cheat, before I testify before Congress. I don't think it's a coincidence. Don't be paranoid. It's not a good look for the brand. Look, I think the government is trying to set me up. They can't explain or control the zones, so they go after what they can control, what they can manage, which is me. Show the people that they are doing something, that they can't stop the zones, but they can stop me from spreading Michael's message, which is why you need to broaden that message. Oh, here we go again. Look, I'm not asking you to lie. There's just a way you can answer questions, especially from Christians that want to believe the zones are a doorway to heaven. They're not. Well, you don't know that. Michael said there were no angels in the zone, no God, Jesus, or devil either. And in the spirit of inclusion, no Muhammad, Vishnu, or Buddha as well. Look, you don't have to be so definitive when people ask you if the zone is heaven. If we can tap into that movement, widen our base, No one would be able to stop us, not even the government. Widespread support through the evangelical Christian community would guarantee political support. Republicans need the evangelicals to survive. So if you can get the Christians on your side, you would have the Republicans looking out for you on the committee when you go before them to testify. So what do I say when someone asks me if I think the zone is heaven? Say it could be, but you don't know for sure. That's as much a true answer as the zone being anything else. Who do you think is paying $500 a ticket to come to your live events? It's the Christians. They want to know if the zones are heaven or human fishing nets cast out by aliens harvesting us for food. I don't want to turn this tour into a religious event. I know you want to be a rock star. No, a Beatle. Someone that changes the way people think, have an influence on how we live, have a chance to reshape society, change the world. Here comes the Apple commercial. My point is, if we start making this about religion, we're going to lose people. Well, for every one person you lose, you'll gain 10 more that so desperately want to believe. I just don't want a bunch of religious zealots hijacking the zone movement. But we shouldn't have them boycotting it either, saying you're out there doing Satan's work to deliver souls to the underworld. Have you looked at our numbers lately? Our brand is plateauing. Your story is out there. People know it now. But you need to tweak it a little bit. Add value. Grow our footprint. I'll think about it, okay? That's all I ask. Next subject. Let's go over the signals again so we don't have a repeat of Dallas. If I offer someone a signed copy of a zone-related book, then I'm just offering them a signed book. However, if I offer them an autographed copy of Hitler's Time Machine, that means to have them invited to the after-show reception. Promise me you'll be careful. One Me Too movement hashtag and your brand is toast. You have a dozen imitators striving to be the next zone guy, and all they need is one misstep from you. Hell, not to make you any more paranoid, but remember, you have dozens of industries in the U.S. government that would love to shut you down as well. You may think you're having a consensual encounter, but you never know who they could really be working for. So you're asking me to be a monk? No, just the next time someone catches your eye, ask yourself, is it worth losing everything over this? An hour later, Dylan was announced on stage at the Commercia Theater. It wasn't Wembley Stadium, but the tour was created to play to more of an intimate audience. The show, like the others on the tour, was sold out, and while he couldn't interact with each of the 5,000 people attending, he made sure to interact with the people in the special VIP section, some of whom had paid up to $1,000 a ticket. Each show was the same. It would open with a sizzle reel about Dylan's story and his sudden rise to prominence because of the White Zone encounter with Michael, and it would build to what the zones meant for humanity's future. Then, amidst the smoke and lighting effects, Dylan would appear on stage and speak for an hour. Then, for 2 hours, he would take questions from the audience that either he or his panel of experts would answer. Dylan would mingle in and out of the VIP section and the other age of the venue, if it was possible. If there was someone that Dylan wanted to talk further with, he would offer to give them a signed copy of Hitler's Time Machine. An assistant would bring that person the signed copy of the book and then discreetly invite them to the post-show reception. From the reception, if the encounter was promising, Dylan would invite them to a group dinner. If the group dinner went well, Dylan and his guest, if they wanted to continue the conversation, would be invited to his hotel suite. One of the questions Dylan would always be asked constantly on the tour was that if the zones were so great, why hadn't he gone into one? He would always give his same stock answer of him being sworn to his dedicated duty of spreading Michael's message. But the true answer was, why would he go into a zone when, for the first time in his life, he was finally getting laid on a regular basis? The Phoenix show was going like most of the rest. He was now taking questions for him or his panel of experts that also appeared regularly on his reality show. He called the panelists his backup dancers, a scientist, a retired military expert, a philosopher, and a crazy Australian zoner who had personally interacted with 40 different zones all over the world. Then there were the usual debates about if the zones were good, evil, or indifferent. Were zones hope for humanity or the end of humanity? Would scientists ever find a way to communicate back and forth between our reality and the zone reality? One thing Dylan hadn't done that night was give out a signed copy of Hitler's Time Machine. It wasn't like there wasn't going to be anyone at the reception. Purchase of the VIP section tickets automatically got you an invitation, and the traveling panel would be free to invite a limited amount of people themselves. But trying to get laid was the last thing on Dylan's mind that night. He was debating in his head how he was going to answer the religious question. He wasn't going to outright say the zone was heaven, but Langley had a point. There was a way to answer it with more flexibility. He had seen the surge in Facebook ads and tweets urging Christians to take ownership of the zone. What could it hurt to answer the heaven question in a more open-ended way? Then the question came. Do you think the zones were sent by God? Are they a gateway to heaven? Thank you for your question. In the past, I've gone on record as saying the zones weren't heaven, that Michael gave me no indication that any religious doctrine was being represented there. But I've been thinking about it recently. Just because something isn't obvious or visible, that shouldn't rule it out. It doesn't rule it in either, but whereas before I was pretty certain the zone was not heaven, I think that perhaps a case could be made that it could be now. Whose heaven it is, I don't think you can determine that. Obviously, different religions have different standards to earn your place in heaven, and in the realm of the zone, all it takes is the decision to simply walk in. An elderly woman dressed in a "Are You Going In" t-shirt was pleasantly surprised with Dylan's answer, and stayed at the mic despite the long line of people behind her that also had questions. A follow-up on that. Do you think that under our Constitution, the government should allow free access to zones to practice our right to religious liberty? The crowd applauded strongly. They wanted access to those zones. I do believe there should be access to zones, but I don't think it will be up to the government to determine that. If you look at the increasing frequency of zone appearances in 2-3 years, the government won't have the ability to limit access to every zone. They struggle to do it now. If you want access to a zone, just wait, because you're going to get it. The crowd cheered Dylan's answer. He moved around the audience again, looking. Then he saw her. She had a stack of books on her lap. She appeared very nervous. He knew she must have wanted the books signed, but maybe was too nervous to ask. She was in her early 40s, he was guessing, with a thin face and high cheekbones. She probably grew up used to being the prettiest girl in the room, and even as age was catching up, she was still a head-turner. And she was there to see him. Dylan glanced at her nervous hands fidgeting on top of the stack of books. No wedding ring in sight. Must be divorced. No way someone that attractive wasn't married at least once in their life. There were people lined up to ask questions in the queues, but Dylan decided to make contact with the attractive woman and see where it would go. "Hi, how are you?" Dylan asked. "Fine, thank you," the nervous woman replied. "Enjoying yourself tonight?" "Yes, it's, informative." "Good, I'm glad. Would you like me to autograph those for you?" "Thank you, they're my daughter's." "Oh, is your daughter here tonight?" "No, she's not." "I see you don't have my novel there. I'll have someone on my staff give you an autographed copy. 2 copies, in fact. One for you and one for your daughter." "Don't bother. She can't read. She went into a zone because of you, you bastard." With that, the woman reached in her purse. She didn't even bother pulling the gun out. She was so close to Dylan that she fired it through the purse, almost point blank into his stomach. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out. The crowd panicked. Most fled for the exits. Security and staff pushed their way through to get to Dylan. The woman was grabbed by a brave few members of the audience that were around her. They figured they'd have one shot to grab her and hold her down before she could use the gun on them. But she had no intention of hurting anyone else that day. Just the one person that destroyed her life by taking her precious jewel out of the world. She let go of the handgun and surrendered to the crowd and security that quickly hustled her away in handcuffs. Dylan laid bleeding on the ground. The theater staff desperately tried to keep the crowd back. Dylan could no longer feel his legs. He had tried to run when he first heard the shots, but his legs failed him, and immediately he collapsed to the ground. Because it was a large crowd there, they were required by law to have medical staff present, but the medical technicians there were not equipped to handle carnage like this. Langley held Dylan's hand as the medical technicians attended to him. Dylan was a ghostly pale white, losing blood quickly. The medical technicians warned Langley, "We got to get him to a hospital. Ambulance is on the way." "I won't make it," Dylan choked. "Yes, you will," Langley encouraged him. "No, I feel it coming," Dylan moaned. "You're in shock. Please, just relax. Don't try to speak," the medical technicians advised. "Get me to a zone," Dylan demanded. "The ambulance will be here any minute," Langley reassured him. "No, take me to a zone. I can't feel my legs. I demand to go to a zone." The medical techs looked to Langley. "We can't do that," one of them told her. Do it, ordered Dillon. He can't be moved. He has a possible spinal cord injury. Take me. I am refusing medical attention. If you won't take him, we will, Langley stated firmly. Where's the nearest zone? Her assistant pulled up a zone app on her phone. There's a zone site 2 miles from here, the assistant reported. Let's go, Langley ordered. The SUV with Dillon in the back raced through town and made it to the zone site where a private security car was parked on the street in front of a wooden barricade that barely protected the zone behind it. The lone private security officer stationed there was sitting on a folding chair listening to music on his iPhone. He panicked at seeing the black SUV racing towards him. He jumped from his chair, pulled his earbuds out, and reached for his taser. Stop, don't come any closer, the security guard warned everyone as they jumped out of the SUV. They carried the blood-soaked Dillon from the back of the SUV on a stretcher. We have a dying man here. We need to get him in the zone. The sight of Dillon stunned the security officer, but he still managed to spit out the company line of the prohibition of zone entry. Pursuant to federal statute, I cannot allow anyone to have contact with this zone. I'm sorry, but I have my orders. He is dying. This is Dillon Gaines, Langley yelled at the young security guard. I just can't. I could be fired. I'll hire you at twice at what you're making. The guard gave it a moment's thought and then started to move the wooden barrier out of the way for them. Okay, fine, but he has to be the one to go in on his own. I can't just let you throw him in there. That could be considered murder, making me an accessory. He's paralyzed from the waist down, Langley exclaimed. Lay him halfway in and let him pull his way in there. And someone has to record it to show proof that this is what he wanted. Dillon was conscious enough to agree to the security guard's terms. I can do it. Just put my legs in. I'll do the rest. The assistant started to record it while the guard helped her place Dillon halfway in the zone. You're sure this is what you want, Dillon? Langley asked. It is, but I have to tell you something first before I go in. But not on video, Dillon said. Stop recording for a second. What is it? The assistant lowered the cell phone and stopped recording. Dillon pointed for Langley to approach him. Only you, Langley. Come closer. Langley leaned down beside the wounded Dillon so he could whisper in her ear. That night, I saw Michael come out of the white zone. I wanted so bad to get some evidence with my phone, but it was in the car, and if I moved, it caused Michael so much pain. I just couldn't get it. I know this, that there was nothing you could do, Dillon. Dillon continued. After he told me everything, I did try to get my phone from the car. I let go of him. I thought I'd be quick. Yes, he'd feel some pain, but I'd come right back and comfort him again. But when I let go of him and lost contact to get the phone, he disintegrated, just dissolved into thin air. Langley takes in the sad revelation. And you've never told anyone this? No one. I killed him trying to get my phone. You didn't kill anybody. I have to go now. I have to go. She backed away from Dillon and signaled the assistant with the phone to start recording again. Go, record this. This is what you want, right? You are entering this zone on your own free will with no coercion. Dillon looked up as he started to push himself in the zone. Yes, this is what I want. I'm going into the zone freely with no hesitation. It's the only way. With that, he pushed himself one last time and disappeared into the zone. What did he say? What did he tell you? The security guard asked Langley. Langley stands there stoically, saying nothing. The zone then dissolves and disappears after taking Dillon. The assistant turns the camera around to get the reaction from all the witnesses, adding her own commentary. Oh my God, we just made it. After a few weeks, a new billboard was put up near the spot where Dillon used to wait for his Instacart orders. The parking spot was well known from his book, and thousands of people would visit the spot to take their pictures of the cars parked there. There had been a public memorial for Dillon that was attended to by over 10,000 mourners in a park. An aerial photograph was taken by a drone hovering above the park, and Langley paid to turn the picture of the 10,000-strong crowd of people celebrating Dillon's life into a tribute billboard for him. Anyone parking in Dillon's favorite waiting spot now was sure to see his tribute billboard. Later that summer, Hitler's Time Machine opened at number 1 at the box office. The critics weren't kind, but Dillon's devoted fans loved it. Dillon's books enjoyed a huge surge following his death, but Langley knew it wouldn't last. Without any new products from Dillon, she knew Dillon's brand was in danger of becoming irrelevant. She had to come up with a new plan, and she did. Everyone wanted to know what Dillon's last words to her were. She wasn't ready at the time to talk about it, but after some time, she promised she would reveal what Dylan had said to her, and she would reveal it in her new book. Chapter 20. Yes, I Believe It's Heaven. Henry Johnson laid Langley Price's new best-selling book on Pastor Miller's desk. Pastor Miller stared at the uninvited book as if Henry had just pulled down his pants and defecated on his desk. The cover of Yes, I Believe It's Heaven featured Langley with 2 pins prominent on her lapels of her jacket. One was a little black zone with Dylan's initials. The other was a little black zone with a cross on it. "Have you read this book yet?" Henry asked. "No, but I'm aware of it," replied Pastor Miller. "So you know about Michael's message and Dylan's last words?" "I'm aware that a child's death was unfortunately exploited by a bunch of charlatans hoping to con a confused public out of their hard-earned money, con them out of their faith, and con them out of their lives. I don't think that's the case, sir. When Dylan was shot and dying, he didn't want to go to a hospital. He wanted to go to a zone. Why would a con man fall for his own con unless he truly believed it was real?" "Well, you said it yourself. He was dying. He obviously couldn't make a rational judgment about anything. Then in the end, he was so delusional that he chose to go into one of these objects." "Do you know what his last words were?" "I do not." He picks up the book and points right to the title. Right before he went into the zone, he wanted to tell his business partner something. He told her that he believed the zone was heaven. That's interesting because I know that he had been proposed that question many times before, and he was quite adamant that it was not heaven, that Christ, our Lord and Savior, was not present in the zone at all. It was a secular space. "Now, I can show you a black rectangle that will get you into heaven, young man." Pastor Miller pulled out a copy of the Bible with a black cover. He tapped his finger on the rectangular book. "Now this book here, this is what will get you into God's paradise. And unlike the zone, I can personally testify that Jesus Christ is present in here." And oddly enough, wouldn't you know it, there's not one word about any mysterious rectangles in here. And let's be honest with each other for a second. You're telling me that an unrepentant sinner can walk into a zone heaven just as easily as Mother Teresa and Billy Graham? It takes Henry a second to respond, as the pastor does have a good point. Physically, they might take the same steps, but spiritually, maybe it would be more different once they've actually entered the zone. Regardless of that, don't you believe as Christians we should at least try and bring Christ's love to the zone? "Oh, but I've heard stories of what goes on in these zones. You can ride dinosaurs, fly like Superman, explore magical alien planets, and that's just the kids. Well, you can imagine what the adults get up into in there. Put Las Vegas to shame, I bet." Which is exactly the reason I want to go in a zone. We need to make sure the faith needs of the people in the zone are met, even if it isn't heaven. They must be administered to. I'd like the church to join the crusade to make zone access a freedom of religious expression. I cannot support that. Why not? No church would support mass suicide. That would be the workings of a crazed lunatic cult, not a house of worship. But you don't die in the zone. Well, you don't know that. Captain Murphy's heartbeat, Michael's message, those are the signs that there's life in the zone. Easily explained as a technical glitch or another government plot to raise our taxes for another massive secular spending program, one that no right-thinking Christian should believe in or be required to financially support, but that's a discussion for another time. Okay, let's say the zone isn't heaven. Should we not spread the word of the Lord in there anyway? And what if there was a mass migration of Muslims into the zone and they establish a caliphate in there? Or what if the Chinese government sends in millions of people into the zone to establish government control and outlaw religious expression? Could we stand by idly and watch that happen? Personally, if you ask me, the more of those people that go into the zone, the better we all would be. I'm sorry, but I just feel called to go, that the Lord is speaking to me. Have you ever touched a zone? No. Well, you sound like someone that has. I haven't. It's hard to find them before the government takes control of them. Here, this is how these zones work. It's simple. They work like a drug. It triggers your brain into craving more and more contact with the zone, and it's never satisfied until you are fully engulfed. Now, does that sound like the work of the Lord or the work of the devil? Because I know what it sounds like to me. With all due respect, sir, I think you're mistaken.
No, I am not. I've seen it all, young man. One of the benefits of age and wisdom. They have all come for Christ at one time or another. Rock and roll, materialism, drugs, pornography, secularism, MTV, the gay community, video games, computers, the internet. And yet Christ still stands. The church stands. Now, I'll play along here. Suppose we did start sending people into these zones. Well, what would happen to Christ's kingdom on earth? Who would support the churches? The government won't. Liberal Hollywood won't. The secular science community won't. If all the good people go into zones, who is left behind to mind God's creation here on earth? How can we abandon the only reality we know for some fantasy that can't be proven? You're a young man with your whole life ahead of you. Don't go chasing Satan's folly into one of these zones. Satan's tried to trick us before, and he'll try to trick us again. Henry nods respectfully, but he hasn't given up just yet. I still feel called, sir. I'm sorry. You know, when I was a young man, a little older than yourself now, they used to have these terrible famines in Africa. Oh, the pictures and videos of these starving kids, they would just break your heart. I wanted to go. I wanted to go and feed those kids. First their bodies, and then their minds and souls. My father refused to let me go, wouldn't hear of it. Told me there were plenty of people right here that needed ministering, that needed help. Oh, I sulked, and I even cursed his name a few times because I was sure the children were dying because I wasn't over there doing my part. But I got over it, and my father was right. There were people right here that needed my help, just as there are people right here now that need your help. Henry concedes defeat, knowing he won't get any support from the meeting, but he makes one last attempt to break through to his pastor. Would you promise me to at least please just read the book with an open mind? Henry, son, I'm just so busy and so behind on my own reading. I wouldn't want to keep your book away from you, just sitting here collecting dust on my desk. No, my copy's at home. I brought this for you, sir. Oh, it's a present then. Thank you. Well, I'll see what I can do. Thank you, sir. And, sir, I'm not saying that I'm going into a zone, but if I do go, and I'm able to send you a sign that the zones are the gateway to God's love, a gateway to God's kingdom, will you accept it? Well, what would that sign be? I don't know. I try to make it pretty clear. Well, that could be anything. If a bird flew in through my window right now and landed on your book, would that be a sign? Could be. But without knowing what the sign was, it's hard to say, isn't it? We interpret things how we see fit. How about if a zone appeared on church property? Well, there again, zones appear so randomly. I mean, odds are that at some point, one zone's bound to appear on a property. I mean, it wouldn't be any more of a sign than a lightning strike on church property. Chapter 21, Keep the Minivan. Normally, the Chrysler Town & Country minivan was not a head-turner, but when it is full of a white family who is looking like they made about 50 wrong turns out of Orange County and are now rolling through Crenshaw Boulevard, people take notice. But the white faces had been turning up more and more these days. Word was getting out. If people wanted some Z, this is where you could get the best deal on a hookup in SoCal. Steve Phillips kept a close eye on his iPhone as it guided him off the main drag of Crenshaw and onto some neighborhood side streets. Marie Phillips couldn't help but notice the suspicious faces noticing them passing by. She cast a wary eye towards her husband. I don't like this. The kids are scared, Marie complained. No, you're scared. My goodness, we're about to take the biggest step any human can make, and you're worried about being mugged, Steve replied. We won't be going anywhere if you get us all shot. Honey, no one's going to shoot at us. A young man on the side of the residential street waved to them to pull over the minivan. Oh, Lord, here it comes. No, I think this is the guy that tells you where to go. Steve pulled the Town & Country to the side and lowered his window so the young man, maybe 14 years of age, could lean in. You lost, man? The kid asked. Steve answered, No, this is the address I was given. We're looking for the zone. Let's see your paper. Steve pulls out an envelope and opens it, flashing the cash at the kid. The kid nods. Park it and go around back, the blue house. Steve parks the minivan and they start to get out with their young daughters. They're going to shoot us and take the money. You know that, right? They're not going to shoot us. He could have done that already. We're going to be fine. You give them nothing until we know we're going inside this thing for sure, Marie insists. Okay, that's the plan. Come on, kids, let's go. Are we going to see Jesus now? Kelly asks her dad. Soon, he tells her with a pat on the head.
The Phillips family finishes climbing out of the minivan and makes their way back towards the young man that greeted them. He motions for them to keep on walking up the driveway to the small blue house. As they head up the driveway, another man waits by a gated fence. It's high enough to prevent anyone from seeing over it. There's a chain locked around the fence gate and a pit bull standing obediently by the man's side. Marie clenches her daughter's hands tightly. Steve wraps his arm around Marie's waist protectively. Just relax, everyone. This is exactly the way they described it, Steve tells his wife and daughters. The man at the gate held out his hand for the cash. You need to pay up front, the gatekeeper tells them. We want to see it first. The zone, please, Steve requests. Anyone follow you here? The gatekeeper asks. No, we were watching out, Steve replies. The guy unlocks the gate and opens it wide enough for Steve and Marie to look in. In the backyard, they see a line of mostly white people and a few Asians standing in front of a zone in the backyard. They watch as the people insert their hands into the zone as if they were taking a hit off a crack pipe. Seen enough? The gatekeeper asks. Yeah, here, Steve says as he hands over the envelope of cash. You come from church, man, or what? All dressed up. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just wanted to look nice. Well, you're good. Go on in, have at it, the gatekeeper says as he lets them through. They walk into the backyard and join the line. Daddy, look, a zone, Kelly exclaims. I know, I see it, Steve says. No, Daddy, on his arm, Kelly blurts out as she points to the man in front of them who has his zone tattooed on his arm. The tattooed man turns and smiles back at the family. Hi, hope you're not in a rush. It's taken forever. It's not going to disappear, is it? Marie asks. Who can tell, the zone tattooed man says. Well, what if it disappears while we're in line? Are they going to give us our money back, wonders Marie. I assume they would, Steve replies. Yeah, good luck with that with this crew. You go to many zones? Inquires the zone tattoo man. No, first time, Steve tells him. I can't even keep track anymore for me. At least 30. They're amazing. You're going to love it. You going to let the kids touch it? Well, we'll try it first and make that decision, Steve says. The tattooed man just grins. I tell you, once they try it, that's all they're going to be asking you for. Mom, Dad, can we touch a zone again? The delay in the line was caused by people paying more cash to extend their time touching the zone. They tried to accommodate as many people as they could, but the more crowded it got at the zone, the more people complained about personal space. But the line did move eventually, and an hour later the family was waiting to be next in front of the line. 15 minutes, all right? You want more? You got to pay more, the zone guard warns. Yes, understood, Steve affirms. First, Steve sticks his hand in, and he smiles broadly. Wow, you feel it right away. Amazing, honey. Feel that. Tell me that's not God working. Marie sticks her hand in. Oh, wow, I feel it. Oh, my God, it does make you feel good. Loved. Kelly and her sister pull at their parents' clothes. I want to touch it, Kelly begs. Me too, asks her little sister. Okay, hold Daddy's hand and then slowly touch it with your other hand. Kelly, you hold Mommy's hand and do the same. Is it going to hurt? Kelly asks. No, it feels good. It feels really good, Marie tells her. Kelly and her sister are a little bit hesitant to touch the zone at first, like they're afraid to put their hand under running sink water, afraid that the water might be too hot. But as soon as their fingers make contact with the zone, they relax. I like it, Kelly yells. This is fun, her younger sister shouts as well. When do we see Jesus? Kelly asks. Steve then bends down and whispers into Kelly's ear. We're going to see Jesus now. Now, close your eyes and hold on to our hands tight, and no matter what happens, always know Mommy and Daddy love you very much. Steve glances back up to Marie, and they share a resolved, intense look. It was a rare look for them. They had shared that look on the altar on their wedding day. They had shared that look before Marie was taken into the delivery room to give birth to Kelly. They had shared that look on the day they closed on their house. They both knew what it meant. Despite all the petty arguments and fussing, despite all the knowns and unknowns of a major decision they were making, they were about to take a huge leap of faith in their lives together. They shared the look to let each other know that no matter what happened, they would be there to support each other and care for each other. They would make it through this together and be stronger for it. Ready? Steve asked. Yes, I love you, Marie tells him. I love you too. The zone guard had been absorbed in his iPhone, not really paying all that much attention to the well-dressed Phillips family at the zone. But all the whispering and solemn looks drew his attention back to them. He knew immediately what they were about to do. He reached out for Steve, grabbing him by the jacket. Nah, you can't be going in there. Not with no kids, the zone guard shouts. Go, Steve yells as he pushes his family into the zone. Steve tried to leap in himself, but the zone guard held him back. What's wrong with you, man? The zone guard asks in disbelief and horror. Let go of me. My family's in there, Steve shouts as he tries to push away from the zone guard holding him. You just killed them. They're going to fry your ass. Steve takes out his car keys and offers them up to the zone guard. Here, take the minivan. I've already given you all the money we had. Please, just let me go so I can be with my family. The zone guard shakes his head and lets go of Steve. Just go, man. Just go. Thank you. God bless you. Yeah. Steve turns and jumps into the zone and disappears from sight. The zone guard exhales and rolls his eyes. White people. Next. He waves forward a young Asian couple in line. Let's go. You next. 15 minutes. If you want more, you have to pay more. And don't be doing what they did. The zone guard studies the keys to the minivan and shouts to everyone in line there. Hey, who wants to buy a minivan? Cheap.
Chapter 22. Follow the Leader. It wasn't the biggest megachurch in Texas, but it was respectable, and getting more respectable every Sunday. Pastor Lionel Harding had started the church in a mobile home in the early 70s. When they opened the 100-acre complex, they had the early mobile home church brought to the property and put on display to show how far they had come. The main church now was a state-of-the-art 12,000-seat theater with big screen TVs and a sound system a touring rock band would envy. The plush stadium seating would even let you recline a bit if you needed it. They had their own church app so you could follow the service on your phone, occasionally answering multiple-choice survey questions that Pastor Harding would throw out. You could also make your weekly offering over the app, of which the totals could be displayed on the big screens to see if the crowd was making their financial goals in real time. There was an outside area of worship for sunrise service for Easter or Christian music concerts, and occasionally, if it was particularly a pleasant day, Pastor Harding would use the outside seating for the regular church services. But on this Sunday, it was a bit of a surprise as the massive crowd started showing up for service. They were being directed to the outside seating. It was going to be a hot Texas day, and the air conditioning was going to be a welcome respite for many. There were more than a few complaints and concerns expressed as the outside stands started to fill up. But this is what Pastor Harding wanted, so this is how it was. The seating filled up to capacity. Down below there was a purple tarp that had been set up, as if a statue was underneath it that was going to be unveiled. Pastor Harding's sermon started that day when he asked everyone, what would we do if we were faced with the sign from God? How would you respond? Pastor Harding then announced to everyone that he had indeed received a sign from God. He said that God had been sending signs to all of them recently, but only a few followers were brave enough to comprehend the sign and accept it. Pastor Harding then made his way over to the purple tarp and circled it slowly, building the anticipation for the reveal of what was hidden underneath. I bet you were all wondering what I have under here, Harding asked them. Well, I'll show you. Harding grabbed the purple cover with one hand. Harding continued, sometimes a sign from God can be a whisper in your ear, and sometimes that sign is a shout in your face. Today, God has shouted in my face to get my attention, and got it he has. Pastor Harding pulled the tarp off, revealing a zone underneath. There was some rigging around the zone to hold the tarp up, but the rigging was removed by the stagehands, leaving just the black zone in Pastor Harding. The crowd was aghast. Was it real? So many wondered, and as if he had heard all the whispers, Pastor Harding answered, yes, this is a real zone. It appeared this morning. There's been so much talk about zones. Are they the gateway to heaven or the handiwork of the devil? Well, I've touched it. Harding reaches in and touches the zone. His hand disappears into the blackness. Then he pulls his hand out again and lifts it up high so they all can see. And touching his own feels good, like so many say. But it's more than a good feeling. It's speaking to me, and it's saying, come in, my son, come in. Come in and experience Christ's love. Many Christians have gone in to spread the word of God already. At first, they were mocked and chided and ridiculed. The church wanted nothing to do with them. They were heretics, fools. Some even said they were doing Satan's work. And I was one of them. One of the loudest. Today I say I'm sorry. Because when I touch this amazing creation, God's creation, this doorway to a higher power, I feel them. I feel them calling to me. They are telling me that they have spread God's love in there,
And now that love is coming back. It's coming back for us, to bring us all closer to God. We spend our whole lives asking for signs. God gave us the Bible. He gave us His Son, and now He has given us the Zone. What more sign of God's love do you need than this? The door is wide open. The question is, are we going in? Are you going in? Am I going in? Did you know there's not one scientist that can explain these miracles? Not one. Do you know why? Because this isn't science. It's God's love. And like so many, I was afraid to embrace it. Well, I do embrace it now. And I wouldn't ask anyone to go into a zone if I were not willing to do it myself. God has called me today, and I have listened. You are all welcome to follow me and answer God's call, if that is your choice. I enter this zone on my own free will and into God's loving embrace. With that, Pastor Harding turned and faced the zone and stepped through. People rushed the stage to see if it was real. It was. Pastor Harding had stepped through the zone and was gone. People sat there not knowing what to do. Then it started. A determined man jumped up and strode across the stage. He paused for a moment to wave goodbye to everyone with one hand and held up his Bible with the other. He then stepped into the zone and was gone too. A couple followed next, then a family. Then a line formed as more and more people lined up to go into the zone. Many more fled to the exits, shocked at what was going on. A crowd of worshipers led by an off-duty police officer formed an angel chain in front of the zone and tried to prevent others from going in. A larger crowd built up around the angel chain blocking the zone. Even if they weren't going in themselves, the protesting crowd chanted their support for those that did want to go in. Let them in! Let them in! The crowd shouted. The regular police showed up to take control of the zone and get it contained. Then the federal forces came in to control the area, as the zone was deemed to be a super zone after it stayed in place for 2 days. Yet the worshippers at the church and the sympathetic Christians kept coming to protest the police and federal occupation on the church property. As days turned into weeks, the protesting crowds only grew and grew. Finally, Homeland Security told church officials to suspend church services at the site indefinitely because the federal agents stationed there to contain the zone were afraid that a whipped-up crowd might be stirred into a frenzy by a fiery sermon and they would march out and overwhelm the federal security forces posted there. Almost immediately, a case was brought against the government by the church leaders to allow free access to the zone. This is when the Christian dam broke in regards to zones. Christians everywhere supported the case. Even if they didn't support going into zones themselves, they couldn't stand seeing the government take over church property. The government tried to settle the case by offering to build a replica of the compound on another area away from the super zone, but that was not acceptable to church leaders. The case was fast-tracked to the Supreme Court, where the mostly conservative court decided 5-4 in the church's favor. Control of the compound and the zone would be returned to the church. And there it was. The zone movement in the evangelical world became official. Services to allow zone entry began 24 hours a day. The sick were let in to feel the zone and take comfort in its naturally soothing, euphoric abilities. The dying of any religious belief or no belief at all whatsoever were let in as well as a merciful way to prolong their life. And then there were the zone pilgrims, those who were willing to leave this material world behind to spread God's word in the zone. Christians who couldn't travel to Texas used whatever zone they could have access to. The Supreme Court didn't grant access to any of the secure government zone sites, only zones that appeared on religious grounds. But zone appearances were triple what they once were, and if you wanted to find a zone, you could. You might have to travel for a few hours, but law enforcement could no longer go to every zone sighting immediately. A zone could be unguarded for 3 or 4 days, sometimes even a week, depending on how remote the area was. People sold their houses, sold their cars, and entrusted all of their money to friends and family for safekeeping. If they never returned from a zone, that friend or family could keep the money. If they did somehow manage to come back from the zone, then their assets would be returned to them. As going into a zone became more and more acceptable for Christians, others followed as well for different reasons, much different. People decided they would sell everything they own and live as indulgently as they could, checking items off on their bucket list. They would pile up tens of thousands in credit card debt, living their dream life, and then when the bills finally came due, They exited this world through a zone to continue their fantasy life there. To be sure, the majority of the people continued to live their lives staying clear of zones. It was only a small percentage of the U.S. population that was going into zones, be it for health, financial, or religious reasons. But they were going, and even a small percentage of 330 million people adds up to a lot. The major increase in zone entrance was starting to have an impact on the economy, just as Secretary of Labor Lee had predicted. The impact would be even greater now, since going into a zone was being more and more accepted by society, thus accelerating zone entry. But then the zones did something that no one had been planning for, catching everyone by surprise. The zones stopped coming, and the super zones that had stuck around for months and months started to disappear one by one, until they were all seemingly gone. The Zone Drought had begun. Chapter 23. Drought. It was $1 million view of the Eiffel Tower from the private terrace of the Shangri-La Hotel Paris Suite. Actually, it was about $1.5 million view, which is about what the fast-living couple had spent over the last year. When zone spending sprees started happening, Traven Houston and Sierra Golden joined the club, but not with their own money exactly. Traven had embezzled $2 million from his investors and faked his and Sierra's entry into a zone so no one would look for them. Traven then created false identities for himself and Sierra, and the two of them then began their tour around the world in luxury. 7 days and nights in the Ritz-Carlton Tokyo in a corner executive suite with the Mount Fiji view. Waking up with the morning sunrise on the Sydney Opera House and out the bay window of their Park Hyatt suite in Australia. Full spa treatments at the Sofitel in Rio de Janeiro. A 2-week driving tour through Italy in a Ferrari 488 Pista Spider. Staying on their own white sand private beach in the clear blue waters of the Maldives. They toured the pyramids, the Great Wall of China, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu in Peru. Money was no object, no luxury was spared. And when the money did eventually run out, they planned to make their final escape into a zone, and no one would be the wiser for it. For the first several months, their plan had worked out perfectly, but the discovery of the embezzled investor funds raised suspicions that Traven merely faked their zone entries, so periodically detectives would check up to see if Traven showed up on anyone's radar screen anywhere in the world. However, Traven had covered their tracks fairly well, and as long as they continued to take precautions, the police wouldn't be catching up to them anytime soon. Also, they were not the first person to commit financial fraud and go on the lam on some ill-begotten zone spending spree, so the feds had their hands full with similar cases, and all this was going on top of the great turmoil the impact of the zones was generally having on society. It wasn't until Sierra's sister was diagnosed with breast cancer that they had their first slip-up. Before they launched their plan, Sierra and Traven had made the determination that they would never be able to contact their families again, but it was too much for Sierra not to reach out to her sister in her time of need. Word leaked out that Sierra had talked to her sister, and the hunt for Traven was renewed with vigor. Traven and Sierra had to change their identities a second time with the help of some European underworld contacts, even getting minor plastic surgery to try and throw off any facial recognition cameras that the two might encounter along the way. They were in London when word broke that the zones had mysteriously gone away. Most of the world was in relief, but it was a devastating news for Sierra and Traven. With their stolen money winding down and no zones left to disappear into, they were stuck in Europe. There were rumors that not all the zones had disappeared. If there were any left, they were quickly controlled by the government or secretly controlled by private entities, be they individuals, corporations, or criminal operators. And if the caretakers of those private zones wanted to keep them private and out of the hands of the government, they kept access to them extremely limited. Traven reached out to his contacts within the underworld that had helped him get around these past few months. He sent word out through these contacts that he was looking for access to his own and was willing to pay top dollar for it. It took a few days, but Traven's contacts got word back to him that access was available, but it wasn't going to be cheap. It would cost them almost everything they had left, but the Corsican Mafia based in Marseille had access to his own, and they were willing to share it for the right price. Without any other good options left and no need for the stolen money once they had gone in the zone, Traven negotiated a price and a plan for himself and Sierra to escape into the zone, which was located in the remote French countryside. Their last week in Paris had been a dream. The best food and wine money could buy, designer dresses, and a rented Rolls-Royce Phantom made them feel like they couldn't have had a better ending to their amazing run. Traven joined Sierra on the private terrace overlooking the Paris skyline, complete with the Eiffel Tower standing proudly above the city. He opened a $1,600 bottle of champagne and poured them 2 glasses. As Traven handed Sierra her glass, he was careful not to spill any on her $20,000 red Dior dress. He was dressed in his Armani tuxedo. Yes, they were truly going out in style. "I'm going to miss this view the most," Sierra said, as she stared out at the Eiffel Tower. "Of all we've seen, this is my favorite." "Well, soak it in. Burn it into your memory, because once we go in the zone, you can live like this every day," Traven told her. "What if the police come looking for us in the zone?" wondered Sierra. "Well, what if they do? They can't arrest us. They have no jurisdiction. Plus, we'll just imagine them going away and leaving us alone, or whatever you do in the zone to get rid of people you don't like. It's not like they can bring us back here. Once you're in the zone, you're in there for good. Do you trust these people?" "As much as you can in these situations. They came recommended." "That's what I'm worried about." Sierra puts her glass down and went back inside the suite. Traven poured himself another glass of champagne and followed her in. "Look, if they wanted to come and steal our money, they could have done it already. I've got my gun. Any funny business, I'll take care of things." "Have you ever fired that thing once?" Traven shrugged his shoulder. "Never needed to. You let me worry about all that. You just enjoy. We've experienced the best this world has to offer, seen it all and then some. To us." They toasted to each other. "I'll miss it. Take it with you in your head, and you can relive it the rest of your eternity in the zone. We won't get sick. We won't grow old. We'll never have to work another day in our lives. How much time do we have before a limo's here?" "Oh, half an hour, maybe." "Let's do it one more time, just in case there's no sex in the zone." "Are you kidding me? That's where the best sex is going to be. I mean, do you remember that time in Australia? And that was just with our hands in a zone. Imagine what it's like being all the way in. I think you'd explode." "Oh, you sure did." "God, that was good." She wraps her bare arms around him, pulling him in tighter. "I want you." "Okay, one more time." About a half hour later, there was a knock on the hotel door. Traven was tucking in his tuxedo as he answered the door. Waiting there was a well-dressed gentleman, but still with the scruff of a days-old beard. "Sorry, you weren't answering your phone. I was worried," Willem informs Traven. "No, we're fine. Come in. Are you Willem?" Traven asks as he waves them in. "I am. Gachet is in the limousine downstairs. We would prefer not to stay too long. Many times the police stake out the lobby with undercover officers, and there's always an intelligence officer or two milling about the lobby of the Shangri-La. We can't take the chance that someone will find out about our possession." "No, we'll be right down. Just give us a couple of minutes." "That's fine, but just to make you aware, we are going to have to search you for weapons. We've had past clients try to relieve us of control of our property, and we've had to put in place security measures to protect our investment." Sure, understood. We'll be waiting downstairs for another 10 minutes, and then we go, with or without you. We'll be right down. Just don't go anywhere." Willem departs out the door. Traven shuts the door behind him and reaches inside his coat for the gun. He pulls it out, not exactly sure what to do with it. Sierra walks back in the room, fresh from making herself up again. "What's going on? Who was that?" The driver. "He's going to search us for weapons before we get in the limo." "Well, what do we do then?" Sierra asked with some concern. "We can always not go. Do you think we'll be able to find another zone?" "I don't know. I mean, it took us 3 weeks to find this one still lingering about. In 3 more weeks, they could all be completely gone." "Do you trust them?" "Well, technically, they are criminals. Well, technically, we're criminals." "True. I say we go. At first sign of trouble, we're out of there. We just walk away. As long as we have our phones, we can get out of anything." Once downstairs, Traven and Sierra saw Willem and the short, portly Gachet, who would be driving the limo. Gachet opened up the door for Willem and Traven and Sierra to get in. Once inside the limo and safely behind the blacked-out privacy windows, Willem, true to his word, searched them for weapons, and found none. Willem then said they would be taking an indirect route to the zone in case they were being followed. He also said he would be in contact with Gachet, and if for any reason they needed to switch vehicles to avoid suspicion, he would meet them at a designated point. The limo was stocked with champagne and caviar, which Willem explained was there to enjoy as much as they wanted. There would be no extra charge. He then asked if either of them had any last requests before Guichet took them to the zone. Neither did. They had done just about everything they had ever wanted to do in life, and they were ready to move on, and any second spent not going to the zone was a risk of being a second too late to that zone if it suddenly disappeared before they got there. "Very well," Willem said, as he exited the limo and gave Guichet the signal to start driving. Guichet pulled the limo slowly out of the Shangri-La Hotel and merged into the bustling Paris traffic. Eating the caviar made Traven feel a bit safer. If this was a setup just to steal their money, why go through the trouble to buy caviar? For one last time, they enjoyed the view of the city as they slipped out of Paris and transitioned to the countryside. The ride was peaceful enough, but then Guichet got a call on his cell phone. He spoke in a speedy French, so Traven couldn't quite keep up, but he could tell by Guichet's tone something was very wrong. As soon as Guichet ended the call, he called back to Sierra and Traven to relay the news. "We fear that our cell phone signals are being traced. We need to take a slight delay, but don't worry, we'll get you to your zone." The limo then took a series of turns until they drove into a tunnel and stopped beside a parked car in the tunnel. Traven held Sierra, trying to reassure her. "Just stay calm, I'll handle this." Guichet jumped out of the limo and met with Willem, who was driving a nondescript VW sedan. They watched as Guichet handed Willem his cell phone. The two men then went to the limo door and opened it. Willem then informed them, "We're going to switch cars. Guichet will take you the rest of the way from here in the sedan." "Hey, I don't like this," Traven protested. "If you don't like it, I can drive you back to the hotel and your deposit will be returned to you, minus our needed expense money. The zone is of short-term interest to you, but we have a long-term investment to protect it. We cannot take any unnecessary risks, no matter what the price. If you wish to continue, we will need to switch cars to something a little less noticeable. Where we're going is very remote. No reason for a luxury limo to be in the area. It would raise unneeded suspicions. Also, we've been tipped off that our cell phones are being traced. If you wish to go any further, you'll have to leave your cell phones behind with me. If, for any reason, you don't need to go to this zone today, I'll return them to you immediately." Sierra shook her head. "I'm not giving them my phone. No way." Traven tried to negotiate with the men. "Well, what if we pay more to keep the phones for now?" "We can't do that. The government gets one whiff of this zone, and they will swoop down and take it for themselves." Guichet and Willem then engaged in another discussion in French, both men agreeing to something in the end. Again, Willem addressed Traven and Sierra. "Perhaps it's best for all parties if we ended our business agreement now. Guichet will take you back to the hotel." Willem shut the door and signaled for Guichet to return to the hotel. Guichet moved back to get in the limo, but was taking his time, which let Traven and Sierra discuss the situation briefly. "Look, this is it. We have to decide if we're going to the zone or not," Traven informed him. "Can't we just do it another day?" Sierra asked. "We're spooking these guys. We might not be able to get back in touch with them in another day. The zone could be gone in another day. Interpol could close in on us in another day." "So you think we should go?" "I think we should consider that if we don't go now, we might not get a chance to go. Look, it doesn't mean the end of the line for us, but it complicates things badly." "Let's go then." "Go where? Back to the hotel or to the zone?" Traven asked for clarification. "To the zone." "Okay, I'll tell him." Guichet finally got in the limo just as Willem started to pull away in the VW sedan. "Hey, stop him. We'll go. We'll give you the cell phones," Traven informed Guichet. Guichet honked his horn and the VW stopped. "Your phones, please. I'll lock them in the glove box where they'll be safe if you need them again. Mine, too, will be locked in there. Time to go. Get in the sedan, please. I'll be over to drive you the rest of the way. It's not that far." They both handed Guichet their phones. They waited there for a minute, expecting Guichet to get out and open their doors for them, but clearly the limo drive was now over, and so was the chauffeur service. Traven and Sierra opened the limo door themselves and walked over to the VW. As they passed by Willem, who was heading back to take over driving the limo, Willem told them, "You'll be fine. We only take these matters in an abundance of caution." Traven and Sierra slipped into the back of the VW, sorely lacking the leg space of the limo. Guichet and William switched keys, and Guichet shuffled his pudgy little body over to the VW and got in the driver's seat, and then drove Traven and Sierra out of the dark tunnel and into the light of day. Willem watched them pull away, and then when they were safely out of sight, he went back to the limo and grabbed the 2 champagne glasses and wiped them down with a cloth. He then grabbed the champagne bottle and wiped it down as well. He turned the bottle upside down and drank the last of the champagne that was left. He used his finger to swipe out the last of the remaining caviar and licked it clean off. He then dumped everything in a bag and took the bag to the front seat. He then drove the limo out of the tunnel and soon found himself pulled over on the side of the road near a pond. Willem opened the glove box and took out Traven and Sierra's cell phones and put them in the bag as well. He then pulled a hammer out from under the seat. Willem took the hammer and the bag of items to the edge of the pond and started to pound the bag relentlessly with the hammer, trying to destroy everything inside. After several hard whacks, he looked inside to see the 2 destroyed phones and shattered glass from everything else. He removed the 2 shattered black rectangles from the bag and then flung each phone separately as far as he could out into the pond. He then dumped the broken glass inside the bag into the water at the pond's edge. He then loaded the bag full of rocks and rolled it around like a lasso until he threw it into the middle of the pond as well, where the weight of the rocks took the bag to the bottom of the pond. The more they drove, the more Traven's heart sank. He tried to hide it from Sierra, but he knew something was very wrong. He would study the determined face of Gachet in the rearview mirror. Gachet would occasionally look back and catch Traven staring at him, as if the 2 men were trying to figure each other out. In the microsecond, their eyes met and then turned away. "We're close," Gachet would say to them occasionally, but they never seemed to get any closer to anything. Sierra could feel Traven tensing up. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he lied. Oddly enough, they both kept reaching for their phones, forgetting they had forfeited them. It was as if they both had had a body part amputated, and their mind had not accepted yet that the newly amputated appendage was truly gone. Suddenly the VW slowed and pulled to the side of a road. The only distinguishing mark around was a nondescript white ribbon tied to a tree at the edge of the forest. "That's it. That's the marker, the ribbon. We walk from here." Traven nodded to Sierra that it was going to be okay to get out. Gachet popped the hood of the car and propped it open, as if something was wrong with the engine. "What's wrong?" Traven asked. Gachet explained, "Nothing. I don't want to be parked on the side of the road for no reason. That could be a sign that a zone was about. We'd make it look like we had car trouble instead." Gachet then turned to the trunk and pulled the spare tire out and stuck it by the front fender, as if they were in the process of changing a flat tire as well. Traven then made a point to meander backwards so he could glance in the trunk to make sure there was nothing ominous in there. The trunk was loaded with boxes of brand new ladies' sneakers, all the same style and color, just different sizes. "What's with all the sneakers?" Traven asked. "You'll find out," Gachet answered back. Traven felt better about their situation, but not much. He knew they were in a vulnerable spot right now, very vulnerable, and he wouldn't feel safe again until they were stepping into the zone. "How did you guys find this place?" Sierra asked. "A man we buy black market truffles from discovered it while foraging out here with his pigs. We used to have possession of 20 zones all over Europe. This is the last one left. But this one now makes more income than the other 20 combined. Speaking of income, we need the payment now, yes? Not until we see the zone first." "That's fine. It's a small walk in the forest. 20 minutes. I'm not hiking 20 minutes in my heels." "And now you find out about the sneakers in the trunk. What size do you wear, mademoiselle?" Gachet asked Sierra. 7. Gachet went to the trunk and pulled out a size 7 women's sneakers and handed them to Sierra. "Our gift to you. Many women carry their heels to the zone and switch them when they go in, but the choice is up to you." "I'll switch them back at the zone," Sierra says as she takes off her red-soled black-hide heels and hands them to Traven. "Go in style. I like it," Gachet says with a smile on his round face. Sierra ties the sneakers on her sheer black stockinged feet and stands again. "We go now, yes?" Gachet asks. "Yes, we go," Traven says, as the 3 marched forward into the forest. They had walked for about 20 minutes. Traven made sure to keep time on his watch. He was so glad now that he had sprung for the Rolex. For years now, he'd been using his phone to keep time, but he had splurged on the timepiece while in Madrid. 20 minutes in, and no sign of the zone. Not good. What was also not good was that Gachet had the habit of walking behind them. Occasionally Traven would pause with Sierra and wait for Gachet to catch up. He'd done it a few times now, and it was making Traven very nervous each time he did it. "How close are we now?" Sierra asked. "Very close." Once again, Gachet had fallen behind them, and Traven paused with Sierra. "Please, you don't have to wait for me. My legs, they get tired." "It's not a problem," Traven replied as they looked around the forest, not seeing much of anything. They started to walk again. 5 minutes later, once again, Gachet had fallen behind them. Only this time, Traven didn't stop. Instead, he leaned into Sierra walking beside him. Listen, when I say go, I want you to run. No matter what you hear, you just keep running and you don't stop until you find someone. What are you talking about? Don't panic. Don't react. Just listen. But I think there isn't a zone. What? He said it was a 20-minute walk. We've been walking for 35 minutes. Traven, I'm scared. Don't be. Just run and don't stop. I'll be fine. I have to make sure he doesn't come after us. How will you do that without a gun? Remember when I asked if we could rest for a second while I got a pebble out of my shoe? There was no pebble, but I saw a piece of broken glass on the ground. It's in my pocket now. Traven, no. Look, we can't wait for him to make the first move. It's the only way. I love you. I love you too. Had a hell of a run, didn't we? It was amazing. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Can I kiss you? She asked. Don't. It'll raise his suspicion. I have to. No, we'll kiss later at the hotel. Just keep walking ahead. I'm going to slow down and walk beside him. Remember, when I yell go, you run and you don't stop, no matter what happens. Okay. Gachet must have been getting suspicious of the private conversation between the two because he felt compelled to bellow out one of his "we're close" updates. While Sierra walked ahead, Traven slowed down to be closer to Gachet. Long walk, no? Gachet asked. It's not so bad. It's pretty out here. You're not scared? Gachet asked Traven. What? Traven asked back, afraid Gachet knew that he was walking into a trap and was now just toying with him. The zone. You're not scared to go in? Me? No, Traven said with a relieved chuckle. Most people I find are scared. Is she scared? A little bit. Yes, I saw you two talking. You should go to her. I'll be fine back here. We're close anyway. Maybe I'll do that. Listen, is it okay if I pay you now? When we get to the zone, I don't really want to be worried about any financial practicalities. I want to be free of all that. Just kind of get into myself a little bit before we go in. Get everything taken care of ahead of time. That way I could just focus on her too. Yes, not a problem. I can take the money now. Traven reached in his pocket and pulled out an envelope stuffed with a combination of $100 bills and Euro 500 notes. You can count it all. It's there. Gachet reached out to take the bills, but Traven fumbled them and spilled them on the ground. Oh, crap, sorry. The two men bent down to pick up the bills off the dirt trail. While Gachet was bent over, Traven grabbed the jagged piece of glass from his pocket and dug it into the side of Gachet's neck. Gachet was caught by surprise, and before he knew it, the glasses sliced his jugular, and he could catch sight of his blood squirting high in the air. Run, Sierra, run! Sierra took off running through the forest, leaving Traven behind to wrestle with Gachet. Gachet reached for inside his jacket, but Traven pulled his hand away and forced the weakened Gachet to the ground. Traven reached inside Gachet's jacket and found his gun. Gachet tried to struggle with Traven for control of the pistol, but Traven had the upper hand and soon had the gun pointed at Gachet's balding head, and he pulled the trigger and fired a shot. Gachet, who had been fighting with all his remaining strength, went limp, and Traven collapsed on top of him. Traven thought about firing again, but Gachet was dead, the bullet clearly entering his skull and scrambling his brains. How close had they come? When was Gachet going to shoot them and leave their bodies in the forest? But they weren't out of the woods yet, both figuratively and literally. Traven looked up and saw Sierra running back to him. Sierra! Traven left Gachet's dead body and ran to her. He went to hug her, but she motioned for him to stay back. You're covered in blood. Don't worry, it's his. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Just like we would have been if we had waited any longer. Traven, she wanted to continue talking, but words failed her. Why did you come back? I told you to keep running no matter what. Traven, I saw it. Saw what? The zone. It's in the forest up ahead. I saw something black in the woods. I ran back as soon as I could. Are you kidding me? There's an actual zone there? It looked like it. As soon as I saw it, I came back, but you had already killed them. Jesus. Get to the zone fast. On top of everything, we're going to have the Corsican Mafia on our ass now, too. What about him? The money? Oh, none of that'll matter once we go in the zone. Look, show me where the zone is. Traven followed Sierra into the trees. Her running was frenetic and unsure, the direction constantly changing. I thought you said it was close. It was, but it's all trees. It all looks the same to me. You don't know which way you ran? I was running for my life. It didn't disappear, did it? I don't know. Oh, wait, I remember that tree, all the broken branches. It's this way. They ran for another minute, and then she saw it again. the hard black edges and corners of the rectangle sticking out conspicuously in the woods. "Oh, you big, black, beautiful bastard. Let's get in there, quick." They ran through the trees and brush and headed for the black rectangle. This wasn't the first zone they had seen. They had seen several on their travels, and as Traven approached, he could tell something was off about this zone. It just didn't look right. It was a black rectangle, but it didn't seem completely straight. There was a bit of an angle to it, just slightly off, but zones were always completely straight, a perfect 90 degrees from the ground. And the blackness itself, as they got closer, Traven could tell the black wasn't right either. It looked almost faded. "Traven," Sierra cried. She was seeing it too. Something wasn't right. They kept running towards the black rectangle. What choice did they have at this point? None. At this point, they even had to put their hands on it, feel what their eyes were already seeing, but their brains were not letting them accept yet. They reached out and touched the piece of plywood that had been painted black and propped up in the forest as a decoy zone to lure them in. "Traven, it's not real. Traven, what are we going to do?" Traven wasn't responding to her. He was already planning their next moves. Go back and get the cash scattered around Gachet's body, then bury his body. They would have Gachet's keys and they would steal the VW and go back to Paris. Well, what should they do then? Go back to the hotel room or keep running? They had Gachet's gun now, so they wouldn't have to go back to the hotel room for the gun they left behind. Where would Willem go looking for them? He would obviously start at the hotel, so that was another reason not to go back to the hotel in Paris. No, it was probably best to just keep running. Where could they go now? They would have to find another zone and find it quickly, but how? They couldn't go back to their old underworld connections. That bridge was burned now that they had killed Gachet. "Traven," Sierra screamed, pulling at him desperately. Didn't she understand? He didn't have time to comfort her now. Jesus, she was a witness to his murder of Gachet now, too. And what if something happened and she got arrested? Would she rat him out on the murder charges to get a lesser sentence for herself? Traven had trusted Sierra once before never to reach back out to her family, and she had, putting them both in jeopardy. Could he really trust her now with his life? God, he killed that man to save her, and this is how she was going to repay him, by ratting him out? Although he could take care of that possibility now, too. End it all. It would also make the last of their stolen money go further if it was just him alone needing it. It was unthinkable, but he was thinking it. Then the bullet cut into Traven's head and burst out the back of it. Traven's brains splattered all over the black plywood zone. Sierra had tried to warn Traven that Willem was there, that Willem must have been following behind them along, ready to help Gachet dispose of their bodies after he had killed them. "Don't," she shouted at Willem as he pointed the gun at her. "Stand still," was Willem's only response. "Okay, I'm standing still," she obediently responded. "It just makes it easier," Willem said. Then he pulled the trigger and the bullet blasted into her brain, ending her life in an instant. Sierra fell back against the phony zone and slid to the ground on top of Traven. Willem looked down at the lifeless couple and asked them, "How am I supposed to drive 2 cars out of here now, huh? Tell me that, please. Ugh, the problems I have." Chapter 24, Moving Day. What was this worth? Josh Minert asked himself. Probably nothing, he reasoned. An old flip phone. How long had he been holding on to this? Josh couldn't even remember when he had owned it. It must have been his second or third cell phone. It was before the age of the iPhone, the early to mid-2000s, he guessed. It had survived all the other moves before in this shoebox full of odds and ends. Would it survive this one too? Throw it in the trash. Be done with it, Josh, he thought. No, maybe it had metals in it that were bad for the environment. He had heard you weren't supposed to throw away cell phones like that. Even if he did throw it away, maybe some jerk would dig it out of the landfill and somehow steal enough personal data to screw up his life worse than it already was. But Josh reminded himself, as bad as things were, he had a place to go. His family wouldn't be homeless. He finally understood why some families had gone into zones. Just walk in, and all your troubles go away. Holding his old flip phone had launched Josh into a nostalgic frame of mind of how things used to be before everyone had a cell phone. Unlike his daughter, he could remember a time before cell phones. She would never know the difference. For Josh, it was like trying to imagine a world before TV, airplanes, and electricity. People had lived and thrived, but he also wondered how the hell they did it. He also remembered a time before zones. It wasn't that long ago, actually, just about a year ago. When was the first time he'd heard about a zone? He traced his memory. He vaguely remembered some internet headline as he was scrolling about, but it was so ludicrously absurd that he assumed it was just fake clickbait meant to lure in suckers. You won't believe what Pamela Anderson looks like now. Be prepared. Top 10 smartest first ladies. Number 3 will shock you. Are zones real? We have the evidence. He knew better than click on that fake crap. So his first encounter with a zone, he must have just scrolled right through it, assuming it was a joke. But then came the kids. 10 kids gone missing from a daycare center would scare any parent to their core. Josh, like the rest of the nation, was constantly checking his phone for any updates on the kids and if they had been found. He, like everyone else, assumed the daycare worker was crazy. She had said they had disappeared in a black rectangle. Who makes this stuff up? It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. It made no sense. The black rectangles had been a recent conspiracy theory going around the fringe websites, and the pictures that had been posted on them had already been debunked. But then there was the Facebook live video that broke the internet. Was Raw Dog real or not? It was the most heated debate in the country since a simple dress had people seeing both blue and gold. Immediately, people posted phony videos of themselves going into zones, just to show how easy it was to fake such a clip with some basic computer special effects. For a few hours, no one knew exactly what to believe. Then the president addressed the nation. Holy crap, zones were the real deal. Like millions of other Americans, Josh and his family didn't leave the house for the next 2 days for fear of accidentally falling into one of these zones. It was told that it was a record week for people calling in sick to work, and it impacted the stock market as there were fears that a sudden drop in productivity could lead to a recession. Again, the president and congressional leaders each made a big show out of going out and meeting with everyday Americans, telling them everything was going to be okay, that they could go on about their day, they just needed to be cautious and vigilant. Slowly, people returned back to work and their normal routines of life. They would check their Zone Facts app hourly to make sure no zones had shown up in their area, and wondered, like everyone else, what the hell these zones were doing here. The first time Josh knew of someone who had actually touched a zone was a friend from work who saw one that had appeared in a bowling alley. The friend was one of a half-dozen people that had touched it before the cops showed up and pushed everyone back. A couple of minutes later, it was gone. His friend said it was like touching the face of God. The first time Josh knew someone that had actually gone all the way in a zone was when his neighbor, 3 houses down, Tim Bricklin, had helped his ailing father into his own. Tim had heard the zones had healing power. His father was suffering from severe Alzheimer's and was on a steep decline. At that point, a lot of elderly people were making the choice to go in zones rather than to continue to suffer their maladies. The first time Josh saw a zone in person was when one showed up near the fracking well site he was stationed at. While Josh decided to keep his distance, a few of his fracking coworkers touched the zone before company security arrived and had the thing roped off. By the time the real cops had shown up, the zone was gone. It had only been there about 20 minutes total, about the average for a zone at that point. Then came the first time Josh touched a zone. He was driving home when he saw the cars pulled over on the side of the road. He knew immediately what that meant. A zone was nearby. None of the cars were police or government issued, so he knew he would have a chance to actually touch it. He had passed up his chance before at the fracking well site and had to listen to his coworkers rave about the experience for weeks afterwards, secretly regretting his decision not to touch it. At this point, the zones were showing up much more than before. It was getting harder for the government to respond to each one. The zones were staying longer too, giving more people a chance to have an encounter with one. Josh parked his car on the shoulder of a road behind a plumbing company van and followed the plumber into the woods. "Do you know where it is?" Josh asked the plumber. The plumber, who had his cell phone out guiding him with the Zone app, pointed straight ahead into the woods. "Should be this way," the excited plumber told Josh, who followed after him. Josh was a bit wary. He had heard about gangs and criminals putting out false zone reports in remote areas, and then when someone showed up to see the zone, the unsuspecting zone seeker got mugged or worse. At least Josh had the plumber with him, who had a tool belt full of wrenches and screwdrivers wrapped around his waist. The tools would come in handy in a fight if they had to defend themselves. Josh grabbed his cell phone and held it ready in case he needed to call 911 in a hurry. Josh also wanted the phone's camera to be ready in case the zone was still there. He wanted to get a picture of it to show his wife and kids. They found the zone site where a dozen people were gathered around it. 3 people had their hands already plunged well into the zone. 4 others were standing close by, waiting for their turn to make contact with the zone. Everybody else was staying way back and content with just observing. Josh started taking pictures of the zone, moving closer with each picture he took. He didn't text them to his wife just yet. He knew what she would say if she saw him near a zone. "You get away from that thing right now," she would have texted back. But Josh wasn't going anywhere. This was his second chance to touch his own, and he wasn't going to blow it this time. Josh looked over at the plumber that he had hiked in with and asked, "Are you going to touch it?" "Oh yeah," the plumber said without hesitation. "These things are amazing. I touched one a month ago in Fargo. It's all I think about ever since." "Did you get hooked?" Josh asked. The plumber shook him off. "No, it's just once you touch a zone, you know there's something bigger out there. This connects you to that. I mean, it's hard to describe. You just have to touch it and see for yourself. Don't be afraid. It doesn't turn you into a mindless zombie, but it does change you. That's for sure." The plumber then walked over and got in line behind the other zone seekers. No one wanted to move away from the zone, so they all just made room for the others waiting. The plumber had to sit awkwardly to the side, but he was able to insert his hand into the zone and soon sunk into a blissful state. To Josh's eyes, the plumber looked to be the happiest person on earth. Josh finally figured he had waited long enough. The cops could be showing up soon, or the damn thing could just disappear altogether, so he went forward, got on his hands and knees, and found an open spot to stick his hand in. It was stunning. The warm buzz went immediately up his arm and locked into his brain. True to what everyone had said about touching his own, it was amazing. No wonder people gave up everything to try and touch these things. It was that good. Too good, in fact. Josh yanked his hand out. He even stepped back a few feet. Could he resist it? Or was he now uncontrollably hooked? If he didn't touch it again, would he be okay? Could he just walk away right now and live peacefully with his decision? Seconds later, Josh didn't have a choice to make. The zone disappeared on its own, and slowly everyone with a hand in the zone came back to reality. When Josh told his wife what he had done, she was furious with him. How could he do such a thing? What if someone had pushed him into the zone on purpose, or even accidentally? What would have happened to their family then? Josh would never again tell his wife when he touched a zone, even though he had touched about 20 since that day. That was until they stopped showing up. A few times when Josh was connecting to his own, he witnessed people go all the way in and disappearing for good. In the beginning, he would try to convince them not to go all the way in, as if trying to talk someone off the edge of a building or preventing them from jumping off a bridge. These people weren't suicidal. By then, everyone knew about the white zone and Michael's message, that there was life in the zone. They were excited about going in the zone, not depressed. But it wasn't enough to convince Josh. No way he'd risk his life on some half-baked story from a failed writer. However, others were convinced in entering the zones permanently, and entering in ever-increasing numbers, especially as the economy got progressively worse with the declining population in the U.S. and the world. The last time Josh was at a zone, he had witnessed 20 people entering just that one zone. There was the expected elderly and sick seeking a second chance, but at least half the people entering the zone mentioned just trying to escape their economic struggles. The economic downturn had hit Josh and his family particularly hard. As the demand for gasoline and energy dipped worldwide, it drove the price of oil down to record lows. All across North Dakota, fracking wells were shutting down and workers were being laid off. Eventually, the layoffs hit Josh's crew. He did his best to find other work, but there were just so many people unemployed at once. There just weren't enough jobs to go around the small North Dakota towns, no matter how poorly the positions paid. Even the drug dealers were feeling the power of the zone. Why pay for pills or pot or even booze when you could easily find a zone and zone out for a while, which Josh found himself doing more and more. When the bank finally foreclosed on Josh's house and issued him an eviction date, Josh set about on a plan to convince his wife that maybe entering a zone wasn't the worst thing in the world. But then the worst thing did happen. The zone stopped showing up. Just the day before, their best friends had gone into a zone, the whole family. They put a post on Facebook to say goodbye to everyone, and then they were gone. As they mourned the loss of their friends that night, Josh and his wife discussed for the first time even the thought of taking their family in the zone. What if it was real? They wouldn't have to worry about money, They wouldn't have to put their daughter in daycare while they both worked thankless jobs. They wouldn't get sick. They wouldn't die. They could live every fantasy they ever had for themselves. And think of all the Christians that had already gone in zones worldwide. How could so many people be wrong? The millions of people in India that had gone in seeking a better life. So many, in fact, there were fears that the Indians would dominate whatever culture was in the zone already. But what if it was all a scam? What if the zone was really a doorway to death, and Dylan Gaines had just made the whole White Zone story up to achieve fame and fortune that had eluded him all his life? But to Josh, it all came down to one thing. When Dylan was dying and in desperate need of medical help to save his life, he didn't go to a hospital. He went to his zone. Josh was encouraged that night that while his wife wasn't convinced going into his zone would solve all their problems, she was at least open to the notion of going in the zone with their family. In the morning, they awoke to the news that the zones were disappearing all over the world, and the new ones weren't appearing to replace them. There was a worldwide panic by those that wanted to go in a zone but hadn't had the chance yet. The roads were not safe as people ignored all safety laws as they raced to reported zone sites that were still there. Soon interstates and most roads in general were clogged with cars of desperate zone seekers hoping to be the last one in a zone before they were all gone. Despite all their troubles, Josh and his wife were not willing to risk their lives entering the maelstrom that had circled around them. They hunkered down at home, believing that this was just a momentary panic, that the zones would return. But they didn't return, and times just got harder as tens of millions of Americans made a last-minute departure through zones, causing another economic crisis. So many people had moved to North Dakota from other parts of the country for the fracking jobs that when times got hard, they didn't have the extended family available locally to help out. If they needed help, they'd had to move out of state to get it, which people were now doing in the thousands. Josh and his wife Connie had an offer to move in with her parents on Roanoke Island on the coast of North Carolina. There would be no room for their furniture, and they couldn't afford to put it in storage. Storage rates had gone through the roof as people who planned to go in zones sold their houses and moved all their goods into storage and prepaid for the units for 5 years or longer. Josh and his wife tried to sell as much as they could, but there was just no market for anything anymore. What money people had, they were holding on to, especially now that there were no zones they could escape to if their debts got too bad. So most of the furniture they just took out of the house and put at the street. They couldn't even afford a U-Haul to make the trip. They would just pack Josh's truck with as much as they could and haul it themselves, which again brought Josh back to the scrutiny of the old flip phone. They needed as much space as they could have. They could never make a call on the ancient phone again, probably never even turn it on. But still, he couldn't let go of it. A bond had been formed with this device long ago, and he couldn't break it. On that phone somewhere were all the texts he and Connie had exchanged when they first started dating. He just had to find the charger so he could power up the device again and surprise her as they would trace back their early days of dating. That settled it. Yes, he would keep the old cell phone for now. The Motorola Razr V3 had survived another move. Josh loaded the last box into his Ford F-150. His daughter Molly was already in the back of the extended cab. She should have been saying goodbye to her friends, but their families had either since moved away or had entered zones before they all disappeared. Josh tied down a tarp in the rear of the truck in case they hit bad weather along the way to the small coastal North Carolina town, which was almost a given for a 3-day drive. "Did you want to walk through it one more time?" Connie asked Josh, the tears already coming to her eyes. "Molly, your mom wants to walk through the house one more time, as a family," Josh told his daughter in the back of the truck cab. Molly put down her phone and joined her mom and dad in the driveway. Josh wrapped his arms around Molly. "Sweetheart, your mom and I want you to know this is just temporary. When we get to Nan and Grandpa's, I'm going to find another job, and so will your mother. We're going to have another house soon." "I'm going to miss this place," Molly cried. "We all are. But we have to move forward in life. There's no point in looking behind us." Inside the house, Molly ran over to a door frame where they had been measuring her growth with a pen, marking over the past 12 years. "Can you mark it one last time?" Molly asked. "Sure," Josh said, as he removed a pen from his shirt pocket. He marked the height line and wrote the date beside it. He then took out his phone and snapped a picture of Molly standing there against the frame. "Text that to me, would you?" Connie asked Josh. "You bet," Josh replied. "Me too," Molly requested. They had been on Highway 52 for about 3 hours when traffic seemed to stop out of nowhere. They were coming up on Harvey, North Dakota, but there was no reasonable answer for why traffic had backed up this far out as they approached the small town. Both Molly and Connie were sleeping, but the rapid deceleration caused the two to stir and wake up. "What's wrong? What happened?" Connie asked Josh, her eyes adjusting to the light. "Traffic stop. Must be a wreck up there. Must be bad because we ain't moving. Nothing is." "How are you doing?" Connie asked. "Good. How was your nap?" "Fine," Connie answered. "Where are we?" Molly asked. "Just outside Harvey," Josh answered. "Well, what's going on? Why are we stopped?" "Must be a bad wreck up there. Check your phones. See how far back traffic is backed up," Josh requested. Connie opened her phones and saw the solid red line of traffic. "Wow, it looks like a mile or two. This is weird." "What?" Josh asked. "It's showing the zone symbol that's causing the traffic, not a car accident." "Oh, must be a glitch," Josh answered. Connie closed her map app and opened the news app, and there was an instant headline, "They're back," along with a picture of a zone. "The zones are back," Connie yelled. "What? Really?" Josh asked. Josh grabbed his own cell phone and went directly to the Zone Facts app. There was an update that the zones had indeed returned, and he looked on the map of the zone locations. The map was completely overwhelmed. Although it was obviously not to scale, but it seemed like the zones were popping up everywhere around them. People were now on foot running through the stopped traffic on Highway 52. Cars sped down the breakdown lanes, the drivers trying to get as close as they could before abandoning their vehicles. "Why is everyone getting out of their cars?" Molly asked. "The zones are back," Connie said. "They are?" Molly asked. "Do you want to go see them?" Josh asked Connie. "We can't just leave our truck in the middle of the road," Connie protested. "Everyone else is," Josh reasoned. "But what if traffic starts back up?" Molly questioned. "Trust me, no one's going anywhere anytime soon. Come on, let's go see them." Josh jumped out of the Ford. "Everything we have left is back there," Connie argued. "Look, we won't stay long. I just want to see them again," Josh argued. "Okay, fine, but this was your idea," Connie said, relenting to her husband's demands. Josh, Connie, and Molly started walking up through the halted traffic. An older gentleman in a blue SUV called out to Josh. "What's going on up there?" the man asked. "The zones are back," Josh told them. "Really? No kidding?" the man said, unbelieving. "They're back," Josh repeated as they continued to snake through the stopped traffic. There were so many people walking now, Josh knew there was no way they were getting close to the zone once they got there. The line must be a mile long by now, and good luck to anyone trying to cut in front of a zone line, especially one as long as this one was sure to be. They saw the people walking and jogging, some even sprinting off the highway, to an expansive field. It took a second to process the sight, as Josh had never seen anything like it. It wasn't just one zone there, but at least 40 or 50 scattered about. So many zones, there was barely 3 or 4 people in front of each one. If you were willing to walk a little bit, you could have a zone all to yourself. The zones themselves were different now. It looked as if someone had tipped the zones over on their side, but they were as tall as ever. They were just wider. It looked like someone had taken the inventory of mega widescreen TVs out of an electronics superstore and scattered them on the massive field. Josh led his family past the crowds to a zone in the back that they had to themselves. "Have you ever seen so many at once?" Connie asked. "No, never. I don't even remember 2 zones ever being together at the same location. And look at how much wider they are," Josh observed. "What happened to them, Daddy?" "I don't know," Josh told his daughter. "Do they feel the same?" Connie asked. Josh carefully put his hand in the zone, and the warm feeling returned. Josh smiled back at his wife. "Oh yeah, that's a zone all right. You should try it, Connie, at least once." "I have," Connie confessed to him, finally coming clean. Josh was puzzled. "I thought you said—" "I lied." Connie reached out and touched the zone, letting the warm feeling return to her tense body. "Once we lost the house, I started going to zones all the time. I just needed it." "So did I," Josh admitted. Molly extended her own hand and joined her parents connecting to the zone. "Hey, I like this. I really, really like this," Molly exclaimed, as an excited tween would. Josh and Connie looked down at their delighted daughter. They then turned and looked at each other. They knew they should stop her, but as they looked around, other families were feeling the zone as a group as well. Parents and children, even some babies. Then it started happening. People started going into the zones again. Maybe it was the opportunity of a second chance of escape. Maybe it was fear that even these returning, expanded zones could disappear in an instant. Whatever it was, People were making up their minds in that instant to enter the zones and leave it all behind. As if it hadn't been a shocking enough scene, the zones themselves started to disappear again as well. One by one, the zones started to go away, like a series of falling dominoes in the field. People that were determined to go in a zone had to scramble to get to one that hadn't disappeared yet. The zone in front of Josh and his family was stable, for the moment, but he could see the wave of disappearing zones heading their way. So could others. "Out of the way," a man yelled as he and a woman ran into the zone, hand in hand. The couple were gone in the instant they hit the zone's surface. Josh turned to Connie. "What do you think?" he asked her. Connie looked around at the vanishing zones that were disappearing closer and closer to their zone. She could see the panic set in as people realized they were too far away to get to a zone now. "Are you going in?" Molly asked her parents. "Are we going in?" Connie nodded. "Let's do it." Josh wrapped his hands around Connie and Molly. "I love you both so much. I won't let anything bad happen to you in there. I won't," Josh promised them both. "A new start," Connie added. "Everyone ready?" Josh asked. "I am, Daddy." Josh squeezed both of them with his hands, as if to signal this was it. With that fateful squeeze, they walked in as a family and disappeared as a family. Then the zone they had just entered vanished, as did the last of the remaining zones in the field. The people left behind fell to their knees and lamented their misfortune. Not again, they thought. Not again. The dispirited people started to make their way back to the highway. They were in no hurry. Surely with all the abandoned cars left on the road, it would be hours before traffic started moving again. Then it happened once more. The zones reappeared spot for spot where they had just been. The retreat to the highway stopped, and once again people were rushing into the fields to disappear. Those that were left behind, with no intention of ever going into a zone, looked on helplessly as the mass exodus into the black rectangles continued. They passed uncomprehending stares between each other, as if they, the ones that chose to stay behind, were now the crazy ones. Chapter 25. Go in or go out. "You're going to kill someone. You know that, right?" Monique warned Nyla as she caught her dozing at her nursing station again. "Huh? What?" Nyla mumbled, waking up from her micro-sleep. "How long have you been here now?" Monique asked. 22 hours, I think, Nola said, adding up the time in her head. "At least 22. Go home. I just need a nap. We're short-staffed. For your safety and our patient's safety, I'm ordering you to go home." "Okay, I'll go," Nola relented. "Are you going to be safe?" Monique asked. "Is anybody?" "You know what I mean, girl." "Yes, I'll be safe." "Good." When Monique asked Nyla if she was going to be safe, she wasn't referring to fastening the seatbelt in her car and driving the speed limit. Monique wanted to know if Nyla would have her gun ready for the trip home from the hospital. Monique wanted to know if it was locked and loaded and ready to go, that Nyla would remember to take the safety off and use it if someone even hinted at threatening her. A nurse had gone missing from the hospital last month. At first it was thought she had gone into a zone, but her ATM card was used to drain her checking account, and a week later her body was found. Good luck catching the killer. He was probably long gone in the zone by now. Another unsolved zone crime. With so many people fleeing into zones now, the thought was coming to people to settle old grievances before they disappeared. You ever hate someone so much you could kill them? Now you could, and get away with the murder by entering a zone after the dirty deed was done. No one had any idea how the law worked in the zone. Rumor had it, if someone came looking for you in the zone, you could just freeze them out, block them. You couldn't control people in the zone because there wasn't any physical body to control. Of course, this was all just pure speculation and bullshit. Just as ever, people believed what they wanted to believe. Needless to say, the increase in violent crime made work life at the hospital a struggle. It had been bad enough with the first phase of the zones. They had lost staff, had trouble recruiting more nurses, but after the drought, when the second wave of zones hit, it was like a tsunami. The zones were simply everywhere. Short of martial law and a 24-hour curfew, there was no way to keep people out of zones now. The zone recession had hurt a lot of families, and people were struggling just to get by, which was all the more reason for them to escape into a zone once the second phase hit. The second zone phase was distinctly different than the first. It was darker, angrier. People were not going into zones because they wanted to. They were going in zones because they felt like they had no choice. They took that anger out on anybody that they felt was responsible for the circumstances that forced them into this position. LinkedIn was scoured, looking for anyone that worked for a mortgage company or a big bank. Those people were put on a hit list with their names and addresses discovered and posted online for anyone who wanted to take one of the bastards that ruined this country again. The richest 1% hired mercenary armies to keep them safe in gated communities. It was even worse than before. They had always worried about being targets of crime, but now the wide swath of people wishing to do them harm had grown. And with a zone escape as a get-out-of-jail-free card, they knew they could take out their vengeance and not have to pay a penalty for it. Some people said life in the U.S. was now like living in one of the Purge movies, but instead of there being one night where you could get away with any crime, it was every night and day, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Porsches and Mercedes and Range Rovers were left parked in their 3- and 4-car garages in favor of more pedestrian fare. That was if you dared driving outside of your secure compound at all. The hottest ticket for some was a bulletproof Toyota Prius or Camry. Oftentimes people would take pot shots at those makes of cars just to test if it was a rich bastard or not, which didn't make sense because the bulletproof versions were the targets of their derision, but those cars would be protected by the armor, while a regular person, just driving a moderately priced, sensible car, would be killed in these tests. Oftentimes, people would shoot bullet holes through their own car windshields just to prove it wasn't an armored car in the first place, which led to the rich starting to buy fake bullet hole stickers and put those on their armored cars to make it look like a bullet had been shot through it. So eventually, even the bullet holes wouldn't even serve as a deterrent against an assault. That was the world that they lived in now. With an election on the horizon, Democrats and Republicans refused to work together on a solution to the zone problem. Why would the Republicans want to make the Democrat President Perez, who they loathe so much, look good, ensuring another 4 years of his presidency that they swore to oppose from day one of his inauguration? Instead, the worse things got with the zones, the better their outlook was for taking back the White House and possibly the Senate, bringing all the branches of government under Republican control again, which the country needed now more than ever, they rationalized. There was even talk that the end of America was in sight if President Perez was reelected, as the country was getting weaker and more ineffective with the divided government. Russia, China, and other hardline countries had taken a much harsher stance on zone entries, treating them as crimes. If the criminal was found to have disappeared into a zone, the family that was left behind for the criminal would be the ones punished. For whatever reason, these countries also had the lowest appearances of zones per capita as well. Some explain the low rate of zone appearances in the hardline states with the fishing net theory. The fishing net theory was simple enough. If you set out zone fishing nets in 10 countries and you hardly caught any fish in 5 of those countries, wouldn't you adjust your strategy and redeploy those 5 nets in the other 5 countries where you were catching the most humans in? The other belief was the friends and family theory. This theory concluded that the people already entering the zones were controlling where the zones were popping up. Since so many Americans and residents in more democratic countries had gone into zones, then it seemed logical that they would send more zones back for their friends and family, as was the case in India, where zone appearances were at a record high, leading the world. Either way, President Perez couldn't win with the Republicans. If he took a hardline stance, he was recriminated for interfering with religious liberty and not letting people have free access to zones, or he was using the zones as an excuse to prop himself up as an American dictator. When he had a more relaxed zone policy, the Republicans slammed him for being weak on zones and endangering the American public. Whatever would cost the president votes in the fall, that's where the Republicans were. Yes, the country would go through some temporary pain, but then the Republicans would be returned to office to bring America back to her former glory. Nala tried her best to keep up with the election news, but it was hard. She tried to lose herself in her work and didn't make much time for TV or anything else for that matter. The age of the zone had stricken her particularly hard. She had struggled to keep her own teenage son away from zones. She thought she had made it through the danger period when the zones disappeared after the first wave. But when the zones came back in the second wave, both her son and her ex-husband disappeared when he was staying with his father on his weekend visit. She was sure they had made a pact and went into a zone together, but she kept up hope that her son would return one day. The drive home was a depressing sight for her. Zones were everywhere now, and so were zoners, sticking whatever appendage they could in a zone. With the unemployment rate skyrocketing, some people had nothing better to do. Rather than go to a bar and drink, the zones offered a free alternative. Occasionally she would see her exit these zones on her drive home, but not anymore. Even more heartbreaking were the few times she saw her own son zoning out as well. She almost wished she would see him again out there now on her drive home, touching one of these zones that lined the trash-laden streets. Who knows, maybe he had been approached by gang members trying to recruit him, and when he wouldn't join, they pushed him in the zone he was at. You always had to watch out for pushers. It had become the new sport for people to run up and push others into zones that were zoning out. It got so bad that you had to assume someone standing in a zone was armed. Look at them the wrong way, and you stood a good chance of getting shot. And so what if you did? All your murderer would have to do was take one step forward into the zone, and he was free from any prosecution. It was the nurses like Nala that had to clean up the mess when ambulances would deliver the would-be pushers to the hospital with gunshot wounds. That was if the ambulance didn't take them to the morgue first. When she pulled into her driveway, she knew immediately something had gone terribly wrong. Items were scattered on her front yard as if there had been some sort of yard sale, and all that was left behind was the junk nobody wanted. No, no, she screamed in her car when she saw that someone had spray-painted a Z on her front door. She had been zoned. When people disappeared into a zone, and they rented a house or an apartment, the landlord would put a big Z on the door, either spray-paint it or put up a sign that would let people know that whoever was living there was gone and that anyone who wanted to come by in the house and clear out the personal items could. However, other times someone would paint a Z on your door just out of spite to have your home ransacked. This was called getting zoned. Who would have done this to her? What had she done to deserve this? Her ex-husband? Her son? It couldn't have been. They both had been missing for months. Nala got the gun out of her purse and had it at the ready. Was it a patient that had passed away under her care, and now the vengeful family was going to get payback? No. Nala knew she was a good, caring nurse, and her patients and their families knew it as well. She was always compassionate with families and couldn't think of anyone that would seek out revenge for something like that. Who could it have been then? She approached the doorway cautiously with the gun raised. She then yelled inside, "If anybody's in there, you better come outside right now." There was no response, but she heard the floorboards creaking, so she knew someone was trapped inside. "You have one more chance to come out here now, or I'm coming in blasting. I mean it. This is my house." A man's scared voice called back, "Okay, just chill. I'm not taking anything. There's nothing left anyway." The man came downstairs with his hands in the air. "Don't shoot. There was a Z on the door. I thought it was abandoned." "Who did this?" Nala asked him. "I don't know. I was just walking by and I saw the Z. I'm trying to just get some food and clothes for my family." "Get the hell out of here. If I ever see you again, I'm killing you." The man hurried down the driveway and disappeared from sight. Nala went in and walked through the trashed house. The furniture was gone, the kitchen stripped bare of food and appliances, clothes too. It wasn't like this stuff was going to people in desperate need. There was a coordinated effort to strip zoned houses. There were roving crews with box trucks and flatbeds, and a team of 5 or 8 men could strip a house like Nala's in less than an hour. They would empty a house and sell the contents for pennies on the dollar to anyone that would pay for it. There was, however, one thing that wasn't stolen. She kept a security camera on the front porch. It was set to record and save the last 24 hours on a memory card. She had put it up when her husband and her were having a difficult time, and she wanted proof that he wasn't respecting the restraining order against him. Even after their estranged relationship improved, Nala kept the camera out there recording, just in case. It was hidden in a plant hanger. Thankfully, no one saw the need to steal a dead plant hanging there. She retrieved the micro camera and hooked it up to her work laptop that she had brought home with her. She started the clip from the morning she left out the front door for work. She watched herself walk to the car and drive away, just like a million other mornings in her life. Then she fast forward as nothing of particular interest caught her eye, except for a cat passing through her front yard and a few squirrels running about. Then she saw him. He warily walked up the driveway. The man rang the doorbell, and then when he confirmed no one was home, he seemed to be looking around for security cameras. He didn't seem to find one, even though he looked directly at the spy cam that she had hidden in the hanging plant. Thankfully, it was hidden well enough that it wasn't discovered. The man then felt safe enough to pull out a can of spray paint and marked a giant Z on the front door that would be visible to anybody passing by from the street. The man was Hector Contandor. He was a handyman of sorts. She hadn't spoken to him in years. A while back, he had done some repairs for them. He did such a horrible job, she wrote a bad review of him on Nextdoor. He tried to sue them for ruining his handyman business, but the case was thrown out. That was 3 years ago. He hadn't moved on from that. She knew where he lived because her and her husband at the time had gone there several times trying to get Hector to finish the job he had never completed. Usually they would find him drunk, if he was even home at all. That son of a bitch, she thought, as she watched Hector walk away from home on the video. What was his plan? Screw everyone over that had done him wrong before he escaped into his own? No, that was not happening. As Nola watched the countless strangers entering her home and leaving with everything she owned, something snapped in Nala. When everyone else ran away to a zone to escape their troubled life, she stayed behind in this hellhole their town had become, to fight the good fight, to help save lives and heal the broken. And what was her reward for all of this? She lost her son. Her home was violated and robbed of all its possessions. What was next? For her to lose her own life? No, she wasn't going out like that. And Hector, he damn sure wasn't going to go out like he wanted. She would make sure absolutely sure of that. Nala got back in her car and drove to Hector's house. She parked far enough away so not to raise any suspicions. She didn't even know if he was home, but if she went marching up Hector's driveway and rang the bell, he would certainly have been ready for her. And if she was armed and ready to do him harm, he'd have every right to blast her first under the stand your ground laws. No, she had to be smart about this. Well, as smart as you can for a revenge killing escalating from a 3-year-old flame war on Nextdoor. She had to get him out of the house, but how? Fire tends to get people moving, so fire it would be. Nala first had to plan her escape. She found the 10 closest zones near Hector's house, so no matter which direction she headed, she knew exactly where to go. She could be at any of the 10 zones in less than 5 minutes, and she pitied the poor bastard that would try and get between her and her escape into the zone. She wasn't taking any chances. She was going in, and if she caught any hint of conflict from anyone in her way, they were going down that day. She was done with this world, just so done with it. She went to the store and bought lighter fluid and a lighter. She then parked near Hector's house again and approached the side of the home. She squirted the lighter fluid all over the side, emptying the whole bottle. She lit it up and ran for cover behind a big tree in front and waited with her gun drawn. She heard Hector's smoke alarm finally go off, and so did Hector, because he came racing out of the house trying to pull a sweatshirt over his head. She waited until the shirt was pulled around his neck so she could see his face to confirm it was him. Yep, it was the same man that had painted the Z on her door. Nala aimed the gun and fired. The first shot struck Hector's leg. It caused him to stumble to the ground. Hector was confused at the events, but when he saw Nala approaching with the gun, he knew what was up and tried to flee the scene. She came up on him and fired 3 more times into his back. Hector stopped moving and died in the neighbor's driveway. Now everyone was coming out to see what was going on. Nala hid the gun in her purse and ran back to her car and took off. She sped around the block and found the first zone she could. She pulled out her gun and aimed it at the zoner standing there. Nala warned him, "I don't want any trouble. I just want to go in." "Chill, it's cool." The zoner backed away slowly with his hands in the air. He then turned and ran. Nola watched him run away as he turned a corner and disappeared. Nala turned back to the blackness of the zone in front of her. She then heard the first sirens ringing out. Was it the police or fire department? It didn't matter. The siren was the signal that it was time to go. Either go in the zone, or someone else, a cop or one of Hector's angry relatives, was going to take her out of this world with a bullet. Go in or go out. She had made her choice. She hoped that she would be able to sleep in the zone. She hadn't been to sleep in almost a day and a half now. She hoped she would see her son in the zone. She hoped her sins would not follow her into the zone. She dropped the gun to the cold pavement and took her first steps in the zone. It felt good, warm, inviting. She hadn't felt good for a long, long time. Then she was all the way in, and she was gone. The fire engine roared around the street corner, causing people to run out of their houses to see what was going on. The curious neighbors walked up and down the street toward the rising black smoke in the air, grateful that it wasn't their house that was on fire, yet. They passed by the zone Nala had disappeared into, as if it wasn't even there. Zones were as familiar a sight as telephone poles now, or mailboxes that marked city streets. They were just part of the new landscape, and no one paid too much attention to them, unless they wanted a hit of Z or a departure from all this world had wrought. Yes, the zones were as common as abandoned houses and cars now, as common as closed businesses, as common as the rover trucks that were ready to swoop in and clean out any house or apartment marked with a Z, as common as the private security forces that accompanied the richest of the rich as their armored convoys took them about town, as common as the bleak headlines that occupied the newspaper stands that were full of unread papers, as the people that usually read them kept getting fewer and fewer every day. Chapter 26, Fortress America. Here are the thoughts that go through your head when the Secret Service charges into the Oval Office and grabs you by your arms and drags you out from behind the Resolute desk. 1. There's a shooter in the White House, and that, mind you, is the best-case scenario. 2. Chemical attack on D.C. 3. Someone has fired a missile on D.C. 4. There is a coup and the Secret Service are in on it. President Perez knew in these situations the agent's job was to get the president to safety immediately, not brief him, but still he had to ask. "What's wrong?" President Perez inquired. "There's one on the South Lawn, sir," the agent informed him. "One what?" "A zone, Mr. President." "What's it doing?" "Sir, we have orders to evacuate you from the White House immediately." "Orders from who?" President Perez asked. "Chief of Staff Rosen," the agent replied, as they plowed through the halls of the executive manor. "Is the zone doing anything, or is it just sitting there?" "It appears to be a normal zone, sir." "So it's just sitting there." Before the agent could answer, they were joined in the hall by Chief of Staff John Rosen, who kept up with the bustling presidential cluster as they fled for the exit. Rosen briefed President Perez. "Mr. President, we're exiting through the north entrance to avoid the zone on the South Law. We'll be taking the motorcade to Joint Base Andrews and evacuating Washington for Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska." "Is there an active attack from this zone?" President Perez demanded to know, stopping in his tracks and bringing everyone to a halt. "Sir, the zones are an active attack in and of themselves," Rosen insisted. "So this zone is just sitting there doing nothing?" President Perez pressed. "I don't see it as nothing, but it appears to be normal zone activity, yes." "Meaning nothing," the president said pointedly. "Mr. President, prudence demands that you leave the White House." "No. Have President Montgomery taken to the most secure facility we have and stay there. I'm not going to have a zone chase me out of the White House. In fact, I want you to assemble the press corps on the South Lawn." "Mr. President, you are putting this nation and the world at risk," Chief of Staff warned. "I know what's at risk. More than you'll ever know, I do," the president stated firmly and turned around to head back to the Oval Office in the West Wing. As he went back, the president spotted a young Marine standing guard that held the door open for him. He was a new face, a Latino face. The president paused in front of the Marine. "New here?" President Perez asked. "Yes, sir," Corporal Manuel Ortiz responded. "You know I was the first, right?" Corporal Ortiz smiled with pride. "Yes, sir, I do. First Marine ever to be president. Be proud of that, son. Semper Fi." "Semper Fi, sir." The president continued on his way, his staff now playing catch-up and in a tizzy about the president's steadfast refusal to abandon the White House. "I bet he's going in," wrote more than one Twitter user, as President Perez strolled out on the South Lawn and stood behind a podium that was just feet away from the South Lawn zone. And if President Perez had simply walked in, who could blame him? The young president's challenges were piling up. The nation was as divided as any time since the Civil War. The world was being squeezed by Russia and China, both flexing their military muscle, and the depopulation effect of the second wave of zones were creating a crippling economic depression worldwide. My fellow Americans, as you see today at the White House, we have encountered what so many of you encounter on a daily basis. I'm here to show you that there's no reason to panic, that there's no reason to fear. The zone exists, and so do we. Many thought it would be prudent for me to leave the White House after the zone behind me appeared. I have chosen to stay to finish the business you elected me to do. However, Vice President Montgomery is currently in an undisclosed location with all the means available to run the nation at a moment's notice should it be required. The zone has changed so much in our nation and the world, but America can't stop being America because of zones. Once again, we find ourselves in the midst of an election. We've held elections through Civil War, World Wars, and the Cold War. America will make its decision on who is going to lead this nation once again. However, we cannot let a future election delay finding a solution to our problems of today. Once again, I reach out to Republican leaders in the House and Senate to find solutions to the challenges the zone has posed to this nation and the world. Together, we can solve this. Divided, we accomplish nothing. Let us come together and fill the void that the zone has created in our nation. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. That night, 2 former Marines shared a beer in the treaty room on the second floor of the White House residence. Most presidents used it as a private study, and Perez was no different. Chief of Staff Rosen and the president both had the late-night look of reckoning, of knowing something big was going to have to be decided. Rosen laid his beer down on the president's desk, sitting it on the Billy Beer coaster that had been a gift from one of President Carter's nephews. Rosen then spoke solemnly. "Mr. President, we have to bring the troops home. We must protect the homeland." President Perez shook his head. "John, we protect the homeland by having a footprint overseas. Sir, we have to stabilize the United States. People are not going into zones anymore because they want to. They're going in because they're starting to fear for their lives. We are losing whole towns in the Midwest. Those that don't go in zones are forced to move because the town structure is no longer sustainable. City governments are on the verge of collapsing. In the major urban centers, police and first responders are under assault by organized crime gangs. The gangs see the end game. They cause organized government to go down, and they become the controlling body. Next thing you know, we are a nation of warlords from the south to the north to the east to the west, no better than Somalia or Afghanistan. We must hold the line. John, we bring the troops home from Europe and South Korea, and we effectively start the ball rolling on World War III. Mr. President, you are so concerned with the external threat, you're ignoring the internal threat. There won't be a country left to defend. We have to start redeployments now, because when things really get bad, there won't be any time to bring them home. We must have the forces at home to once and for all block all access to zones. We must stop the hemorrhaging of the American population. It'll get challenged in the courts. We can win it. No one can honestly say we are not in the midst of a national crisis here. The answer is repopulation. We simply need more Americans to replace the ones we lost. President Perez laughed to himself. Please, we try to push repopulation, and you can start the Second Civil War as well as World War III. What choice do we have, sir? What choice do they have? The Republicans, all the Southern and Midwest governors holding on to their shrinking pieces of America, they all thought the first thing I was going to do when I got into office was open the border with Mexico. Now, we aren't just going to open the border with Mexico, we're going to open the border to the whole world. You're asking them to commit political suicide. We flood this country with millions of new immigrants. Who do you think they're going to vote for? The party that let them into this country, or the party that fought tooth and nail to keep them out? My God, within 2 or 3 election cycles, there might be only a handful of national Republican office holders left. And they won't accept it. It's too dangerous for America. Oh, who are they, Mr. President, to call themselves Americans? They won't even help you solve the simplest issue we're struggling with, all to prevent you from claiming any political victories. No, sir, we cannot count on Republicans to fix this. We are on our own here, Mr. President, and if we continue to weaken from within, Russia and China will make a play. Well, we still have our nukes, the president said, looking over at Rosen. Yes, that may ensure we never live under a Russian or Chinese flag, but we'll be pushed so far back in the global corner, we may never be able to lead again. The president stared at an old world map. one that Lincoln himself might have studied in the midst of the Civil War. President Perez then spoke. Limited martial law, with a clear end date well before the election, just enough to stabilize the country, and we say nothing about repopulation until after the election. I think that's our best option, all things considered. We'll take some heat on it, but at least we'll be saving the country, not destroying it. Perez nodded at Rosen. Start working on the plans. Brief me when we have something. Yes, Mr. President, affirmed Rosen, as he collected their 2 bottles of beer and started to depart the treaty room. John, the President called out, one more thing. And I know you're going to say no, but I don't care. Okay, no, Mr. President. There. Now tell me what I don't want to hear. Who do we trust on the Secret Service? I mean, really, really trust, the President asked. Why? Rosen asked suspiciously. I want to touch it. There's no way, sir. No. Find a way. Make it happen. That's an order. At 3 a.m. that morning, while Washington was still asleep, a small contingent of Secret Service agents, accompanied by Chief of Staff Rosen, went out to the South Lawn Zone. You couldn't tell from a distance, and even if you were walking right beside this group, you might not even notice that one of the uniformed agents was the President dressed incognito. The President's service hat was pulled down low, barely high enough for him to see out from under the brim. He kept a walkie-talkie close to his face, as if he was constantly checking in on it. But the real reason it was constantly raised was to help conceal his famous face. They looked like any average security team doing a late night or early morning routine sweep, complete with a German Shepherd guard dog. The group strode down to the zone and stood in front of it. The President joked to the 2 agents with him. Okay, guys, make sure the Vice President doesn't come sneaking up behind me to push me in, or Senator Tuxford for that matter. The agents chuckled. One of the perks of being president, besides Air Force One, a nuclear blast-proof company car, and the coolest cornerless office in the world, was people always tended to laugh at your jokes. The 2 Secret Service agents then chained themselves to a belt around the President's waist. They weren't taking any chances that he would be pulled in or would accidentally fall in the zone. You're clear, Mr. President. Make it quick, sir. Please, begged Chief of Staff Rosen. President Perez extended his left hand, the same hand that he had laid on the family Bible when he took the oath of office. He touched the surface of the zone. His fingers disappeared in its blackness, then his palm, and then his thumb. The President stood there stoically and just nodded. What do you feel, sir? Rosen asked. The President took his hand out. It makes me feel right, the President said. I understand why we've lost so many now. I just don't understand why we haven't lost more. We have to stop this. The world can't afford to let the United States slip into the stealthy blackness of the zone. I'm on board. Let's bring everybody back we can spare and save this nation from itself. I'll start calling world leaders tomorrow. You mean today, sir? Rosen reminded him. That's right. I meant today. We'll start with England, Germany, France, Japan, and South Korea. The President looked deeply into the zone. There was nothing staring back at him. Nothing. Just black. Black as night. Black as death. Chapter 27. Round Rectangle. The irony was not lost on them as they spoke English to each other. Zin's Russian was passable, but Urich's Chinese was elementary at best. They felt it was wise not to have translators hearing their discussions, so speaking English, which they were both quite fluent in, just made sense. The irony of meeting so deep below the earth was not lost on the 2 negotiators either. They knew that they were making a deal with the devil, but which side was the devil had yet to be determined. But the true devil, as they say, is in the details, and that is what the 2 negotiators were there to work out. This was going to be the most consequential meeting of world leaders since Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin met at Yalta in 1944. Those 3 men decided the fate of mankind post-World War II. This time, 2 leaders would meet to decide the fate of the world post-United States. Oh, the United States wasn't dead yet, not even close, and the truth was neither Russia nor China wanted to kill it, only contain it, like a mighty lion safely caged behind a zoo enclosure. America had pulled back from the world to take care of its own internal problems, but if it ever tried to venture out again, it would get its hand slapped by the Russian-Chinese alliance. That, of course, was reliant on the alliance being worked out in the months ahead. They were forbidden to call it a pact, for fear out of comparison to the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939, which didn't turn out so well for either of those two gentlemen in the end. Yet the fate of the world was on hold because the two negotiators seemed to be stuck on the smallest of details of the meeting, the shape of the table. The Chinese wanted the table to be rectangle. The Russians wanted it to be round. Details, details, details. Urich shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps we should move on to other issues and table the table for now. No, it must be decided. We have conceded to too many demands already, and the President is becoming concerned. Why make this harder than it has to be? We will pay for all the funds needed to secure the proper table. It isn't a matter of costs. Our President favors round tables. It pleases him. Knights of the Round Table, Zin asked. More than you think, Urich smiled. We know he sees himself as a king. The whole world does, Zing pushed. Is insisting on a rectangular table your way to tell me he's not? Urich countered. No, we just feel a rectangle would symbolize the two equal sides coming together. You don't see it as adversarial? Us on this side, you on that side? Perhaps setting up a future conflict to come, Urich pondered. No such thing, Zin answered. But if you believe in equality, there's no better symbol than the circle. We are all part of it. It has no beginning, no end. We also feel it would be a sign of respect. We do respect you, but the President is adamant that it must be a circle. No, not a sign of respect to us, a sign of respect to the zone. Would this not be possible if it were not for our friend, the Black Rectangle? Has it not accomplished what 20,000 T-80 tanks and 500 Blackjack bombers could not? We owe the zone some kind of small tribute for finally crippling America's menacing hand in the world. Americans are not so bad. Some are actually quite reasonable if you give them the chance to be, Urich pointed out. I think if given a choice to carry out their way of life and not worry about the ways of the world, most Americans would choose their Walmarts and TGI Fridays. Zin frowned at Urich's take on America. I see the shape of the table isn't going to be the only thing we disagree on. You don't see coexisting with Americans as viable? The United States will never willingly accept the alliance we are pushing here. They will fight it with all they have. Ah, but you see, you're missing my point entirely. There's a vast difference between Americans and the United States of America, as there was a difference between Russians and the Soviet Union. Not completely appropriate, but close. Yes, for a long time, we have viewed the United States as a piece of coal, dirty and efficient, yet, if properly ignited, still a powerful energy. However, when you apply the appropriate amount of pressure, the coal can transform into a diamond, hard, cold, smaller, and much more beautiful, meant for ostentatious displays more than anything else. Have you ever heard of a diamond-tipped saw? The Americans will defeat the Americans. We just need to be smart enough to stay out of the way and hope the right ones win. I understand you're doing much more than hoping. Perhaps we should get back to the table. We could vote on it. I didn't know you were such a fans of democracy. But would it not just end in a tie? Well, does our friend in Pyongyang not get to vote? North Korea is invited as a courtesy only, not an equal. But with the American troops withdrawn, we are asking them to be the first testing site for your theory. A lot to ask of a country with no voting recognition. All the more reason for a round table. Wouldn't a round table help give them a feeling of equality rather than being pushed to a corner of the rectangle? It's a fair point. He will listen, won't he? He won't cross the border, just amass his troops there. Have we started negotiations early? I thought you and I were just discussing protocol and milieu. I have a feeling the two of us, we could solve all the problems of the world. We wouldn't even need a table. I'm good like this. Agreed. Well, what's the first issue we must resolve? Well, let's start with an easy one. How do we get America to surrender her nuclear arsenal without destroying the world? Ask nicely? Reasonable enough. But again, you just have to ask the right Americans. Right Americans indeed, from what I'm hearing. Urich surrendered a sly smile, not wanting to say anything more on the matter. Issue 2, Urich spoke, moving them forward. Zin responded. Issue 2? How not to let the Korean peninsula turn into an ash heap. Urich shrugged as if it was all too easy. If you give a person the choice between life and death, they will choose life, even if it is life in the zone. We have seen this everywhere the zone has been. Okay, issue 3, if you will. Issue 3, tell me, when this is settled, will there finally be peace on Earth, an end to the wars, or will we just turn on each other? There will be peace. An oval. I'm sorry, what? Would an oval-shaped table be an acceptable compromise? Oh, I could ask, and one can hope. See, I told you the two of us could solve all the world's problems. Uric asked. Moscow said no. The table had to be a circle. And it was. The Chinese, Russians, and North Koreans sat around the circular table and decided the fate of the world. As part of the compromise for the table being circle, the Chinese were given ownership of it after the meeting. The historic table was flown back to Beijing, where the circle was promptly cut into the shape of a rectangle. The rectangular table was painted black in tribute to the zone. The Chinese knew what the zone had done. They also knew what it still could do. A simple sign of respect was not a lot to ask.
Chapter 28. The Line. How long did the line go on for? He wanted to ask, but they weren't allowed to talk in line. If you did, you were taken out and beaten by several of the soldiers. The soldiers had no markings on their uniforms, but everyone knew they were Russians. They had come into the village before the sun was even up and started getting people out of their homes and telling them to get in the line for the buses. They said they were there to bring economic relief. They had barrels of apples and everyone had to take one. If you didn't want to eat it, you could put it in another barrel a little further down the line. Most people didn't eat them, fearing they were poison. But if they were poison, why would they give you a chance not to eat it by putting it back, he wondered. He had picked up an apple, but wasn't planning to eat it. But he saw a few others ahead taking bites of their apples, and they showed no signs of poisoning. Logic prevailed. If they had wanted them dead, the soldiers could have shot them with their guns or forced them at gunpoint to eat the apple. He was hungry, so he took a bite. It tasted normal, so he continued. As he walked along, he could see where others had just tossed their apple cores on the ground, so he did the same. The line kept moving. They were then told that they would be going to buses where they would be receiving more information about their future. They were then asked what they wanted to eat on the bus. They had a choice between a turkey sandwich or fruit salad or nothing. They told the soldier their choice and were given a sheet of paper with one of the 3 food choices marked. They were told to hold on to the paper and turn it in when they got to the buses. They would get their food once aboard. The line kept moving. More and more people in the line started to talk, and more the people were taken out of the line and beaten. Sometimes the beatings were so bad, the victim just lay there unconscious in the road as the line kept moving past them. The further the line went, the more armed soldiers they saw. Then they heard it, the crack of gunfire. The line stopped for a moment after they heard the gunshot, but then it started moving again. Worried looks went through the people in line when they heard the gunfire. Were they shooting people up ahead? Everyone must have been wondering it, but no one dared speak about it. About 30 feet ahead of him, a man bolted from the line and ran for the forest. The soldiers didn't bother to try and get him back in line. The soldier with the best angle merely took aim and fired. The man collapsed to the ground, and his body lay there for all to see. Despite being witnesses to cold-blooded murder, the line kept moving. How bad could this be? Where were they being taken? Maybe there were no buses. Maybe they were being marched to their deaths. Should he run, he thought? No, they would kill him instantly, as they did the man who ran. He should wait until someone else ran, and then maybe he could escape while they shot the other poor soul. No, there were enough guards around to cover a dozen people running from the line. But any more than a dozen? Someone was sure to be able to get away. And if the whole line decided at once to start running in different directions, the majority would be able to escape. All they had to do was act as one, and they would hold all the power. But they didn't act as one, and the line kept moving. He had been in line all morning, but he finally saw where they were going. They were being marched to a large tent, almost like a circus tent, it was so big. A line of buses was waiting for all those that passed through the tent. The buses all looked the same, except for a sign on the side of the bus with a number on it. They were all painted the same gray paint job, and the windows were blacked out so you couldn't see inside. So there were buses. It hadn't been a lie after all. Soon he would be on his bus eating his turkey sandwich. After that,
Who knows? But right now, it wasn't worth risking his life. The children in the line got excited when they saw the tent and the buses. Their parents tried desperately to keep the children quiet. The soldiers didn't strike the children for making noise and commotion. They even smiled and waved as the spirited young ones passed by. The line moved slower now. No doubt it took time to process people once they entered the tent and then boarded the buses. The tent itself blocked the view of the actual loading of the buses, but he could watch the buses come and go. The buses all looked and sounded the same, as if it was the same buses that were being driven a short distance out of sight and then immediately coming back to the tent. But he paid close attention to the numbers on the side of the bus. The numbers on the buses were different. He never saw a repeat number. Eventually he stood in front of the tent. They were led in by small groups. The soldiers used hand signals to move the people forward. It was time for his group to enter the tent. Soldiers held the flaps of the tent open and then closed it behind them. They could hear the buses revving up and pulling away, then the next bus pulling up and opening its doors. Then the tent opened up and he saw it, a big black rectangle. It was a zone, and beside the zone, a pile of bodies. The people in line were being marched into the zone at gunpoint. Left with no choice, people went in the zone. He saw one lady resist, but a gun was put to her head, and she chose the zone instead of a bullet. He was about 10 people away from the zone now. He still held the piece of paper in his hand that promised him a turkey sandwich on his bus. Was everybody being forced into the zones? It looked that way. Who were all the buses for then? He kept hearing the buses pulling away and another one pulling up and opening its doors. They must be going away empty, he thought. The soldiers yelled at a mother and her children to go into the zone. She wouldn't go. The soldiers raised their weapons at the mother and her children alike. The people in the line behind her shouted at her to just go, that she would be all right. The zone was good, they heard. Her children would be all right. It was then that he chose to get out of line. Immediately a soldier's rifle went to his head. He motioned to the soldier pointing the rifle at him that he could help with the mother and her children that were holding up the line. The soldier waved the tip of his rifle forward, signaling for him to move up and help. He scooped up the little boy and tossed him in the air a few times, as if it was all a game. The child's crying stopped, and a smile took over his face. "Come," he told the little boy and his sister and his mother. "This will be fun." They all passed into the zone together and disappeared into the darkness. The soldiers lowered their guns and motioned for the line to keep moving forward, and the line did. The line just kept moving forward. Many more lines would move forward on that day as unmarked Russian troops made their advances. The Russians started small, and the world watched and did nothing. No one was going to risk a nuclear war with the Russians over a few small villages on some disputed border lines. Then the Russians moved into towns, and then large cities, taking back territory that had once belonged in the Soviet Union, but that had separated when freedom spread after the fall of the USSR at the end of 1991. With the U.S. troops no longer stationed in Europe, NATO had lost most of its bite. NATO was set up now as the last line of defense in Western Europe, abandoning the eastern former Soviet countries that had joined in recent years after the Cold War had supposedly ended. The Russian plan was to go right up to that NATO line, but not cross it. That fight would take place on another battlefield, and if it was successful, the Russian troops would advance through Western Europe and beyond without having to fire a shot, just as Nikita Khrushchev had promised so long ago. Chapter 29, White Christmas. The South Korean civil defense drills were happening constantly now with the continued buildup of North Korean forces across the DMZ. Everyone now had a cell phone that could receive the alerts from the government. If you didn't already own a cell phone, the government would issue you one, because not to have a cell phone at this tenuous point was a death sentence. The American troops had left South Korea, but they had a Navy strike force ready to deploy at a moment's notice should the North Korean troops cross the DMZ. The strike force also included a nuclear option, should the North Koreans use their nuclear weapons or pose a risk of overrunning the South. Hence the ubiquitous cell phones warning people to head immediately to the fallout shelters that had been built around the country over the decades-long standoff with the North. However, a new trend was happening now. When the warnings came over the cell phones, the South Koreans were now running to the nearest zone and standing by at the zone instead of going to a bomb shelter. It was doubtful Seoul would have survived a conventional artillery attack from the north, let alone a nuclear one. And so what if the Americans nuked the north in retaliation? The nuclear exchange would ruin the Korean peninsula for generations and possibly trigger a global nuclear war. Who would want to survive that hiding away in one of the many underground train stations and shopping malls that doubled as fallout shelters? Why not escape to a zone where you could start a new life of endless possibilities? Of course, life in the zone wasn't guaranteed. No one knew for sure what happened when you crossed over into a zone, but they did have a pretty good idea of what it would be like to live in the aftermath of a nuclear holocaust. Like America, South Korea had been deeply impacted by the arrival of the zones. As in the other free and open societies, the zones appeared more frequently in South Korea than they did in North Korea. The North immediately mobilized to contain any zones that appeared. Anyone touching a zone, let alone entering it, would be put in jail for life, if not shot on sight. For those that were confirmed to have escaped the harsh life of the North through a zone, the same rules applied to the escapee's family as if they escaped over the normal border. The generation before and after the escapee would bear the brunt of the punishment by detainment in one of the many dreaded prison camps scattered throughout the North. It was believed that North Korea had the lowest zone entry rate in the world. If you believed in the North Korea's Lady in Pink, Ri Chang-hee, on her official broadcast on North Korean Central Television, the total number of North Koreans that had entered the zones was 0. She reported that no one in the North wanted to leave their paradise the great leader had created for them. While the true number of North Korean zone entries was obviously not 0, it wasn't that far off the mark, relatively speaking, especially compared to the United States. It was believed that after the mass exodus when the Zone Drought ended, 70 million Americans had entered into zones. The declaration of martial law had stabilized the country as zone containment became a national priority. A government's job program had mobilized in the nation to once and for all stop people from entering zones. There was a massive education program put forth to convince Americans why they needed to stay in the world and not escape our responsibility to lead freedom-loving people worldwide. Yes, there were protests of government overreach, especially in the containment of zones on private property and on religious grounds, but the president held firm. He would not let America simply disappear on this Marine's watch. While South Korea never declared martial law, they did all they could to keep their citizens from abandoning the country in the midst of the impending invasion from the north. South Korea always struggled with zone departures, but when the American troops announced they were pulling out of South Korea, the zone departures rapidly increased. Every time the zone departures escalated, there was an equal swell in the number of subsequent zone appearances, which in turn fueled another rise in zone disappearances. This increased even more when the Americans officially left, and it spiked when the North Koreans started to mount their million-man army at the border. While the North said this was just a defensive exercise, no one bought it. The U.S. made it known to the North that it would be committing suicide if it stepped across that border, but the North was undeterred as the buildup continued. The South settled into the routine of the constant drills, waiting for the war to start at any moment. Soon, it became so routine that the more and more South Koreans were not even participating in the drills. Then the Chinese buildup started on their border with North Korea. It was believed the Chinese were there as a backup, in case the North Koreans needed help in their invasion, as they did in the First Korean War when Mao sent 300,000 Chinese troops into the fray when General Douglas MacArthur's forces got too close to the Chinese border on the Yalu River. A Chinese mobilization like this was too costly for a bluff, many South Koreans thought, so the entries into the zone increased once again, reaching another high point. China swore in the UN that the move was strictly defensive. Just in case conflict broke out, they wanted to have their border protected. And while there were calls for President Perez to redeploy the U.S. troops back to Korea that had been brought home to stabilize America, he kept to only his pledge to use American air power if needed. and nuclear weapons, if that, to defend the South. What price honor, Kim asked himself. He knew his troops would fight valiantly and to the last man if that's what it took. Yes, some would desert into a zone. They already had in the tense standoff at the DMZ, but not enough that the line didn't hold. But the civilian population was different. He knew about the reports of people fleeing into zones rather than fallout shelters. And if this was just for the drills, what would happen when the missiles really did start to fly? And what if they were nuclear missiles? Even if the South held, what would remain of it? What would they have sacrificed so much for? The beautiful city of Seoul, no doubt, would be in ashes, and quite possibly radioactive ones. Yes, they would probably have wiped North Korea off the map too, but then what of China? China was clearly signaling that they were backing this North Korean aggressive posturing at the DMZ. If the U.S. did nuke Pyongyang, wouldn't China then unleash their nuclear weapons on Washington, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Boston, and so on? There seemed to be no winning either way. If the tenuous armistice that had held for so long was broken, so too would be the Korean Peninsula. There wouldn't be two Koreas, or even one Korea. There would be no Koreas. President Kwan had given the matter much thought over the past few weeks. It wasn't until the intelligence reports showed that the Chinese were no longer sending their forces to the border that he changed his mind. The Chinese had their million-man army there, backed up with tanks, jets, and artillery. No doubt there were Chinese subs lurking off the South Korean coast as well. The cease in the buildup wasn't a relief. He felt it meant China was done moving their forces to the border. The next step would be the launch of the war. There were reports that thousands of Chinese medical personnel in China were being forced out of their hospitals and moved closer to the border with North Korea, where they had built a massive mobile hospital that would be able to handle the incoming casualties of a major invasion. Kwan wondered how long could he and his people afford to wait. His job as president was to protect the people of South Korea. They would never surrender to the North Koreans, never. But would they surrender to history? What price honor? What would the world think of South Korea in its time of trouble? That they abandoned their homeland like cowards? The French never recovered from their easy defeat at the hands of the Nazi Blitz. If there was honor to be lost, let it be his. He would give the order for the entire country of South Korea to slip away into the night, to escape into the zones. Those that wanted to stay could, but they would be on their own. President Kwan wanted to keep his decision secret for as long as possible. He would communicate it to his people and the world over their emergency alert system. He did, however, want to call the American president and ask for a favor. We ask that America not use their nuclear weapons or air forces to defend the South. President Perez thought it was a setup. He hand-wrote his concern to Chief of Staff Rosen, who was sitting close by, also listening to the conversation. Was the North forcing Kwan to make this declaration under duress? President Perez wanted to know. President Perez insisted that they continue this discussion with the U.S. ambassador to South Korea present in the same room with Kwan, along with the top military leaders that would be still there to direct the U.S. air attacks if needed. The U.S. personnel were brought to the Blue House in Seoul, where President Kwan lived and worked, and the discussions continued. The U.S. ambassador reported that he believed the South Korean president was not being coerced by the North, and that Kwan seemed to be of sound mind and fit body. President Kwan then told President Perez of his plan to abandon the country and order the South Korean people to escape to the zones. President Perez begged President Kwan not to do this, that the loss of South Korea would be devastating for the world. President Kwan insisted that if there was conflict, South Korea would be lost anyway, even if they won the war. Under his plan, at least 50 million South Koreans would be saved by escaping into the zones. President Perez pushed back that those same souls could die instantly by going into the zones. Kwan was willing to take that chance. It was then that President Perez offered to send back the U.S. troops that he had previously called home. America had stabilized itself under martial law. They could, once again, send ground forces back to be stationed abroad. No, Kwan's mind was made up. Perez asked Kwan when they were planning to do this. Kwan said they needed time to mobilize the infrastructure to facilitate such an evacuation. Buses, cars, trains, airplanes would all have to be positioned for maximum effort. They would also need time to stabilize the country for evacuation. The South's 23 nuclear plants would have to be taken offline. The South's air forces and navy would have to be redeployed to Japan. Any weapons unable to be transported in a timely manner would have to be destroyed so not to fall in the hands of the North. He wished that the evacuated land of South Korea be left to the United Nations as a protectorate, but without any army there to defend it, it was most likely to be annexed by the North Koreans. Kwan hoped to have the exodus happen in a 24-hour period, so quick that the North Koreans and Chinese would not be able to react and possibly pose a threat to the vulnerable South Koreans as they retreated. President Perez pledged whatever support he could give and once again reiterated that he hoped the South would rethink this drastic measure. President Kwan thanked President Perez for all he and the United States had done for the Korean people all these years. Kwan also wished the president well in the upcoming election that was only a few months away. Half joking and half serious, Perez asked Kwan if there was any chance of delaying this zone retreat until after the election. Kwan said he would be willing to, but he doubted the North Koreans and the Chinese would wait that long to invade. Kwan's gut told him that the invasion was imminent, weeks away, if not days. They said their goodbyes and promised to talk to one another one last time before Kwan ordered his people to enter the zones. After the call, President Perez looked at Chief of Staff Rosen and asked, "Are we going to be able to survive a Korean White Christmas?" "I don't follow," Rosen answered. President Perez explained, "During the fall of Saigon in the Vietnam War, Armed Forces Radio played White Christmas to let U.S. personnel know when the final helicopter evacuation of the city had begun." "Why'd they pick White Christmas?" "Well, why else would you play White Christmas in April?" The president got up from the Resolute desk and paced across the Oval Office, shaking his head as he bemoaned, "How the hell can we defeat the Russians and Chinese now if we lose South Korea like this? The free world can't just up and disappear into a zone. We can't. Mr. President, there's a certain group of Americans you need to defeat first before you have to worry about the Russians and the Chinese. Otherwise, it's going to be someone else's problem, and God help us then." "Is it even worth trying to go to bed now?" Rosen asked the president. "How many campaign stops do we have tomorrow?" "You mean today," Rosen replied. 4. "And our friend?" the president asked. "He's going to 8 states, Mr. President. This would have been easier if we had opened our borders last year and repopulated with full right citizenship." The president scoffed. "I never would be seen as legitimate if I had. You still won't be seen as legitimate. They never have and they never will consider you their president." President Perez never wanted the repopulation to be an issue in the election, but for the Republicans, it was the only issue. They saw repopulation as a declaration of war on American identity, which would see the white majority end in just about every state that would be receiving some of the 50 million new American citizens that have been rumored to be replacing the 70 million Americans that had fled into zones. However, the repopulation issue pulled about 50-50 breaking on party lines. Americans were fearful of the looming Russian and Chinese threat and knew they would need all the help they could get to defend American soil. So that was how President Perez tried to sell repopulation to the American public. This was a national security issue. They needed the new Americans to fend off the Russian and Chinese threats facing the free world now. Despite all the Save the Planet calls to action, the truth was you got behind your party line. Democrats were for repopulation, Republicans were against it. It was that simple. Get in line and move forward no matter what. President Perez replied to Rosen about the concern of his legitimacy. "Whether they believe it or not, I'm still their president and I'll fight to the end for them. Repopulation is now up to the people to decide. If they vote me back in, then they know what's coming. The next person who wants this desk after me will have 4 years to earn as much of those 50 million new votes as they can get. It'll be up to them." Rosen laughs a bit to himself. "Was that funny, John?" "No, sir, Mr. President, just that damn song is in my head now." "White Christmas?" "Yeah, mine too." "Play it, why don't you?" Rosen pulls out his iPhone. "I have to download it first." "Just play it on YouTube," remarked the president. "Mr. President, and deny the Bing Crosby estate their 99 cents? For shame, sir." President Perez smiled and sat there patiently as the song downloaded and played on Rosen's iPhone. "I'm dreaming of a white Christmas." Both men let their minds travel back to Christmases past
and they were quietly reflective for a bit. Then President Perez spoke somberly. "You know I would never let America go out like that." Rosen replied, "I know, Mr. President. When this goes down, I want it made perfectly clear to our friends in Moscow and Beijing that I will burn them to the fucking ground if they move on us. But clean it up a little bit before it hits the teleprompter." "Will do, Mr. President, will do." A few weeks later, the world was surprised to wake up and find the nation of South Korea was gone. Well, it was a surprise to most people. This outcome was predicted a year ago as the Russians and Chinese sat around a round table and planned the fate of the world. The Russians had to convince the Chinese that if you gave people a choice between life in the zone and certain death, they would pick life in the zone every time. They, the Russians and the Chinese, just had to be strong and steadfast enough to be willing to bluff the Western world into a final zone retreat. President Perez was comfortably ahead in the polls before the evacuation of South Korea. After it, he found himself uncomfortably behind. There was still time for the young president, but time would soon be running out for everyone. Chapter 30, Numerica. "We need this story to leak about the president touching the zone," Senator Tuxford pleaded with Governor Moreland. "It can't," Governor Moreland warned. "It could seal the election," argued Tuxford. "It could seal our deaths. There were 4 people that knew the president went out that night. The president, the chief of staff, and 2 Secret Service agents. That story gets out that the president of the United States touched a zone, then they're going to know who let it get out. If we can hang on and win this thing, it changes everything," pleaded Tuxford. "And if we don't, and we've lost our White House insiders, then the America we've known for over 250 years will cease to exist. We can't take that chance. We stick to the plan." "Will it hold?" Tuxford asked. "It will hold. The movement is out there. They just want a strong, unwavering public leader. If you win, that takes care of itself. But if you lose this election, you'll be more powerful than you can ever imagine. Half this country will turn to you with fear in their hearts and say, 'Do something to stop this madness.' They will be with you and you alone. 7 governors have pledged their support to you, as well as enough generals and admirals to buy us some time to get this thing to stick." "Are you willing to die?" Tuxford asked Moreland. "That's really the question. A man willing to die can accomplish so much in life." "There are a few things I would give my life for. My country is one of them. America is worth fighting for and worth dying for," Moreland declared. The election came down to one issue: repopulation. That was it. That was the ball game. If the U.S. was going to regain its place in the world as a global superpower, it needed to replace the 70 million Americans that had gone into the zone. Both sides lost voters to the zones. Republicans lost millions of their elderly white voters when they discovered the zone offered healing power and eternal life. They also lost scores of Christians who went into the zone to either find heaven or convert the zone to heaven. Then there were those that were just scared. The crime rate had skyrocketed. The recession and the subsequent depression had put so many people on the brink of financial ruin. Rather than turn to the government for help, they felt going into a zone where money was not needed was a more responsible choice than going on food stamps. For Democrats, they lost young people that felt disenfranchised and were willing to forego the problems of this world for the promise of the zone. Why go to college or study for a job you'll never get, be saddled down with $100,000 of student loan debt, when you can go in the zone and live your dream life for free instantly? For minorities, the zone offered a fresh start and was free from the racial discrimination that seemed to be baked into the American way of life. No matter what you did, no matter how you lived, there were those that felt you did not belong, that this was their country, owned by them and run by them, and they were never going to let you be a part of it. You would always be the other, and they would never embrace you. In fact, you were expected to be internally grateful that they would barely even tolerate you. Why weren't you satisfied with the societal crumbs that fell from their table of plenty? Then there were those that wanted to live in the true liberal utopia, where you could do and be who and what you were with no financial or government restrictions. For women, it was a question of safety. The rise in zone crimes had gone up dramatically.
For those men who decided to leave this world by entering his own, they would often want one last chance to be with a woman before they disappeared into the zone for good. Some women were consenting partners for these departing men, or paid partners, but there were so many more that weren't. President Perez's declaration of martial law stabilized the country. Troops were dispersed throughout the nation to control all of the zones and stabilize the faltering cities. Those communities that couldn't be saved were relocated and combined with other communities and strengthened the American heartland again. A massive government jobs program got people back to work, either working on zone containment or work projects meant to update the country's crumbling infrastructure. Despite the initially hostile reaction and fears of a president declaring martial law, the country was slowly regaining faith in itself. Despite the initial hostile reaction and fears of an American president declaring martial law, the country was slowly regaining faith in itself. The world seemed a little less scary with America back from the brink. Then the world lost South Korea. The light had gone out on the Korean peninsula. People were fearful that a similar fate was heading for the U.S. Slowly, Russia was working its way across Europe. The powers of NATO remained divided on how to confront the Russian threat. Each of the major partners, England, Germany, and France, had been decimated by zone departures, just as the U.S. had been. With NATO in its weakened state, the thought of starting World War III because Russia was pulling a land grab on its former Soviet republics didn't galvanize the world like Hitler invading Poland in 1939, or the Japanese bombing Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, or the 9/11 terrorist attacks in 2001. Since World War II, America, for better or worse, had been the planet's superhero, ready and willing to answer the call to defend the free people everywhere. Sometimes too willing, especially if those people lived in a country that had oil. The world was used to America going where the trouble was, and if not solving it, at least trying to contain it from spreading globally. Not anymore. The U.S. seemed powerless compared to its former mighty self, as if its red, white, and blue cape and mask had been ripped off and its superpowers stripped. President Perez promised the American people that while he supported the decision of the South Korean president to order his people to evacuate into his zone, he would never let America abandon the world to an uncertain future while it ran and hid in his own. President Perez promised his plan to repopulate the United States would return the country to prominence. He asked the country to once again trust him as they did when he declared martial law and then ended it as quickly as he could. The right wing decried Perez's declaration of martial law. They warned that the president was going to use martial law to take away everyone's guns, which he didn't. They warned that the now strongman Perez was going to use martial law to imprison his political enemies, which he didn't. They warned that the out-of-control globalists were going to preemptively open the borders and grant citizenship to the new Americans to ensure his re-election victory, which he didn't. If President Perez was going to be re-elected, it would have to be by the Americans that were currently citizens on Election Day. The Republicans knew what 50 million new American immigrant citizens would mean: the death of the Republican Party. It would mean that white Americans would become a minority in the country they founded. They would lose their stronghold in the South and Midwest, as Democrats were sure to distribute the incoming immigrant citizens on the basis of political expedience. They wouldn't all be sent to California, New York, Massachusetts, and Illinois. No, these new Americans would be sent to Texas, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Kansas, Nebraska, Idaho, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wyoming. The Republicans swore they would not go quietly into the night. Midnight meetings and calls to action resounded in the country as it seemed like the president was on his way to re-election. South Korea changed that. No one wanted the U.S. to be the next South Korea. Senator Tuxford promised to rebuild America, not repopulate it, that the country had all the people it needed. Senator Tuxford kept repeating that America only had 133 million people during 1941, during World War II, and those Americans went on to defeat Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Imperial Japan. To go along with the repopulation plan would mean that America would lose its national identity, and Senator Tuxford would never support that in victory
or defeat. National identity. Those words were used a lot on the campaign trail. Everyone knew what it really meant. But the country had changed so much. The Republicans were already struggling to compete on the national stage. They could still pull off a national win when the Democrats nominated a lackluster or over-polarizing candidate. But when the Democrats nominated someone the people could get behind him they did. The Republicans were still strong regionally in the South and Midwest, but if they were defeated in the presidential election every 4 years, they would lose those advantages as the repopulation plan was put into effect. As the country seemed to be rebounding from the woes the zone had inflicted on the U.S. and the world, it seemed the Republicans were headed for another presidential loss, and not even the Electoral College was going to save them this time from defeat. But the loss of South Korea was a major disruption in the campaign, and the numbers began to turn in favor of Senator Tuxford in the polls. Soon the South Carolina senator and the governor of Texas gained all the momentum going into the final 2 months of the election. When several militias across the country promised open revolt if President Perez won re-election, Senator Tuxford refused to condemn them, stating that they were just concerned Americans worried about the fate of their nation and that they should be applauded for their patriotism. "We don't want to become another lost nation like how the president lost South Korea," Tuxford would often boast on the road. "I'm from South Carolina, not South Korea, and I will fight for you. I will not surrender to the Russians. I will not surrender to the Chinese. I will not surrender to Islamic terrorists. I will not surrender to the progressive left-wing radicals. I will not surrender to the dictatorial tyrant occupying the White House, and I will not surrender to the zone." Going into the final 2 weeks, all the momentum was on Senator Tuxford's side. Then something surprising happened in late October, as it often is the case in election years. America and the world woke up to find that North Korea, like South Korea, was suddenly gone. The night before, the hardline country was inundated with zones on a scale unprecedented anywhere in the world. It was as if 50 million zones suddenly showed up for the 25 million North Koreans. With escape so easy, whole generations of North Koreans disappeared within seconds, knowing no one would be left behind for their family to be punished and suffer the consequences of their escape. And those that were suffering the worst in the notorious North Korean prison camps, they were also liberated by a major influx of zones. No prisoner was more than a few steps away from a zone. The country disintegrated so quickly, the North Korean leader tried to flee to Beijing to escape the wrath of his long-suffering people, who now felt liberated by the arrival of the zones. The dear leader had made it to his private plane, but before it could taxi away on the runway, the plane was attacked by rebelling North Korean soldiers and destroyed by flames that engulfed the craft. President Perez was coy about answering the question if the U.S. was behind the sudden zone attack on North Korea. The truth was the U.S. had nothing to do with it. The president was as surprised as anyone when he was told the news of what was happening. But the American voting public didn't have to know he had nothing to do with it. After the election, he would clarify the truth. But for now, if people wanted to think President Perez had led a U.S. mastermind covert mission that finally took out the troublesome thorn in our side from Pyongyang and got revenge for what had happened to South Korea, so be it. Who knows? Maybe President Perez would soon take out Russia, China, and Iran in a similar covert zone attack. When the U.S. presidential election was finally called at 3:21 a.m. Eastern Time, no one knew if it would be a celebration in the streets or open American warfare. President Perez had won re-election, narrowly defeating the South Carolina senator. There was word that Senator Tuxford was refusing to call the president to offer his concession. Instead, there were worries that he was going to call the president to offer South Carolina secession from the Union. But those were just wild rumors people were spreading and reading on their phones. Of course, Senator Tuxford called the president to offer his congratulations and concession, and of course the president was gracious in accepting the concession and offering the senator an invitation to the White House the following week so they could put the divisive race behind them and start to heal the nation. And of course the senator accepted the offer, with the caveat that he be allowed to bring with him a coalition of anti-repopulation leaders to the White House with him. Together, he was sure they could find a way forward in the best interest of the country. The newly re-elected president agreed. This was still, despite all the dire warnings, the United States of America. This was just how it was done. Chapter 31. Target White House. Pictures of Senator Tuxford and President Perez together at the White House were beamed across the world. The images of the two heated rivals smiling and waving at the cameras were thought to be unthinkable only weeks ago, but now the two looked to be the best of friends. But looking at the body language, some people couldn't help but notice Senator Tuxford was the one that put his hand around President Perez's back and guided him into the White House, as if somehow the senator had won the election and he was now guiding the newly dethroned President Perez into his house. It was probably nothing, others remarked, dismissing it as a petty display of public posturing. The schedule of events was planned as follows. President Perez and Senator Tuxford would enjoy a private lunch. Afterwards, they would discuss the divisions in the country and how best to mend the gap. While the President and Senator Tuxford were eating, the anti-repopulation coalition that Senator Tuxford had brought with him would be welcomed to the White House by the Chief of Staff Rosen and taken to the cabinet room where the President and Senator Tuxford would later join them, so the President could personally hear their concerns about moving the country forward under his repopulation plan. When the President and the Senator finished their terse lunch, Senator Tuxford took on an even more grim appearance. There were no cameras in the private room, so the two men didn't have to hide their animosity towards each other. Mr. President, I've enjoyed your graciousness so much today that I almost hate to bring this up. It's a most grave matter, and I need to discuss it with you. Senator, that's why you're here. Let's be open and honest, but respectful as well. With all due respect, Mr. President, I've become aware of evidence of a massive, widespread voter fraud effort. Well, I haven't. Where's this report coming from? We have evidence that millions of votes were cast from people that have been reported to have disappeared into zones. Interesting. I'd like to see this evidence. It will be presented at the appropriate time, and I'm afraid when it is presented, there'll be calls of a rigged election, and your second term will not be seen as legitimate. Senator, the people voted. The election is over. Mr. President, the coalition that I represent would like to present to you a treaty signed by myself, 7 governors, 10 senators, and 54 congressmen and the presidents of Russia and China. The treaty is an agreement for a peaceful coexistence between all our nations, guaranteeing the safety and security of the United States, if we abandon our plans to repopulate this nation and respect the rights of other nations with the policy of non-interference in the world. This is not a treaty. This is treason. Just then, a Secret Service agent entered the room. Mr. President, Senator, I'm ready to escort you to the cabinet room for your conference. Agent Halford, I want you to draw your weapon, place the senator under arrest, and have him detained immediately. Agent Halford took out his gun and approached the 2 men sitting at the table. Mr. President, in moments there will be an armed takeover of the White House. You could save many lives by going along with our plan, starting with your own life. Cooperate, and I will guarantee your safety as well as the safety of your family. You can take the man out of the Marines, but you can't take the Marine out of the man. President Perez lunged across the table and grabbed Senator Tuxford by his throat. The president maneuvered the struggling senator into a chokehold. You're going to guarantee my safety? President Perez asked mockingly. Senator Tuxford struggled for air and couldn't speak. Just as the president adjusted his grip, the senator was able to bark out, "Shoot him!" to the Secret Service agent. Agent Halford aimed his gun at the president's temple and fired. President Perez unceremoniously fell to the floor dead. Agent Halford helped the senator, who was gasping for air, get to his feet again. "Are you okay?" Halford asked the senator. "Yes, I'm fine," moaned Tuxford as the 2 men stared down at the lifeless President Perez. "Unfortunate, but it was his choice." Agent Halford then spoke into his cuff microphone. "Lockdown alert. There are active shooters on the premises. Leatherneck is safe and secure in the bunker. ID on the shooters, dark-skinned males." Hours before the active shooter announcement was made, Agent Halford had ushered in the support staff for today's meeting. With so many governors, congressmen, and senators being there, they brought with them the need of a massive support staff.
But these weren't aides and secretaries and bodymen. These were trained killers from the notorious private army of Dark River, contractors that were leased to the United States to serve overseas in hotspots where the military or CIA didn't want to send regular troops. Agent Halford armed the Darkwater soldiers with weapons that had been smuggled into the White House over the past few months by himself and another agent. It was amazing that the two men could ultimately be the ones to stop the destruction of America, but Agent Halford saw his role clearly. The 50 million new immigrant citizens would not change to accommodate to the American way of life. The American way of life would have to accommodate to them. Too many generations had fought and died to make this country what it was. No way could he stand idly by and just watch its destruction. Agent Halford knew that if the coup was unsuccessful, he was going to go down in history as a traitor. He had already sent his family out of the country just in case it did fail. They promised his wife and kids would be taken care of for the rest of their lives. At least he would leave them with that. If the coup was successful, however, America would live on for his children to come back and enjoy and thrive in. The name Halford would go down with Revere, Madison, Jefferson, Adams, Payne, and Washington. Halford even imagined that a century from now, a new American century, tourists would flock to the spot where he saved Senator Tuxford's life by shooting the dictatorial Perez, who had so threatened to destroy the American way of life with his globalist invasion of the homeland. Halford had always read the end of America would come from within, and they were right. Halford thought to himself, thinking back on it. The invasion was going to be led from the Oval Office by President Perez himself. But not anymore it wouldn't, thanks to him. The Dark River operators had changed into Secret Service uniforms and White House security uniforms. In the ensuing panic, they would just blend right in, which they did perfectly, and when the opportune time came, they would kill any Secret Service agents and uniformed officers they would come across without raising suspicions. It was chaos, but then a false report of dark-skinned gunmen had everyone scrambling to find the killers that didn't exist. In the meantime, the Dark River team killed almost at will. Methodically, the Dark River operators took up the normal White House security post until they had the West Wing and the residence sealed off and secured. Dark River operators had just taken over the North Gate entrance when a convoy of SWAT vehicles approached. The Dark River security team just opened the gates and waved the team through. The SWAT teams poured out of the vehicles, but instead of firing on the SWAT teams, the Dark River teams welcomed their reinforcements. They now had enough men and weapons inside the White House to take on a small army. And to a man, they knew if things really got ugly, they would need every bullet they had brought in. It took 30 minutes for the coup to occur. The media had been pushed out of the White House along with everyone else that was not needed. The media stayed with the story that the White House grounds had been cleared because of an active shooting threat. They were told the first family had been evacuated and that the president was in a secure bunker. The country was safe and operational. They just had to find and neutralize the dark-skinned gunmen that had killed so many. One of the fake Dark River SWAT team's responsibilities was to secure the South Lawn Zone and not let anyone through. The zone had been abandoned by its normal guard detail, as it was not much of a threat compared to the active shooters on the White House grounds. The 4 Dark River operators exchanged looks with each other at the zone, silently saying, "Can you believe this shit? We just captured the freaking White House." The zone was key to the coup. If things did go south, it would be used as an escape route. No sense dying for a lost cause. Get to the zone and get your ass out of there. The zone is what helped so many make the decision to participate in the coup in the first place. Why not do everything you can to save America from the globalist invasion? If the coup failed, they could escape, consequence-free, into the South Lawn Zone. Most Americans were glued to their phones already, hungry for any updates on the much-anticipated meeting of Perez and Tuxford. To have an active shooting emergency at the White House grounds on top of that was just too amazing to believe. Some wanted to immediately call it an Islamic terrorist attack based on the first reports that the assailants were all dark-skinned. Others argued that this had to be the work of crazy, angry white men that feared President Perez's policy of repopulation. Twitter went nuts as Americans attacked each other, waiting to see confirmation with a mugshot of who the shooters were and which race or religion would take the blame for the horrific attack. When people were crazy enough to say there was a coup, they were shut down as unhinged lunatics. This was America. That just didn't happen here. When people said the president had Senator Tuxford killed in his first official move in his new American dictatorship, those tweets were too decried as being ridiculous. The truth was, no one knew what happened. The White House had been on lockdown for an hour now. No one was allowed in, and no one was coming out anymore. No news had been coming out either. Movement on the White House grounds had calmed, causing most journalists to believe the shooters had been neutralized, but that the White House didn't want to make any declarations yet out of an abundance of caution. They were probably waiting until after an intense security sweep of the grounds for bombs or any other threats. And then it came. It was a video released directly to the public from the White House Twitter account. In the video, Senator Tuxford was backed by 7 governors, 10 senators, 50 congressmen, plus a selection of generals and admirals. Senator Tuxford spoke for them all. My fellow Americans, today I have to bring you a message of both sorrow and hope. This morning, I met with President Perez here at the White House. The pretext of that meeting was how we could heal our divided nation. But before that healing could begin, I had to inform President Perez there was overwhelming and unquestionable evidence that existed that clearly displayed that there was widespread voter fraud in our recent presidential election. When informed of this, that his re-election was illegitimate, President Perez, without notice, physically attacked me with intent to kill. The injuries from that attack, as you can see, are still visible. A nearby Secret Service agent heroically came to my aid, but in his attempt to separate me from the president, the agent's weapon was accidentally discharged and the president suffered a fatal gunshot. Needless to say, we all send our thoughts and prayers to the First family. I assure you there will be a full and independent investigation of these events, as well as a full presentation of the overwhelming evidence of voter fraud that has clearly now launched our nation into a constitutional crisis. I have been joined today by 7 governors, 10 senators, and 50 congressmen, along with representatives from all our military branches. Some people will say that this is a coup. It is not. The American voter's voice will be heard. Considering the illegitimacy of the recent election, a new election should be called for in 2 years' time. That should be sufficient time for candidates to launch their campaigns and for each party to hold their normal primary process to nominate a candidate. In 2 years, there will be a new and legitimately elected president. In the meantime, a bipartisan coalition executive panel will be formed to find a path forward. We are now inviting the Democratic leaders in Congress, as well as the Joint Chiefs at the Pentagon, to the White House today to discuss a path to move forward together to heal this nation. Make no mistake, I am not your president and do not pretend to be, but someone will be chosen on a temporary basis by the temporary coalition government to represent America until a duly elected leader can be chosen in 2 years. For those of you who think America will be vulnerable to attack in these uncertain times, I have already been given assurances by the leaders of Russia and China that our sovereignty will be respected and there will be no interference in our internal affairs. We are safe from outside threats. The coalition you see before you has seen to that. Our American heritage and American identity will be preserved, as well as our nation. As I close, I want to remember President Perez, who, while flawed, served his country both in uniform and elected office. We are saddened at his passing, and as our first act as a coalition government, we have ordered the flags of the United States to be flown at half-staff to honor the late president for 30 days. To all government workers, please continue to show up for work and perform your functions. The government of the United States is open and will be running as normal. A great president once told the worried nation that there is nothing to fear except fear itself. I think that bears repeating today. You have nothing to fear. We hope to bring you the next update from the coalition government after discussions with the leaders of Congress and the Pentagon conclude. Until then, We ask you as Americans to stand strong and proud. God bless you, and God bless America. It was a coup. No, it wasn't a coup. The coup was when President Perez rigged the election with all his fake zone voters. Senator Tuxford is the legitimate president. We don't need to wait 2 years. Tuxford was robbed. This is the darkest day in American history. No, this is the dawn of a new day in America, a bright, shining chance for America to start again, true to our founders' visions. I bet you thought July 4th, 1776 was the darkest day for the British colonies, too. This is an illegal, unconstitutional act. The coalition government should be rounded up and shot as traitors. The Constitution is pretty good, pretty damn good, actually. But hell, it's over 200 years old. I wouldn't use a cell phone that was over 8 years old. Why do we have to base everything that governs our lives on something written 200 years ago? Was slavery good? Because that's in the Constitution and we changed that. Why not change this with the coalition government? You could have written 100 phone books with all the social media comments made in the hours after the release of the Tuxford video. Not that anyone could remember what an actual phone book was these days. Crowds gathered around the White House, ready to storm it and take the people's house back themselves. But they were forced back by army troops. The protesters wanted to know who the soldiers were taking orders from. The soldiers didn't answer any questions. They only demanded that the crowds be pushed further and further back for their own safety. The coalition leaders could see the crowds that were being pushed back from the fence by the soldiers from the state dining room windows in the White House. They were trying their best to eat lunch served up by the White House kitchen staff that hadn't been evacuated yet. Most of the kitchen staff, as well as most of the resident staff, had been ordered to leave. A few stayed behind, willing to serve as best they could for the good of the country. One of them was a young Latino cook who had volunteered to organize the lunch. The coup leaders had agreed. They had planned for a great many things, but no one had in fact taken the time to think about food. Senator Tuxford approved the lunch plan, but made sure to have Dark River operators supervise the food preparation to make sure they were not going to be poisoned. The young Latino cook also served the gathered members of the coalition government their lunches. Most ignored him as if he wasn't there. Others thanked him for the meal graciously. The cook was secretly praying none of the powerful men would recognize him as one of the 4 Marine sentries that manned the doors in the West Wing. It was a working lunch. Those that could eat did, but others didn't have much of an appetite as they discussed their thoughts on how the coup was going so far. The public reaction was predictably 50-50. Americans truly had split into 2 tribes, and your tribe could do no wrong, and the other tribe could do no right. Whether it was rigging an election or an armed coup, you didn't break ranks, right or wrong or right. We were us, and they were them. So there's been nothing, Senator Tuxford asked Governor Moreland. Moreland shrugged off any concern. The public, our public, is with us. We were never going to get the left-wing media, so of course we're getting killed on the networks. Most of the networks anyway. But our people, the ones that count, they don't watch those networks anyway. Tuxford fretted. But why has there been nothing from none of the congressional leaders? Moreland replied, It's a lot for them to take in. We'll hear something soon. Let's just keep our cool. In these situations, they'll try their best to break us. We hold strong, and the ground will just crumble beneath their feet. Trust me. Just then, the Latino cook, Manuel Ortiz, interrupted the 2 men. The kid was holding up a cardboard box full of sandwiches. Excuse me, sir. Can I take some sandwiches to the guards on station? Yeah, that's fine, Governor Moreland replied. Moreland then pointed one of his meaty fingers at a Dark River operator. You, escort him around, please. Ortiz and the Dark River escort made their rounds with the sandwiches, and the guys on duty were grateful for a bite to eat. The final stop was at the White House main gate, where Ortiz gave away the last of the sandwiches, leaving him with just an empty cardboard box. Ortiz then addressed the Dark River operators in the guard station, as well as his escort. Hey man, my mom is worried sick about me. I'm all she has left. Everyone else in our family bugged out and went in the zone, you know? Well, what do you want from me? The Dark River gate guard asked, between his bites of sandwich. Holmes, you think you can bust me out of here? The guard gate looked at his escort. You give a shit if he walks? Just a sandwich, boy, man. Let him go see his mom. Check him. The escort patted down the cook and pulled his pants pockets inside out. All Ortiz had on him was his wallet. The escort opened the wallet and found Ortiz's driver's license and credit cards, and that was it. He handed Ortiz back the wallet. "He's cool. Get out of here, kid. Just keep your hands in the air so the regulars don't shoot you when you come out." Ortiz started to leave with the empty cardboard box. "Leave your box if you want," the escort told him. "No, my uncle recycles cardboard. Every bit helps." "Whatever, then take it." They closed the gate after Ortiz passed through. "Anything come in yet?" the worried guard asked the escort. "No, not yet," the escort told him. "Shit. Not even a screw you?" "No, nothing. And if we don't hear anything by nighttime, that's when it's going to hit the fan. They'll send in special operators with night vision. Trust me, there'll be a fucking stampede to that South Lawn zone." "No way. You think anyone on special ops want to see those bastards open the borders so this place could become North Mexico? Nah, I keep up with my bros. They're with us. Well, someone's going to come in after us, that's for damn sure." Ortiz got safely away from the White House and then opened up the bottom of the cardboard box that he'd used to carry the sandwiches around it. Hidden under a false bottom in the box was Ortiz's cell phone and his United States Military Corps ID card. He texted on the phone, "Lunch is served in the state dining room." After he hit send, he was approached by Army soldiers with their rifles aimed at him. "Hands in the air," they ordered. "I'm a Marine soldier. I was stationed in the White House as a sentry. Here's my ID." The soldier takes the Marine Corps ID from Ortiz's raised hand and checks it out. "Why are you dressed like kitchen staff, Corporal Ortiz?" "I changed out of my uniform when I saw they were targeting security forces, but no one else. I'll tell you more, but we need to get moving and take cover." "Why?" "You'll see in about 2 minutes. Follow me," ordered the soldier as he led Ortiz back to the sandbags piled high in the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue. They barely had gotten down on their bellies when 2 angular black stealth F-117 fighters dipped out of the sky and delivered their ordnance on the side corner of the White House. "Jesus, they just blew up the White House!" "No, that's the state dining room. 2 AGM-176 Griffins off a couple of stealths," Ortiz told the soldiers. Ortiz then shouted back towards the White House in flames, "That's for my homie, you bastards!" "Who ordered this?" the frightened soldier asked Ortiz. "The president did," the proud Marine told him. "But the president's dead." Ortiz just shook his head. "No, she's not." Chapter 32, Submariner 1. When the Ohio-class nuclear submarine, the USS Maine, got news that President Perez had been killed, they replied back with a confirmation, using for the first time the call sign Submariner 1. They let former Vice President Kate Montgomery know about the president's death and awaited her orders as their new commander-in-chief. President Catherine Montgomery monitored the events from the Maine and kept in discussions with the Pentagon, FBI, CIA, and the White House staff that had managed to escape. They took the actions of the coup plotters as an act of war, especially since it seemed like they must have received assistance and at the very least reassurance from America's 2 greatest rivals, Russia and China. They asked the president how she wanted to reply to the coup plotters' demands, and when she told them, her response was debated in the ranks. Those opposing the strike on the White House felt like it would be seen as an unlawful action and an overreaction at that. Certainly they could quarantine the White House and wait the coup plotters out, that there was no reason to take such drastic action immediately. Others raised questions about destroying the White House on purely historical grounds. President Montgomery responded that maybe they could see where the majority of the coup plotters were located and strike the White House on a more limited area. Someone suggested that they have one of their few inside people that were still in contact within the White House to try and get all the coup plotters gathered in one room, the state dining room for lunch, it was suggested. It was located on the northwest corner of the White House. A couple of AGM-176 Griffin missiles should be enough to kill anyone in that room, but still leave the rest of the White House standing. The window for lunch was running out, so they reached out to a Marine that had reported in from the White House. Corporal Ortiz was already using the disguise of a kitchen uniform, so he was the ideal choice. They were nervous that someone might recognize the Marine sentry, but they didn't have much of a choice. Ortiz was told to keep his military corps ID card and phone hidden in case he was searched. Yes, he had the unmistakable high and tight Marine Corps haircut, but it was hidden under his White House mess hat and hairnet, so no one seemed to notice. The state dining room lunch plan was put into place, and the White House legal and communications team went about putting a plan together for the public response to the White House strike because they knew it was going to be controversial. Legally, they made their case that this was an act of war. The new president was duly bound to protect the country from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and this was both. They made sure that the White House staff was evacuated as well as the first family. The coup plotters weren't interested in turning this into a hostage negotiation. They let everyone go, even the body of the slain President Perez. However, not even the loss of a president and an attempted coup could bring the country back together. On cable news, Republican defenders, while not quite agreeing with the coup, cried foul on the calls of zone voter fraud and corruption, and put forth that if President Perez had attacked Senator Tuxford, and Senator Tuxford feared for his life, certainly he was allowed to stand his ground and defend himself, or have the Secret Service come to his defense, as was this case. President Perez didn't have a green light to choke to death any American citizen that he pleased. Then the missiles hit. Video of the strike was immediately put on a loop at all the major networks. Some called the action decisive, bold, and necessary to end the attempted coup. Others called it cowardly, criminal, and called for the immediate arrest of President Montgomery. Good luck putting cuffs on the president, who is safely below an ocean on the USS Maine, which was now officially being referred to as Submariner 1. There were some admirals that thought the call sign of the submarine should be Navy 1, but there were slightly bigger problems on hand, so the debate over the name never really took off. So Submariner 1 it was. As vice president, Kate Montgomery was used to being taken away to undisclosed locations. There was even a classified drill once where the vice president was whisked away to Cheyenne Mountain after a pretend nuclear first strike on Washington, D.C. When the zone appeared on the White House lawn, it was the president that was going to be whisked away and kept in the undisclosed location. However, President Perez refused to abandon the White House because of the South Lawn zone. He felt that if he was seen running from the zone, then the country would continue to fall into panic, that what little order that was left in the struggling nation would be lost. Instead, he stood his ground and had Vice President Montgomery taken to the undisclosed location at Offutt Air Force Base. However, when zones appeared at Offutt 2, an alternate location was needed. There was talk that the Vice President should be kept mobile on Air Force 2, constantly flying around, but with no immediate end in sight, there were dangers seen in flying the plane around the clock constantly for such an extended period of time. The only way to keep the Vice President mobile and secure was to station Montgomery on a ship or submarine. With the sub having the extra bonus of being hidden under an ocean, the only thing an Ohio-class submarine would run out of in the next 20 years was food. It was decided to go with the sub. So they stocked up with the Maine with as much food as it could handle, made adjustments to its crew to accommodate the Vice President and her support staff. Montgomery went to the sub knowing full well that before they surfaced again, she could be in charge of running the country if there was a zone attack. The truth was, no one knew what was going to happen with the zones. People speculated that an alien army could fly through the zones to invade Earth. Demons could be unleashed through the zones to take out God's wrath on an unrepentant world. Or the zones could have been a Russian or Chinese invention that would destroy the country at a moment's notice. They just had to be prepared for anything. And stationing the Vice President on an aircraft carrier was also discussed, but zones had been spotted on the water and even occasionally in the air, so they felt being below the surface added one more layer of defense in order to ensure the continuity of government. Every once in a while, the sub would surface, and the Vice President Montgomery would make an appearance, so the public would know she was still there, and to throw off any rumors that she was being stationed away on a sub. The controversy over the critical report of Montgomery in her Air Force fighter pilot days didn't help, but the zones knocked all those headlines off the front page. Then they got the news of the death of the president and the coup at the White House. Montgomery thought swift and decisive action would end the revolt. She was wrong. The coup had been coming for decades. There were many in the country that feared that their white majority way of life would be overcome with the diversification of the American population, and they began to take drastic measures to prevent it. They did everything they could to make it harder for Americans to vote. Republicans gerrymandered congressional districts to ensure the conservative white male Christian candidates would have the advantage. Republicans defended the outdated Electoral College, which had twice delivered the White House, despite the majority of American public voting for the Democratic candidate. They pushed voter photo ID laws and purged as many voter rolls as they could. They even stole a Supreme Court seat by denying a president his constitutional duty to fill a Supreme Court vacancy in order to bribe conservative voters to come out of the polls and elect not just a Republican president, but a conservative Supreme Court pick as well. But even that was not enough this time. They had sold out the sovereignty of the United States to accept the help of rival nations to meddle in our elections. But in a crowded presidential field, the governor of California broke through the clutter. He was a genuine war hero, earning the Silver Star as a Marine sergeant. He was attractive and had a darling young family. He spoke plainly and directly to the American people, and they listened. At least enough of them did anyway. He won a narrow election, but faced a hostile Republican Congress that swore its number one goal was to kill any chance Perez had at re-election. The Republicans gave Perez nothing and turned even the smallest of incidents into grounds for congressional hearings and investigations. The deadlocked government was driving the young president's poll numbers down. They needed something to shake things up. And what a shake-up they got. Aides were reluctant to brief the president about the reports of these strange black rectangles that the intelligence agencies were picking up one morning. The pushback from the West Wing was find out what these things were first before bothering the POTUS with them. The last thing they needed was rumors to leak out that the president had been duped into a serious briefing about a hoax. Then the 10 kids disappeared from the daycare center, and news broke out about the insane daycare worker who outrageously claimed that a black rectangle had swallowed up the children and just disappeared. The president was asked about the missing children by the press, and he pledged the full support of the government to find the children. His aides had briefed him about the black rectangles at that point. They were being reported sporadically around the country, but they couldn't confirm if they were real or not. If the press asked him about the black rectangles, he was supposed to play them off and say they were focused on just finding the kids right now. Reporters didn't press the president on the black rectangles. They, like any other sane person, knew something like that couldn't exist. Then President Perez was informed that they had secured a zone. They knew nothing about it yet, but would soon be conducting tests and would brief him as soon as they had something solid to report. Instead of getting that report from the zone site they had secured, President Perez and the nation were briefed by Raw Dog in South Carolina on his Facebook live feed. The president then picked up the phone and demanded to talk to the person in charge of the zone site to find out what the hell this thing was that he and the nation had just watched on live TV. Vice President Montgomery saw the video out of South Carolina too and immediately went to the White House. Vice President Montgomery saw something else in the zone. Perhaps this is what the country needed to bring it together again. Perhaps even this is what the world needed to bring it together at last. Whether it was hostile or not, the zone could be used as the driving force that finally launched a unity of humankind that had never been seen before. It would not be seen this time either. The divisions in the nation and the world were so deep, not even the mysterious black rectangles could heal them. If anything, the zones would prove to be the event that finally forced those divisions to permanently break forever. President Perez did his best to stabilize the nation and the world, but the Russians and the Chinese knew they would have no better time to finally contain the United States and curtail its dominance in world affairs. The Russians had successfully exploited the racial division and political hatred in the United States before, but never had it been so tenuous as when President Perez ran on the plan to repopulate the country with new immigrants. The Republicans knew it would mean the death of the GOP as a national party and a permanent spot for them in American society as a white minority. America, as they knew it, would be over. Best to fight for it while they could in hopes of prolonging their political life and treasured national identity. Just in case President Perez was reelected and tried to move forward with his repopulation efforts, the international coup was put into place. After South Korea had been lost, there was hope that Senator Tuxford would win the tight election and avoid the coup altogether. But the October surprise of the dissolution of North Korea bolstered President Perez's sagging poll numbers, turning the race back into a toss-up. But on election night, Senator Tuxford and his coup plotters knew their fate had been sealed. It was now or never. They chose now. There's never really a good plan to try and take over America, but they did the best they could. Their plan ended when 2 missiles vaporized them in a fraction of a second. The White House was stormed by loyal special forces and retaken into government control. There were some coup plotters that had escaped into the zone before they could be rounded up and arrested. Republicans unconnected to the coup still pushed back hard on the legitimacy of the election. However, so many polling sites were either attacked physically with bombs or cyber attacked during this investigation period that the voter roll evidence needed for the investigation was lost. Democrats said it was the coup plotters still trying to sell their hoax of voter fraud to the American public. The Republicans claimed it was the Democratic deep state trying to cover up their election fraud crimes. The lawsuits flew back and forth on both sides, challenging the legitimacy of President Montgomery, who was set to inherit President Perez's new 4-year term on January 20th. The major court cases were fast-tracked to the Supreme Court, where, to no one's surprise, the 5 judges put on the court by Republican presidents upheld the lawsuit, while the 4 judges that were nominated by Democratic presidents dissented. So by a 5-4 margin, the Supreme Court said that because the election was in doubt and with so much evidence permanently destroyed that would be needed to prove otherwise, the election was nullified, and a new election would take place in 2 years. In the meantime, former Vice President Montgomery was the legitimate president until January 20th. At that time, the third in line for the presidency would be sworn in, who just happened to be a Republican Speaker of the House, who, while not being a coup plotter himself, was sympathetic to the fears that had brought the coup on in the first place. The Speaker of the House tried to steady the nerves of an uneasy nation by first saying there would be no repopulation while he was interim president in those first 2 years. He would also negotiate a peace deal with the Russians and the Chinese that would secure the safety of the American people for the foreseeable future. President Montgomery obviously didn't agree with the Supreme Court ruling, but she could not legally overturn it. And even if she did, half the country was lost to her anyway. She knew Russia and China would not honor any agreement and would keep pushing until America's role in the world was lost completely. The sub-captain had told her they would support her fully until January 20th, but after that, he couldn't guarantee what would happen. The intelligence community worked overtime to try and find evidence of collusion between the Republicans still in power and the coup plotters and the governments of Russia and China. But once again, time was running out. Montgomery knew that this new interim government, helped put in place by Russia and China, would have no checks and balances against it. There were rumors already of reforms to the Constitution, limiting the power of the free press and news media. There were also massive protests in the states in the Northeast and on the West Coast. Many protesters carried signs supporting the formation of their own separate country. The Republicans, who had lost favor in these states long ago, were ready to cut them loose anyway. So they warned the rebelling states that the surviving Union would not come to their defense if the Russians and Chinese attacked them, which is exactly what the intelligence community was picking up on. The West Coast would be given to China and the Northeast to Russia. In return, the Midwest and the South would be left in America's control. President Montgomery warned Russia and China that they knew of the plans and told them it would be the end of both of their countries if they proceeded with the plot. The Russians and the Chinese kept on with their plans to keep bluffing. Stay strong, the Russians encouraged the Chinese. President Montgomery would lose her authority in 2 weeks' time. The big bluff had worked so far, and it would work until the whole world was theirs. With Russia and China insisting that they would only negotiate with the future president after January 20th, President Montgomery knew she had to make a decision. She held a teleconferencing meeting with her closest staff. What choice did they have? Do nothing and let the new president seize control of the government and concede half of America to our rivals? Or declare war on China and Russia immediately and fight for the future of America in the 2 weeks they had left, which no doubt would end with the destruction of the world and all life on it? Or go the way of South Korea and order Americans to take refuge in the zones in hope of a brighter future and whatever the zone held for people? The military was divided as well. Some generals and admirals felt that they had a constitutional duty to respect the Supreme Court ruling and be loyal to the new president who was being sworn in on January 20th. Other generals and admirals felt this was a political coup supported by foreign adversaries, and that President Montgomery, by the results of the election, was the duly elected leader by rights of succession. The disagreements were so strong, it was very possible that there would be a second civil war, putting the U.S. military against itself. President Montgomery decided that she had to save as many lives as she could. She would make an announcement to the world that on January 20th, she and the United States could no longer guarantee protection of their rights and their lives as free Americans, that all Americans and freedom-loving people around the world should seek immediate refuge in zones. Montgomery also ordered that the United States would begin an immediate surrender of its nuclear weapons to a United Nations task force. She also declassified and released the video of the white zone that had been suppressed by President Perez. The video played, and it showed a grainy black and white image of Dylan walking up to the zone in front of the school. Dylan touched the zone a couple of times and then paused, and when he tried to touch it again, he could no longer put his hands in. The zone then turned white, and Dylan fell backward. The body of Michael fell out of the zone and into Dylan's lap, where it laid for several minutes. For almost an hour, Dylan held Michael. Eventually, Dylan got up and ran to his car. Michael raved in pain and reached out for Dylan for relief. Then Michael dissolved into thin air and was gone from sight. Dylan came back immediately when he saw the body disappear. He fell to his knees, buried his face in his hands, and cried, rolling on his side in torment for having left Michael to die while trying to get his phone. President Perez ordered the clip to be classified for fear that if people saw it, they would know that Dylan had been telling the truth about the white zone, and with the clip, zone entry would no doubt skyrocket. And while the clip didn't confirm for sure what happened to you when you went into the zone, it proved that Dylan wasn't lying about his encounter with Michael and the white zone, except for the part where he left Michael to go back to his car for the phone. President Montgomery said that she too would be going into a zone after her term as president ended at noon on January 20th. She warned everyone around the world that could see and hear and read her message that they too should go into a zone immediately. Go in or go out, she warned them all ominously, and that was enough to get the final exodus started. Millions left in those first few minutes, followed by 1 billion people worldwide in the days after her address. Countries destabilized, cities burned from looting and rioting, which in turn caused the next billion to flee a world that was quickly falling apart. Russia, China, and the coalition government of the United States did their best to stop the panic, but President Montgomery's words just carried so much weight, as did the video of the white zone. And then something amazing happened. The zones around the world multiplied so greatly that they were simply everywhere. One of the theories of the zone attacks on North Korea was that when all the millions of South Koreans made it into the zone, they used their collective power and willed millions of zones to appear in the north to rescue their trapped brothers and sisters who had suffered under tyrannical rule for so long. And now the billions of souls that were pouring into zones daily were trying to send back as many zones as they could to save as many people from the crumbling world. No one had to stand in line for a zone anymore. There were enough zones covering the planet that any human being that wanted to go in could do so within a couple of minutes. Even in Russia, China, and Iran, people entered zones at such an alarming rate that the regimes had to take extreme measures to ensure their survival. President Montgomery took it as a hopeful sign. There was no sure way to tell, but it was estimated 5 billion of the world's 7 billion people escaped into zones those final 5 weeks. With the massive reduction in population, Russia was able to roll into Western Europe. On January 19th, the Russian amphibious forces landed on British soil and were met with minimal resistance from the remaining hardcore Britons. By nightfall, the Russians had liberated London. The Chinese started a massive boat lift of soldiers heading for Central America. They had bought up as many cruise ships as they could in the previous year. They were being picked up at a bargain since the cruise industry was one of the many victims of the worldwide economic depression the zones had caused. The Chinese had spent a decade improving their relations with the struggling countries in Central America. They had developed business ties with the Central American countries that had welcomed scores of Chinese nationals that flooded the countries to help improve their infrastructure and healthcare systems. China, Russia, and the Republicans of the United States welcomed the depopulation of the Earth. Yes, it would take a few years to settle into the new reality, but a smaller world population would be better for the environment, and the Earth's limited resources would last that much longer now. It would also be easier to govern the sparsely populated Earth and mean less conflicts around the globe. World peace was truly at hand, they believed. True to her word, President Montgomery had the nuclear arsenal taken offline and turned over to international control of the United Nations. Bombers were grounded, the Navy was pulled into docks around the world, and U.S. submarines were surfacing from their deep-sea hiding spots all over the globe and turning themselves in at the nearest ports of call. All the subs, but one, that is. There was still an Ohio-class sub out there that had yet to surface and make arrangements with the UN for its surrender, the USS Maine. The Maine was still the base of operations for President Montgomery, and she was not about to turn it over anytime soon, its whereabouts staying top secret. The truth was that it was hiding in the Arctic Ocean. Every member of its crew that could be spared had been ferried off the sub and onto nearby ice packs, where several zones provided their escape. The skeleton crew left behind was all they needed to launch their 24 Trident nuclear missiles. Up to the last minute, President Montgomery was not sure what she would do. Should she let them have the world? Let the villains of the world take what had been rightfully everyone else's? Once they were in the zone, who would care what they left behind? It wasn't their problem anymore. But the president did care. And if the villains didn't care about the fate of the people it was forcing into zones, why should she care about the fate of the global criminals forcing them in? It would be noon in Washington, D.C. soon, and she would no longer legally be allowed to give the sub-captain the final launch approval. She didn't choose this. The leaders of Russia, China, and Iran did, along with the coup plotters that had betrayed their country. She had warned the world what was coming as best she could. Those that listened went into zones. Those that stayed did so on their own free will and would now have to suffer the consequences. President Montgomery gave the sub-captain the final authorization, and the crew did what it had done hundreds of times before in drills. They would launch their missiles, then surface and abandon ship to get to a zone as quickly as possible and hopefully escape before the retaliation strike hit. They should have enough time to all escape, but it would be close. From the ice pack, President Montgomery watched as the mighty Trident II missiles broke the surface of the water and shot up into the sky. 24 times it happened. The missiles were headed for the largest cities in Russia, China, and Iran. The Maine then surfaced, and Montgomery watched as the last of the crew departed the sub and were brought to the ice pack by a series of small boats. The crew somberly passed by President Montgomery in silence as they lined up in front of the zone. The sub-captain signaled for the president to go first into the zone. President Montgomery shook her head. She told them to go first instead. They refused, not wanting to leave their commander-in-chief behind. She asked that her last order as president be respected, as she checked her watch and saw that she still had 10 minutes left. They obeyed her order and went into the zone, leaving the president alone on the cold white ice. The sub-captain had warned President Montgomery before he went into the zone that their missile launch would be detected immediately and a retaliation strike would be on its way. They probably had maybe 30 minutes to live after the launch. She waited for the strike to come, staring back at the black void in front of her that was the zone. It would have been so easy for her to step in, to go into her new life in the zone. The burden of being president would finally be lifted from her shoulders. She had been groomed for the presidency since birth. That's why she had to be a fighter pilot. The public would never accept a female president unless they knew she was as tough as any man. But she was as human as any man as well. When her fighter encountered mechanical failure over the ocean that day, so many years ago, she panicked. She had seen planes blow up instantly with no chance for the pilot to eject. Yes, she could get the plane back to her airbase, but God help her if she didn't fear that in seconds flames would soon incinerate her soul. She gave the order to bail, and it may or may not have caused the death of her weapons officer. Powerful forces tried to keep her on track. She was one of the few female fighter pilots, and they didn't want this incident to derail her career. Yes, the dissenting report was covered up and later physically removed from all records. The missing report would turn up again years later in hopes that it would derail both her chances of assuming the presidency and cause enough of a distraction to keep President Perez from a second term as well, killing two birds with one stone, or a missing report in this case. Whoever it was that controlled that missing report had been planning this for a long time, decades really, just holding on to their trump card in their patient little hand, just waiting for the right moment to play it. They just didn't plan on the zones. No one had. But there it was in front of her, the zone, offering Montgomery a safe exit from this world that she had decided to end. She tried to save as many lives as she could. What awaited them in the zone, she didn't know, and she never would. She knew not everyone that wanted to leave this earth could get to an exit. Some, unfortunately, had minds so poisoned by propaganda they could no longer carry an intelligent thought that wasn't influenced by their learned hatred for others. Despite all that, President Montgomery knew she ultimately caused what was coming, and she would pay the same price as those unfortunate souls that couldn't make it out. There would be no zone escape for her, so she waited. As solemn as this moment was, it took all of her willpower not to pull out her iPhone and check it one last time. Had anyone tweeted the end of the world yet? Then, with a white flash and an ungodly crack, it was over. It didn't have to be, but it was. Chapter 33. Zone Alone. 5 years he had been in his hole. The best hole $3 million could buy, but a hole nonetheless. He had it all. Almost every book ever written, every TV show ever aired, every movie ever filmed, every song ever sung, every video game ever played. He had it all stored on massive digital files. And yet, he had nothing. When North Korea first gained the ability to hit the west coast of America with a nuclear missile, he decided to invest some of his fortune building the ultimate insurance policy. His friends thought he was crazy, turned into some crazy prepper like those foolhardy rednecks you would see on reality TV shows. But the North Korean threat made him more aware that we lived in a world where anything could happen. And when the zones started to appear, the point was proven true. The first time he went into the fallout shelter was just after President Perez made his first address to the nation about the zones. He stayed in it for 7 months, until the zones disappeared and he thought the threat had passed. But the world was a changed place after the first wave of zones. He had lost half his fortune when the markets collapsed the first time. It was still more money than he could hope to spend in his lifetime, unless that is he started to buy Lamborghinis in bulk and abandoned each one after they ran out of their first tank of gas. He never considered going into a zone. He was convinced they were traps sent by an intelligence far superior than ours. If whoever sent the zones wanted to help the human race, they could have done a far better job than simply dropping off a bunch of geometric shapes with no instructions or context. The zones were too much like traps. No one ever escaped, and there was an irresistible lure to pull you in. No way he was going into one of these mousetraps. Not a chance. When the zones came back for their second round, he returned to the fallout shelter again, this time for a 9-month stretch. Martial law had stabilized the United States enough that he could make a few adjustments to his fallout shelter. The first change was to create rooms that simulated the outside. A sunny day in a park, a snowy mountaintop, a weekend getaway at the beach. He updated all the electronics, installing in shielding that would protect the electronics from an EMP attack that would cripple power grids and all other unprotected electronics. He tried to do one final tour of the world before retiring to his fallout shelter for good, fearing the demise of the world was at hand. He aborted his world tour halfway through the trip. The world was just becoming too dangerous a place to be caught in outside of his fallout shelter. His home, his hole. He had thought about bringing others down in the hole with him, but he knew he was better off alone. It would make the supplies last longer and reduce the risk of a social conflict. For anyone that was deluded enough to think that the United States was ever going to heal its divisions and ever unifying again, the re-election of President Perez put that notion to bed for good. It was an open secret that the red states that opposed Perez would be in a near revolt if he tried to execute his repopulation plan. Even after the election, he didn't immediately retreat to the fallout shelter yet. However, once the coup happened, that was it. He sealed himself in and knew he would never come out again. Never before had he felt so bad for being so right. But he had been right all along, and the shelter was worth every penny he put into it. When January 20th rolled around, he was not surprised when he heard about the surprise nuclear attack on Russia and China. They managed to get off some of their own nukes in a retaliatory strike from submarines, but the land-based Russian missiles stayed in their silos. The Russians needn't worry. The subs were enough to lay waste to the earth. The coalition U.S. government thought somehow they were going to make nice with the Chinese and Russians and be allowed to control the real America, as they like to call it. But whatever deal those traitors hammered out with Moscow and Beijing went out the window the minute the nukes started flying. The first 4 years went by relatively well in the shelter. He took the time to write his life story, not that anyone would ever read it. He had enough entertainment to be entertained for years if he parsed it out right. But then it started. Constant nausea, vomiting, headaches, diarrhea. Not pretty when you're trapped in an enclosed environment. He did his best to self-diagnose himself, but he knew all along what it was. As protected as he thought he was, it was getting to him. He had radiation poisoning, and no doubt was going to die from it soon. He had to make a decision, stay in his hole and die in peace, or return to the surface of the world and search, probably in vain, for a zone to escape into. He never believed the zone held magical healing powers or transported you to the next stage in human evolution. But at this point, what choice did he have? Like so many terminally ill people before him, what did he have to lose? He felt it was best to leave as soon as possible because he knew he might need all the strength he had left for his journey to find his own. It could take minutes, it could take years. He went to his armory and loaded up for the journey to come. He had 7 different guns strapped to his body, along with 5 different knives, and enough ammo to make a decent stand against anyone. He looked at himself in a mirror in his gas mask and contamination suit. He was no longer human. He was an alien-looking beast, ferociously armed and ready to make his last stand in an unforgiving hellscape. He was resolved to finding his own, or die trying. He opened the many doors to get out, and was greeted to a gray and dreary world, cold and barren. The perpetually clouded sky killed most of the vegetation. He purposely bought hundreds of acres of land in central Oregon, far away from any major cities and military bases. There would be no need to target this area of the United States for any reason, but the effects of the global nuclear war had reached him here as it had reached everywhere else too. The black clouds from the fires were still circling the earth, covering it all in a funeral shroud. He had camouflaged as much of the area as possible, so not to tip off that there was a fallout shelter located there. In 5 years, no one had come knocking. The remoteness of the area helped. He was miles away from any sign of civilization, not that he thought there would be much left anyway. He both longed for and dreaded contact with another human. He knew at this point supplies of food would be in such short amounts that people would kill over whatever was left, possibly even resort to cannibalism. Still, wouldn't it be nice to see one more human before he died? He opened a hidden door camouflaged into a fake boulder that was actually a storage compartment. No one had detected it, and the contents inside were untouched. Inside the fake rock was stored a large 3-wheel tricycle with a lockbox on the back to put supplies in. He loaded up the box with as much food and water as he could cram into it and pedaled down the road. He was in the world again for 30 minutes, and so far, so good. He would go into town, which even in the good times wasn't much of a town at all, a main street with a few blocks of businesses and 100 homes scattered in the surrounding area. As he pedaled down the country roads, he kept watch for a black rectangular zone, but saw none. Before the bombs dropped, the reports said zones were simply everywhere, but now they seemed to have disappeared again. He was on the outskirts of town when he decided to hide his bike and extra food in the bushes. There could be people here taking shelter in the abandoned stores on Main Street, so he had to take precautions so he wouldn't lose his supplies to robbers. It was quiet when he slowly walked through town. He stayed close to the buildings and avoided walking in the open streets. Then he saw it through a window, a big black rectangle, inside one of the long-ago looted offices. He drew his gun and went in the front door of the building. It was a quick search after all, he thought, pleasantly to himself. The world truly was a dreary place now. Every second he spent there was a reminder of the folly of man. How in the hell had we let this happen? How did humanity not stand up en masse and simply say, stop it. Just stop. Why didn't we just overthrow these foolish leaders that were taking us to our own self-destruction? A handful of corrupt lunatics controlled the fate of billions, and the billions let them do it. It was a defect of the human animal. What else could explain it? The same defect that pulled humans into zones against their better judgment. He pushed past some trashed office furniture and found the black rectangle. He stared back at his reflection in the dusty, broken, black flat-screen TV that had been turned on its side. It wasn't a zone, after all. He had been fooled by the good people of Vizio. Then he thought maybe it really was a trick. Someone could have positioned the black widescreen TV like that just so someone would be lured into the store thinking it really was a zone. He held his gun at the ready, just a finger twitch away from unleashing all kinds of hell on whoever wanted to trap him in the long-ago abandoned real estate office. There was no one there to trap him. As he made his way out, he saw more zones. The office was full of dead black rectangles, computer monitors, iPads, cell phones. Useless, all of them. Black rectangular relics of a world gone by. He went back outside and continued to explore the town, curious at what else he would find. Then he heard it. It was running. A human running. This was it. This had been a trap after all, and he had triggered it, and now someone was coming for him, fast. He got a second gun out and crouched down behind a counter, ready to battle. He was about to see if a lifetime of playing first-person shooters was going to finally pay off. Through the window he saw the figure run by, not even bothering to slow down at his location. When he didn't hear a second or third pair of footsteps running, he dashed to the window to see the lone figure covered head to toe in layers of clothes, now running into a building. It must be his home, he thought. Was it worth the risk of making contact, he wondered? The person was running through the middle of the street without a care in the world. He had seen no visible weapons, and they were small in stature, maybe a woman or teenager. What threat could this person have been? Maybe it was best to stay in the area and observe the figure quietly. While he was contemplating his next move, he saw the figure emerge on the roof of the building and stare outward and then down. The figure backed away from the edge of the roof and disappeared from sight again. Maybe this poor soul was being chased and went up to the roof to see where his pursuers were. Or maybe he had tripped some hidden alert somewhere, and the running person had returned to the reconnaissance point to discover where the intruder was. Then he heard a shriek and saw the figure leap off the roof and plummet downward. The body slammed to the ground in a grotesque flopping action, bending and twisting as it hit the pavement. Then the body lay there motionless. Is that what he had come up from his hole to see? Was it this hopeless that poor survivors were driven mad and throwing themselves off buildings rather than go on for another horrifying minute? He waited in the building for a half an hour. The person in the street still never moved an inch. No one else came through town either. Finally he decided to see who this person was, see if there was some clue to this madness. Checking to see no one was coming, he ventured out and walked cautiously to the body. The man was a whisper of what his former self must have been. His bone-thin face had a gaunt, dead-eyed stare. His body looked dirty and tired. These had been a hard 5 years, and he was sure somehow this poor soul must have been glad it was finally over. He had been at the body for about 10 minutes when he realized he was not alone. He turned quickly, and standing behind him was a hooded stranger, face covered with goggles and wrapped with a scarf. Like the man, this stranger's body too was covered head to toe with layers of clothes. He drew his gun on the stranger. The stranger simply shook his head and motioned with his hand to lower the gun. The stranger reached for no weapon and held no aggression in his body language. He didn't lower the gun, not a chance. I didn't kill him, he told the stranger that had appeared behind him from out of nowhere. He pointed to the roof of the building. He committed suicide, jumping off the building. The stranger just shook his head and pointed straight up into the sky. He looked up, but saw nothing but the depressing gray clouds. What are you pointing at? I don't see anything. The stranger pointed to his mouth and signaled with his hand that he couldn't speak. The stranger came forward to the dead man in the street. He backed away from the stranger, never taking his gun off him for a second. The stranger grabbed the dead man and dragged him off the street. The stranger marked a line in the dusty street and measured his footsteps from the line to the side of the building. The stranger then made 2 lines in the middle of the street, approximately the same measurement as the line from the building's edge. "What are you doing?" The stranger ignored the question and backed up a ways behind the first line. He then broke out in a run and leaped in the air. His feet came down a few inches past the second line marking. Seeing this, the stranger pumped his fist in excitement. "Why are you jumping like that?" Again, the stranger pointed in the air, only this time when he looked up, he saw it. Zones. There were 5 zones hovering in the air above the street. From where he first looked, he couldn't see them because of the thin profile of the zones. Then he got it. The first man didn't jump to commit suicide. He jumped, trying to make it into one of the zones stationed in the air. He must have come up short, or the zone didn't work the way he anticipated it would, and he fell to his death. The stranger showed he could clearly make the jump from the distance of the building to the zone and even have a few inches to spare. The stranger then pointed for him to try and make the same jump. I can't jump that far. There must be other zones." The stranger shook his head no and pointed at the 2 lines again, demanding that he try and make the jump. He walked over, still holding the guns, and jumped. He made it about 3/4 of the way to the second line. "See, I told you I can't do it." The stranger approached, forcing him to aim the gun and get very close to pulling the trigger. "Back up, my friend. Go on. Do it. Get back." The stranger stopped and cocked his head and held his hands up as if to say, "Really, dude?" The stranger opened up his many jackets to show he carried no weapons. He relaxed and lowered his guns. The stranger came over and motioned for him to start taking off all the protective gear and weapons he had on his body. He shook his head. No way. Sensing his unease, the stranger backed away a good distance to give him space. The stranger now was far enough away that it would be impossible for the stranger to get one of his guns without being shot himself. He relaxed a bit and lowered his guns. He knew what the stranger was trying to communicate to him. The reason he couldn't jump that far was because he was so loaded down with so much crap. Take it all off and see what you could do then. Fine. If he could make it into the zone, then he wouldn't need all the weaponry anyway. Slowly, he disarmed and took off the protective suit, always keeping a watchful eye on the stranger standing down the street. He backed away from the first line again and gave another glance to the stranger, who wasn't moving an inch closer. The stranger was only giving him some encouraging hand gestures. Feeling safe, he sprinted for the first line and leapt into the air. He came down just a few inches short of the second line this time. Better, but still not good enough. The stranger was waiting to see his reaction. He shook his head and held up his hands about 2 inches apart to indicate that he was just short of reaching the second line. The stranger then fell to his butt and started to show him some stretching exercises, anything to get his body to limber up. Then the stranger got up and showed him a run with a bouncing gait of someone that might have had some track and field training in their life. The stranger then motioned for him to jump again, this time after stretching out a bit and putting a little bounce in his step. And so he did, first stretching out his legs and body, then limbering up with some bouncing moves. Before he knew it, he had turned his back on the stranger. He quickly turned around and saw the stranger had not moved any closer. The stranger was just patiently watching him prepare for his third attempt. This time, when he ran for the first line, he incorporated the bounce in his step that the stranger had shown him. He launched himself in the air and came down across the second line. Barely, but he had made it. He raised a triumphant thumbs up to the stranger. They both celebrated and looked up into the sky. He could have sworn he had seen 5 zones up there before, but now he could only see 4. He moved about to get a better view, thinking he was just missing the 5th one again because of the thin profile of the zone. No, it wasn't there anymore. The 5th one was gone. "Hey, I think the 5th zone disappeared. Do you see it?" As they were both staring up at the 4 zones remaining, another one disappeared, leaving only 3. The stranger, seeing what was going on, sprinted for the building. He joined the stranger, racing over to it. The zones were going away, and he didn't know how much time he had left. His guns, crap, he had left everything in the street. He paused on the stairs in the building, considering going back. The stranger saw he had stopped. The stranger pounded on the wall to get his attention back. The stranger then motioned for him to continue up the stairs. He continued to follow the stranger up the stairs. What choice did he have at this point? They ran up the stairs of the building and scrambled to find the roof access doors. They spilled out on the roof just in time to see the third zone disappear. Thankfully, the zone closest to the building remained. The stranger quickly disrobed his layers of clothes and in the process revealed a nasty machete that was strapped to his back. Jesus, he thought. The stranger easily could have cut his head off when he first came up on him while he was distracted by the dead man in the street. The stranger still could have killed him with it right then and there, but he didn't. The stranger tossed the machete away, which landed with a heavy clang. Any and all extra weight had to go. The last of the stranger's clothes came off, except for some shorts around his waist. He was an African American with a long, jagged scar on his throat that gave a good indication as to why he couldn't talk anymore. He also saw the stranger was missing a piece of his ear. His body was marked with scars and burns. It must have been a hard 5 years surviving on the surface, but the stranger had survived, and now he had one chance to leave all the suffering behind him. The stranger turned to him. He smiled and nodded his head. He reached out his massive black hand, dirty and burned, and missing the tip of a finger. He took off his own protective gloves in a rush to shake the stranger's hand, but the moment that he had reached out with his own hand, he realized he should have left his protective gloves on. Compared to the stranger, his hand was soft and pink and without blemish. The smooth palms had never known a day of hard labor in his whole life, except for tapping out the code on a keyboard that had made him millions of dollars in the dot-com gold rush. He had used those first few millions to invest wisely in other internet businesses, and soon he was sitting on a $300 million fortune with some wise and well-timed investments in Google and Facebook. The stranger was shocked to see how pristine his white hand was, a symbol of a world long gone by. It was as if he was shaking hands with a ghost, a time traveler, or a space alien. The smile was now gone from the stranger's face. He had almost feared the stranger would pick up the machete and cut his unspoiled hand off out of spite. Instead, the stranger let go and prepared for his jump. "Thank you, my friend. Good luck," he told the stranger. The stranger managed to give him a smile and pointed a quick finger back at him, the one missing the tip, as if to say, "Good luck to you, friend." The stranger focused on the zone ahead in the air. He launched himself at full speed towards the zone. He jumped right off the edge of the roof and went flying. The stranger hit the zone square on and disappeared into the blackness. He ran to the edge of the roof and looked down. The stranger's body was nowhere to be seen. He had done it. He had made it into the zone. It could be done. He looked up at the two remaining zones. The one furthest away then disappeared. Crap! He ran back to the spot where the stranger had run from. He quickly stretched out a couple times, then promptly froze. What was he doing? He would only get one shot at this. If he failed, he would die as the first man had, who had fell short of the zone and plummeted to an unforgiving road below. And how accurate had the stranger's measurements truly been? He had only used his footsteps. If the measurements were even a few inches off, he might not make it all the way into the zone, even if he thought he could. There must be other zones out there. He had been smart enough not to succumb to the madness of the world that the zone had brought with it. And now he was poised to leap off the roof of a building to certain death. What if the zone disappeared when he was running to the edge of the building and he couldn't stop himself in time? Do it. No, go back to your hole. You could probably live another year or two with this sickness. Maybe it was just a passing thing and he would be fine in a month or two. He had so many movies and TV shows yet to watch, millions of pages of the internet that were archived that he could spend months browsing and remembering the world no longer left. He even had simulated friends that he could communicate with. He knew they were just programs, sending him random texts and carrying on conversations, but it did the trick. He had a good life in that hole. Go back. Go back and be safe. Go back and be happy. Then he heard it. A gunshot. He cautiously peeked over the roof and looked down to see that two men had come across his abandoned guns in the street. One of the men had just used one of the guns to kill the other. It was time to go. He ran back to the starting spot, praying the zone would hold for just a few seconds more. He then ran and jumped with everything he had left in his body for the zone straight ahead of him. The man in the street had heard the running on the roof and aimed the gun at the top of the building and instinctively fired it, as if he was shooting skeet. He heard the gunshot as he was leaping in the air, and then he heard nothing. Complete silence and darkness. Was he dead? Did he make it? He was thinking. That was a good sign. Or maybe it was the trailing thoughts of his brain as it tried to make sense of its last dying moments. "My friend, you made it," an excited voice called out to him. "Who is that?" "It's me, the stranger that taught you to leap. Now I will teach you to see." "I don't understand. Where am I?" "You made it. You are here. And now I will teach you to see, as they taught me." "Who is they?"
"All that have come before us."
He could feel his eyes opening. "What's happening? Are you doing this?"
"Yes. Just relax. Let it happen. Don't fight it."
"Okay, I won't." He let go of his fears, and he let go of the violent, chaotic, lost world that he had just departed. And once he had let it go, he could see it all so clearly. The zone was beautiful. The zone was good. The zone was the zone.
Thank you for listening to Zone by Russell Corey. I'm the author, and I'd like to ask you a favor from the bottom of my heart. If you enjoyed this novel and podcast, please tell someone about it. Make a post on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anything to spread the word and help let others discover Zone. I don't make much money from my writing, but when I see it being read and listened to, it means the world to me. And please visit my website, russellcorey.com, to learn more about the other books I've written. I also do a podcast for kids called The Stories for Kids Podcast by Russell Corey. Check it out if you want something for younger listeners. The Zone theme music is Backplate by Joseph McDade. Learn more at his website, josephmcdade.com. Thank you once again for listening and letting me share Zone with you.